Chapter 1008. In the summer sea to the south of Westeros, west of Sosro's continent, there was a large group of rich islands, the Midsummer Islands. It could be simply understood as the southern islands of the Song of Ice and Fire world. In the past, almost everyone, including Dany, thought that the safest place in the long night was the Midsummer Islands. Because the Midsummer Islands were far away from Westeros and Essos, surrounded by the sea, unless the deviants swept the world, the tide of the living dead would not affect this peaceful island. Even after the Faceless Deviants incident, many sea merchants of Essos risked going out to sea. They were willing to take the risk of being lost in the dark sea to go to the Midsummer Islands of the Eternal Night Paradise. Now, the people of the world were shocked. The Midsummer Islands, which were thought to be the safest, became the first island to fall. Other than those who left the port in time, there were very few survivors in the Midsummer Islands. The black-skinned Midsummer Islanders were almost wiped out. After the shock, everyone came to a realization. Deviants could not cross the sea, but faceless deviants could disguise themselves and go to any place that humans could reach by boat. Dragon Queen was feeling guilty for her carelessness when the second thunderstorm appeared in the barren land. It's over, it's all over. In the ruins of Valeglia, in the clean and new Dragon King Palace, Lalo covered his face with both hands, looking dispirited, unable to hide the despair in his heart. Are we being too smart this time? Lalo's current form was different from last time. Last time, it was the shadow devil Lalo with a bull head, snake body and scorpion tail. This time, it was the lava giant whose body emitted light and heat. Night Lion shook his head and sighed. The decision to send spies to find the faceless deviants was not wrong. The only mistake was bad luck. Bad luck indeed. Red Bull Arkuan mumbled. The second corpse ghost outbreak occurred in the Barrenland because Frost God's plan in the Barrenland was exposed. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. At this time, Seven Treasures and Lion God's meditation battle had already lasted for a month. Over the past month, the two of them had not eaten or drunk anything. They had been standing on one leg in the snowstorm that was 20 to 30 degrees below zero while chanting scriptures non-stop. The two of them did not violate their vows, nor did they use any divine arts to cheat. They relied on their willpower and the power of their souls to hold on. After a month of hard work, both of them were as thin as skeletons. The priestly robes that had been ironed perfectly a month ago now looked like a tattered flag hanging on a bamboo pole. However, they were still persevering. Their mental strength was stable, and it seemed that they could still hold on for a long time. Whether it was the barbarians or the 200 dukes, they were all sincerely convinced by the two masters. They were both respectful and fearful. This wasn't a big deal. Even if the fighting continued for a month, greatly wasting the time the barbarians had to prepare for war, if they didn't fight, the 200 dukes wouldn't listen to Chizang's arrangements. They wouldn't form a united front against ghosts. Unfortunately, the Alliance of Justice and Order was also interested in the barbarian city's fights, so they arranged for the gods to gather information about the faceless deviant ghosts in the barbarian city. The Alliance of Justice and Order did not want to know the results of the battle. They had believers, and they could also descend with their wills. No matter what method they used, they could immediately understand the situation of the battle. The spies' main purpose was to find out about Tyrion's situation. Chizang was outside the city, participating in the Diana battle. Wouldn't the dwarf's protective power be empty? Coincidentally, the god who was scouting for information about the dwarf accidentally encountered an army of Gowls outside the barbarian city. There were hundreds of thousands of Gowls. The barbarian city was currently in a gathering of 200 dukes. The Frost God was also preparing a big conspiracy in the barbarian city. He was quietly gathering the dead people in the barbarian city. Once the Bow family and the 200 rebellious dukes fell out, the millions of living dead would rush over like a flood, killing the living and reviving the dead. There was an 80% chance that they could wipe out the human forces in the barbarian city in one fell swoop. The Frost God's plan was very vicious, but also very feasible. As long as the Million Gowls ambush was completed, the barbarian city would definitely fall if the humans didn't die out. However, in order to hide their tracks, the spies of the Alliance of Justice and Order specifically chose a hidden route. Then, They encountered the Gowls who were hiding their tracks. What should they do if they encountered them? The Frost God had no choice but to act personally. A strand of his will descended on the faceless deviant ghosts, capturing 4 of the 5 spies in one fell swoop. The remaining one flew quickly and escaped. What should they do if they escaped? The Frost God could only act in advance. Hundreds of thousands of Gowls poured down from the 9 heavens like an avalanche. After 8,000 years, the barbarians once again saw deviant ghosts, and they were once again taken away in one wave. The Dragon Queen was actually right. We are wasting our own hope of survival. We should have signed the investiture of the gods earlier and established a united front against the ghosts. Seeing the camp of the 200 dukes outside the city being drowned by the tide of living dead, Kuei-shi on the city wall felt his limbs go cold, unable to speak. Stop fighting. Grandmaster Chizang, save my life. The deviant ghosts are coming. Bo Tianzi's old face twisted as he shouted himself hoarse. However, even though he shouted himself hoarse, Chizang ignored him. That was because the great god lion Strength was still standing on the pillar opposite him. The corpse tide had already drowned the battle platform. The Gowls had even piled up into a mountain of human flesh below the oak pillar, but the 2 of them were still fighting. However, Chizang's victory was already in sight. As the chanting of sutras became louder, a golden ball of holy light spread out from his body. The Gowls near the halo all howled in pain as if they were being roasted. There were no Gowls below him, but a pile of flesh gradually piled up below Great God Lion Strength. I've lost, Great God Lion Strength said with a hoarse voice. Thank you for letting me win, Grandmaster He-sha. Chizang immediately leapt into the air. The entire barbarian capital seemed to tremble a few times under the great mighty heavenly dragon chant. Raise fire and burn the heavens. Chizang's entire body was covered in a layer of flames. He charged left and right amidst the Gowls like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Deviant ghosts and Gowls, as long as they were hit by him, they would immediately burn into matchsticks. Wherever he passed, a long trail of flames would be left behind in the snow. It's all thanks to Chizang this time. Otherwise, barbarian capital would have fallen, and the 200 dukes would have been wiped out. Barbarian land would really be finished. Lai Yang Lalo sighed. You're saying it as if we didn't do anything, Pale Holy Child said in displeasure. As long as we're willing to do something, protecting the main cities of barbarian land is not a problem. However, what should we do next? Lai Yang Lalo said hesitantly, why don't we transfer a few powerful deities from the Alliance to oversee barbarian land? We're not going to ambush Dani Lilith. The more dangerous the situation is, the more anxious she will be. The more anxious she is, the more likely she will come to Yanghai, Night Lion said solemnly. But I'm anxious too. Lai Yang Lalo said anxiously, this long night is different from the past. I have a bad feeling that Frost God might be going all out in the world pendant this time. He's going all out. He wasn't this active the previous few times, allowing Deviant Ghost King and Savior to do whatever they wanted. He wasn't as smart as this time, not willing to let go of any flaws that humans reveal. Frost God is serious, he said solemnly. Don't forget your identity, Lalo. You're no longer Savior, Red Bull Arkuan mocked. Saving the world is Dani Lilith's matter. It has nothing to do with you. We're now the Alliance of Justice and Order. The Alliance of Justice and Order's only goal is to get rid of Dani Lilith. After dealing with her, you can play the savior game as much as you want. We'll also applaud you from the side. Idiot, not every long night is destined to end. Lalo's eyes were full of disdain. He said coldly, if we're too optimistic, the worst thing will happen. How bad can it be? It's nothing more than returning to darkness and coldness. Red Bull Arkuan shrugged and said disapprovingly, we have at least 20 gods here from that era, including you, Lalo. There's no white heifer in the dark world, a god of darkness laughed. Arkuan was conflicted. A world without the white heifer is indeed unbearable. Night Lion said, Lalo, change into the shadow demon form. Lalo hesitated. You're too radical now. Your brain is muddled. Night Lion frowned. Lalo sighed. With a bang, he exploded into a ball of red flames with black smoke. There was a shadow under the flames. The flames gradually extinguished, and the shadow grew bigger. Finally, the flames disappeared, and a tall demon with a bull's head, snake's body, and scorpion's tail appeared on the throne. It was the shadow demon Lalo. I miss that dark, cold, and ancient era. Let the savior meet the deviant ghost. Let the frost god do whatever he wants. We'll just wait here for that bitch Danny rise. After changing into the shadow demon form, Lalo no longer felt a sense of urgency and responsibility towards the long night. That's more like it. Arkuan laughed. The Light King only became the savior once, and his brain was already affected by the world will. Night Lion said coldly, I let the shadow demon out because the flame demon is too impulsive. But his thoughts are not wrong. We have to do something. We can't let the deviant ghosts continue to wreak havoc in barren land. It's not to save the world, but to save ourselves. How are we in danger? Red Bull was confused. Idiot. Army god Bakran mocked. When the deviant ghosts become the main character of the next era, the frost god will be the king of all gods. We have to bow down to him. Don't you understand this? Arkuan's eyes widened. He had an awkward expression. I really neglected the frost god. You're right. We can't let that outsider take advantage of us. Then, he had an idea. He laughed sinisterly. Why don't I go to barren land and become the savior? While attacking the frost god and stabilizing the situation, I can also become brothers with Chizang, the savior of the world, and become sworn brothers. Then, through Chizang, I can get in touch with Danny Rise, and then a pale holy child's eyes lit up. He praised, Arkuan, you're really good at eating brains. Night Lion and the dark demon gods also looked at Red Bull Arkuan with admiration. Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, I heard it all. A bone chilling will spread from outside the hall. The gods' expressions changed drastically. They stood up in unison. Their god power surged, and all kinds of powerful witchcraft were ready to be unleashed. Don't be nervous. I'm the only one here. Cold mist flowed into the Dragon King's hall with the wind. In the pale white mist, there was a pair of blue eyes that resembled flashlights. As it approached the gods, the mist quickly disappeared like cotton in fire. It revealed the butterfly spirit in the mist. The woman's body had a pair of icy blue butterfly wings with strange patterns. There was also a pair of pink and cute fleshy feelers on her forehead. This was supposed to be a beautiful butterfly fairy. However, her skin was very strange. It was like an African with albinism. It also looked like a poor-quality foundation was applied on her black skin. It was powder made from ice shards. Naz, you're not dead. But your statues have cracked. Your believers have lost their divine arts and have lost their sense of you. What's going on? Have you become a god spirit Gaul? Night Lion gulped and spoke with difficulty. I'm dead, but I'm alive again. My almighty lord sang the song of ice and converted all my god power and divinity into the powerful ice attribute. Then, he sang the song of death and I returned from my slumber. I've returned. I'm no longer who I was in the past. Believers and temples are meaningless. Butterfly spirit flapped her wings. Ice shards with a faint blue glow fell and surrounded her body. It was very beautiful. Meaningless. The gods' expressions were unpleasant. I'm afraid this world is meaningless to you. What are you doing here? The world is more meaningful to me now. I'm working hard to build a new world. It's a pity that I'm alone and need your help. The butterfly sprite laughed. Chapter 1009. Did Frost God send you here? How did he know we were in Valeglia? Lalo asked nervously. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you know what happened to flying fish after seeing me? Butterfly Fairy laughed. The gods were silent. That day, they sent out a total of 10 gods to inquire about the faceless deviant ghosts. 5 of them went to the western continent of Ursus. The other 5 were supposed to be scattered in the cities of the Jade Sea, but they accidentally encountered Frost God's army. Other than the god with the fastest flying speed who escaped, the remaining 4, including Butterfly Fairy and Flying Fish, were all killed by Frost God. The Alliance of Justice and Order thought that they were completely annihilated. Now it seemed that Frost God had subdued them. And Flying Fish happened to know the Alliance's arrangement in the Smoke Sea. Fuck. Arkuan cursed in a low voice. I told you, it's better to arrange fewer spies than to send out the gods in the Smoke Sea. You didn't listen. Now, the plan is exposed. Sending a few more spies is also to figure out the deviant ghost's movements earlier. This arrangement was not wrong, but we were too unlucky to encounter Frost God. Night Lion's expression was ugly as he stared coldly at Butterfly Fairy. Why didn't that bastard go to the Westeros to torment Dany Lilith? Why did he come to the barren land to make trouble? The land of the sunset is his only entrance into the world. In the city of Ursus and the far east barren land, he can only put a hand and half ahead through the cracks. What's the use of his will descending? The alliance of justice and order was very strict. All the gods who prepared to ambush Dragon Queen had to stay in the ruins of Valeglia. Except for the big bosses, the other gods were not allowed to go out. The investigation work was supposed to be left to the peripheral members of the Alliance of Justice and Order. They didn't know about the ambush circle in the Smoke Sea, such as Butterfly Fairy. However, Chizhang had killed too many evil gods, and there were not enough gods who were fast, good at investigation, and hiding. As a last resort, the Alliance of Justice and Order went to Nass Island and caught the god of harmony who was hiding in winter. Even if they were to recruit strong men and force neutral gods to join the alliance, there was still a lack of manpower in the investigation work. Left with no other choice, the few big bosses of the Alliance of Justice and Order could only risk releasing a few powerful heavenly gods who were on an ambush mission. And then, they were defeated. The butterfly elf said, "It's the same as you forming the Justice Alliance. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen is strong and can't be defeated. His Majesty the Supreme God is blocked in the Westeros, so he can only change his strategy. First take the 4 remote places, and then gather the forces of the 4 sides to encircle and suppress the center." Supreme God. The pale holy child spat. That Escod is truly shameless. When the long night is eternal, His Majesty, the Frost God, will be the Supreme God. You should work hard to get used to his supreme identity, the butterfly sprite said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. The long night won't last forever. Cold God wants to use the same trick again, but that depends on whether the gods agree or not, Night Lion said coldly. The butterfly sprite smiled faintly and said, in the last long night, you couldn't stop His Majesty the Supreme God. This long night is even fiercer, but you wasted all your energy on the savior Dany Rise. When 2 tigers fight, how can you have the power to interfere with us? Night Lion and the other big bosses were hit where it hurt, and their expressions became even worse. The last long night, the situation in the Westeros was somewhat similar to the current situation. Cold God could not break through the defense of the Door God and the Three-Eyed Crow at all. He could not even take a step into the World Gate. In the past many world pendants, Cold God wanted to enter this world, but he could not do it. The world pendant had happened many times, and every time it fell, it would cause the sun to be extinguished. Just like how the third-floor street lamp could only illuminate the third-floor walkway, when the floor fell, the third floor became the height of the second floor, and it could not receive the illumination of the third-floor street lamp. They had to change the lamp. Of course, the sun was not only used for illumination. It was also like a Kongming lantern that had an upward pull on the world. Just like the Kongming lantern, its pulling effect was too poor. Instead, it would be crushed by the falling force of the world. This was the root cause of the extinguishment and rebirth of the sun. Unless one day, Dany could ignite a huge hydrogen balloon and use the initial flame as fuel, it would produce the power to drag the entire world. As long as the hydrogen balloon was big enough, it could even bring the world up and enter a higher floor. Well, ascension was too far away, and the world was still falling. However, the early long nights were different from the current ones. To be more direct, the long nights at that time had Cold God, but there were no deviant ghosts. Moreover, Cold God had always been blocked outside the door. The long nights brought Cold God, not Cold God brought the long nights. Every time the world pendant happened, Cold God would come to knock on the door. He was like a hard-working and simple renovation master, hoping to enter the world and use the falling force of the world as a raw material to modify the warm sunny world into an ice era. The three-eyed crow was the gatekeeper, and Door God was the community's security captain. They each kicked Cold God, who had come to do free renovation, away and shouted, "Get lost. If you dare to come again, we'll beat you up every time we see you." Countless years had passed, and the old house of the Song of Ice and Fire had become more and more dilapidated. Wind was leaking everywhere, and because of the collapse of the roof, many owners who were holding up the pillars were killed. Some of the owners were afraid of death and had been hiding in the basement. Door God frowned. He squatted at the gate and finished smoking. After he put out the last cigarette, he stood up and waved at the renovation worker who was hiding behind a pile of snow and peeking at him and the dilapidated community behind him. "I want to ask, is your renovation really effective?" Seeing this, the renovation worker was overjoyed. He ran over, took out his iPad, opened the PowerPoint, and eloquently sold his renovation plan to Door God, as well as the bright future that the new renovation would bring to the community. On one hand, Door God felt that the renovation worker who was doing the PowerPoint was unreliable, but on the other hand, he had no choice but to do so. Half of Door God stayed in the community and continued to be the community's security captain, while the other half formed a team with the renovation worker. The latter was then upgraded to a more powerful contractor. Even though only half of Door God stayed in the community, the contractor still couldn't get through the gate. However, with the other half of Door God's help, the contractor could easily find loopholes in the broken wall and interfere with the community's internal affairs. One day, the contractor came up with a good idea. He used the loopholes in the wall to lure a group of community members into becoming loafers. The loafers caused trouble in the community, and the security captain was too tired to deal with them, so the contractor broke into the community. That was what happened during the last long night. At that time, Door God's strength was weak, but he hadn't died yet. Cold God had set the world's first empire, the Kingdom of Dawn, as his primary target. The Prince of the Kingdom of Dawn got a piece of black stone that fell from the sky. From it, he realized a set of peerless divine arts and trained himself into a cold and bloodthirsty devil. He first usurped his sister's throne, then directed a bloody chaos that affected the land. Only then did the long night reach its climax. Now, Dragon Queen had inherited the position of Door God's security captain. She did a good job and left several footprints on the contractor's face. In desperation, the contractor could only repeat the same trick. The reason why I repeated the same trick is because this strategy can't be cracked and it works every time. When the land falls and the corpse tide appears all over the world, what can Dany and Rhys do? The door of the Westeros will be opened. This time, the supreme cold god will come to this world in its entirety. With all his power, he will be unrivaled and unstoppable, the butterfly fairy said with a fanatical expression. "You are a butterfly fairy," the night lion reminded. "You naturally desire dew, morning sun, and nectar. The world of ice is purgatory for you." The excitement on the butterfly fairy's powdered black face disappeared. She looked at him with resentment and said, "Do I have a choice? My nature is tranquil. I guard a small Nass island and live a small life that stands aloof from worldly affairs. It's you. You came to Nass Island and forced me to join the Justice Alliance. If I dare to disobey, I will be beheaded without mercy. It's just because I fly fast and have the help of the butterfly envoys to spread out and gather information. Even Dany and Rhys are not as arrogant as you. She has my believers under her and has long known that there is a god on Nass Island. After the Justice Alliance was formed, I asked the people of Nass to pray to me and discuss the possibility of forming an alliance. I didn't want to participate in your affairs, so I didn't respond to those believers. When Dany and Rhys understood what I meant, they never bothered me again. What about you? You are not even as good as her evil king. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my orders, the night lion said coldly. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my lord's orders, the butterfly fairy said sarcastically. What does Frost God want to do? Lalo asked solemnly. The butterfly fairy spread her wings. Her figure was graceful and light. Blue ice crystals surrounded her body like stardust. She turned around and asked with a smile, How am I now? No horns and no scales. Your skin looks like it has psoriasis. It's very ugly, Lalo said honestly. The butterfly fairy touched the ice powder on her face and shook her head. I'm not talking about your appearance. Gods don't care about appearances. You seem to have become a mutant ghost god. The night lion frowned. Your strength has also become stronger, Red Bull said solemnly. The butterfly fairy nodded and said, my supreme lord used the cold power of the void to transform my body from the inside out, from my soul to my body. She was originally a black girl with colorful butterfly wings. Her skin was darker than carbon and her eyes were golden. She was a proper Nas person when she folded her wings. Or rather, the Nas person was her descendant. In the last era of the descendants of God, she, like many gods, had established a kingdom with her bloodline as the main body on Nas Island. Now, the butterfly fairy's golden pupils had turned icy blue. Her skin was as pale as a mutant ghost, but it was not completely white. She looked like she had vitiligo, or like a black person who had applied pearl powder on her face, but what fell were ice shards. When the supreme god's power entered my body, that feeling. The butterfly fairy looked intoxicated, like a drug addict who had gotten too high. I experienced a fullness and satisfaction that I've never experienced before. My heart has never been as calm and steady as it is now. I saw an extraordinary world. Our world is very big, but it's just a wave in the boundless void. Compared to the cold and void of the outer realm, the bright and lively world is so short and insignificant. Pausing for a moment, he scanned the gods. You are all very powerful, but I swear, compared to my almighty Lord who fills the void with his divine power, your combined power is like a snowflake on a vast snowfield. If we're only equivalent to a snowflake, why would the frost god send you to be a lobbyist? Lalo said coldly. You've all felt my current power. The butterfly fairy smiled. The ice was like a spider web, quickly climbing onto the surrounding black stone throne and floor. Twisting off your head is no harder than killing a chicken. Night Lion snorted coldly. His right eye turned from black to white. Scorching sunlight filled the entire hall, and the ice and snow suddenly disappeared. The butterfly fairy staggered back a few steps and forced a smile. Your Majesty Night Lion has misunderstood. I have no intention of provoking you. It's just that I was once like an ant. Now, after receiving the Supreme God's transformation, I've immediately become a chicken. Isn't anyone tempted by such a transformation in the nature of life? Now, you're just snowflakes. After the transformation, the gods will come on. Bakran interrupted Nas impatiently. We're not stupid. Instead of being free gods, why do we have to be dogs for the frost god? Could it be that his head is bigger than Danylysis? Yes, my lord's head is as grand as the universe. He can crush Danylysis' little head with one finger, the butterfly fairy said seriously. Chapter 10:10. 2 years after the long night, the north wind was still howling, but it was much weaker than before. The snow had long stopped because the entire sky was dry and cold. There were no more clouds dropping water vapor. All the rivers in the world were frozen. The Blackwater River, the Mandaya River, the Trident River, the Honey River, and the Greenblood River in the Westeros were all frozen. The Rhone River in the Ursos continent was also frozen at its source. One day in the future, the human world would have the same temperature as the Great Wall. The north wind would stop completely, and there would be no more sound in the natural world. It would be as quiet as a tomb. In this dark and cold world, Denzel felt like he was a living corpse in a tomb. He had just brought back a basket of tree root bark from outside the city and had missed lunch. He huddled by the fire and numbly gnawed on the hard bread made of tree root flour and bran. As the flames flickered, he seemed to be hearing things. In his days, the voice of old Nan from the harvest hall rang out. People grow up in the cold and die in the cold. They never see the arrival of spring. The king in the castle is no different from the lowest servant. They all freeze to death in the long winter. Mothers kill their children so that they will not be born to suffer. They cry loudly, but their tears freeze on their cheeks. Daddy, his daughter's cat-like cries woke him up from his trance. Denzel looked around him. His sickly father-in-law, his daughter who looked like a stick of reed, and his emaciated wife who had half her chest exposed. Her expression was dull as she allowed her infant to cry. Am I still in a dream? I should be. Otherwise, why would the scene in front of me be exactly the same as in old Nan's story? He mumbled blankly. I'm dreaming. Old Nan's story is too scary. I have nightmares. I can't sleep well. If I doze off while ploughing the fields tomorrow, I'll be scolded by the Count Daddy. His daughter tugged at his sleeve pitifully. Ah! Denzel screamed. He was so shocked that the bread in his hand fell out. His daughter looked at the black and dry bread and gulped. However, she still picked it up sensibly and handed it to her father. Brother is crying, the 9-year-old Dina said softly. There's no milk. Hannah eats tree bark flour every day. There's no milk to feed the child. His father-in-law turned over in the tattered sheepskin bedding and sighed. He was only 50 years old, but he looked like he had lived for 150 years. Once upon a time, his father-in-law's loud voice could make him tremble with fear even from 10 acres away. Now, his voice was so weak that it could not alarm the sparrows on the threshing floor, if there were any sparrows left. Denzel was now fully awake. He did not have nightmares. Instead, he lived in a real world that was even more terrifying than nightmares pentus under the long night. Denzel hastily ran to the outer room and retrieved a large earthen jar from the square table. He threw his black bread into the jar and hesitated for a moment. Then, he bent down and retrieved a bronze key from the 7th floor tile in the southwest corner of the room. He crawled under the square table and uncovered the 8 floor tiles in the center. A window-sized oak door appeared in front of him. He unlocked it with a key, revealing a dark hole under the door. The sallow and emaciated middle-aged man quietly came to the door of the central room and peeked into the courtyard through the crack of the door. It looked like a courtyard house, but the courtyard was long and narrow. There were long rows of houses on both sides, and dozens of families lived there. To be able to live in such a house, one must be above the middle class in Pentus. At least the house belonged to him completely. Most of the freedmen either relied on renting the houses of the princes of trade to survive or were burdened with mortgages that they would never be able to repay in their lifetime. At that moment, the courtyard was dark. The snow had been shoveled away, leaving the ground and sky dark. Only the top of the low chimney of the brick bed and the fireplace could be vaguely seen. Black smoke with tiny sparks rose from it. Without the starving refugees staring at his house, Denzel heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the square table and burrowed into the dark hole like a groundhog. After about 10 minutes, he crawled out again. His hands, which were covered in yellow mud, were holding something. In his left hand was a shriveled apple and a frozen turnip. In his right hand was a piece of black-red smoked meat the size of a cell phone. He carefully washed the turnip, apple, and smoked meat, cut them into pieces, and placed them into the earthen jar. He filled it with water and carried it into the bedroom. 2 years after the sun went out, the brick bed that Dragon Queen had invented gradually became a standard feature of the surviving families. Everyone was already used to sleeping in a shared bed as a family. If conditions permitted, they would even build a fireplace next to the fire pit. The warmer the house, the slower the hunger. It's not dinner time yet. If we eat now, we'll still be hungry at night, the father-in-law mumbled. Let's eat one more meal today. Eat 3 meals to nourish Hannah's body. Denzel hung the earthen jar on the fireplace before walking to his wife and daughter. He split the remaining apple core into 2 and gave one half to his daughter while stuffing the other half into his wife's mouth. An apple. The little girl, Dina, was pleasantly surprised. She carefully placed it in her mouth. You went to the cellar to get food again? The middle-aged woman, Hannah, was a little angry. We have tree root noodles now. Although it tastes terrible, it's not like we can't survive. Those fruits are one less fruit after another. We have to leave some for Jamie. Denzel looked at the baby boy in the swaddling clothes and frowned. He's only 6 months old. His teeth aren't even fully grown yet. We'll eat it when he grows up, when he gets married, and when he's a child, his wife said. Denzel was speechless. You're thinking too far ahead. The long night will last for a generation. Perhaps Jamie will never see summer in his lifetime. But at least let him have a taste of the fruits of summer, the woman said sadly. The Dragon Queen only needs 10 years to end the long night. Now that 2 years have passed, there are only 8 years left. How old will Jamie be 8 years later? He'll definitely see summer, Denzel said. The Red God Priestess said that the 7 gods were lying, Hannah said. I believe the Queen's words. Our family is where we are today because of the Queen's grace, Denzel said. Yes, Danny had met him once when she rode the dragon to the Lun River in search of the earth and steel statue. However, Danny had never interacted with him personally. The one who had given him grace was John Clinton. The Red God Priestess isn't the only one who said that. The priests of the other temples also said that. Hannah's expression was hesitant. If the Dragon Queen refuses to comply with the will of heaven, the long night will never end. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped on the face. Denzel said angrily, I've said it many times. This is a rumor purposely spread by the evil gods. Those filthy Justice League. Denzel. The old father-in-law lifted the tattered sheepskin mattress and stood up to reprimand him. Watch your words. Do you think you can slander the gods? And Hannah, you clearly know that Denzel is the leader of the beggar army, Poor People's Assembly, but you still dare to speak ill of the Dragon Queen in front of him. The old father-in-law wasn't angry because his daughter was slapped. After the son-in-law received a few gold royals from the Queen's knight, he had the right to hit his wife in front of his father-in-law. He was worried that his son-in-law would offend the gods. This wasn't a groundless worry. If you scolded the Justice League and your neighbor heard it, the neighbor would casually tell the priest of any temple. Usually, that temple belonged to the Justice League. Today, 2 years after the long night, especially the demon riot tragedy that happened in Reese a year ago, it shocked the entire world. The gods and mortals were closer than ever before. I'm sorry, Denzel sighed and stroked his wife's red and swollen cheek. He said, you can't read, but you've heard people talk about the secret records of the gods. You shouldn't be so ignorant. Hannah turned her head angrily and avoided her husband's right hand. She said coldly, the secret records is a forbidden book compiled by the scholars. The words in it can't be trusted. The more the gods listed it as a forbidden book, the more it proves. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't say anything to Boo in the end. He only said, it doesn't matter who's right. It only matters who's done more. If it wasn't for the Church of the 7 Gods, Pentus would have fallen like the Midsummer Islands and the cities of the Jade Sea. Even if you don't know about the Midsummer Islands and the cities of the Jade Sea, you should know about the neighboring Koa, right? They claimed that they were protected by the gods and didn't allow the Church of the 7 Gods to enter the city. In the end, the city of more than 300,000 people, plus the millions of people in the surrounding cities, were all drowned in the tide of corpses. In the face of a mere 100,000 corpses, Koa, which was protected by the gods, couldn't even hold on for a day. Before the city fell, Prince Koa had nowhere to go and no one to ask for help. He shamelessly sent a message to the Holy Church of Pentus. I was in the Holy Church at that time, listening to Bishop Hagen's preaching. I saw with my own eyes, Prince Koa and hundreds of other nobles crawling on the ground like dogs in the candlelight. They begged the bishop to send a message to Dragonstone Island while crying, the gods are useless. The gods couldn't even withstand a single wave of the descending gods. The gods are immoral. When they saw that the situation was bad, they ran away immediately, completely ignoring the lives of the millions of people in the city. Unfortunately, it was too late to ask for help at that time. It's bad enough that Koa fell, but Pentus is just next door. Denzel sighed and shook his head with a frown. A mere 100,000. Isn't 100,000 corpses scary enough? Hannah muttered. 100,000 living dead in Westeros can only raise the danger index of a city from green to pink. Only 1 million corpses will trigger a red alert, Denzel said proudly and bitterly. He was a Westeros. After he grew up, he settled down on the other side of the narrow sea. Before the faceless deviant ghost outbreak, he was glad that he was far away from home. Now, he hated that he couldn't go back to the 7 nations where the danger index was all green. Gurgle gurgle. As the couple spoke, the broth in the pot started to boil. His father-in-law wrinkled his nose and said in surprise, there's still bacon and turnips. Hannah's milk has dried up. Denzel was even more bitter. Hannah's expression changed. She pointed at the 3 wrist-sized vents in the corner and said anxiously, "Quick, block the vents. Don't let the aroma spread to the yard." Her father-in-law hurriedly got off the bed and found 3 pairs of worn-out socks to block the vents. Half a month ago, someone on Shimon Street forgot to close the windows while cooking meat at night. As a result, the residents in the nearby streets started to riot. "We thought that the family had a lot of food. Who knew that after hundreds of rioters rushed into their house, they only found half-cooked children in the pot?" Hannah said softly, "If you really have the heart to eat your own children, why don't you join the volunteer corps and go outside the city to catch corpses?" "Corpses can be eaten too," Denzel said disdainfully. "But corpses eat people too," Hannah said with a trembling voice. "The ones that eat people are deviant ghosts." Her father-in-law looked at the steaming pot and gulped. He said, "After we finish the broth, make a pot of pine needle tea to suppress the taste of meat in your mouth. Also, remember not to burp in front of outsiders. Don't poop outside for the next 2 days. We can't let people know that we've eaten meat." Chapter 10:11. It's all thanks to the gold royals that Lord Knight gave Denzel. It's also thanks to Denzel's trust in the Dragon Queen that he stocked up on a large amount of food before the long night arrived. How could there be so many? Denzel shook his head. "If we had known that the eternal night was real, we wouldn't have spent 3 gold royals to buy this house. Now that the property prices have plummeted, we've suffered a huge loss." Woo tilde woo tilde woo tilde. Suddenly, a deep bugle call came from outside the house. 3 times. The 2 men looked at each other in shock. Deviant ghosts are attacking the city. The sound of the bugle horn became more urgent, and the urgent shouts of the soldiers could be heard on the streets. "Quick, let's eat. The 3 of us have joined the church's armed forces. We'll most likely have to participate in the defense of the city," the old man said urgently. "If I have a full stomach, I can at least be a full gowl." His father-in-law was right. In less than half an hour, there were city guards shouting along the street, "Deviant ghosts are attacking. Adult men without a church background, report to the city wall guards. Those with a church background, report to the church you are affiliated with. The rest of the elderly, women, and children, go to the shelter arranged by the church." The old father-in-law burped and immediately shut his mouth, swallowing the smell of meat. He quickly grabbed a handful of pine needles and stuffed them into his mouth. As he chewed, he asked his son-in-law, "What should we do now? Our family has joined 3 different religions. Who will the children go with? Something's not right. I'm afraid this isn't a small fight." Denzel was also chewing on pine needles with a tinge of green in them. With a solemn expression, he said, "Why don't you bring Dina and Jamie to the great cathedral?" Hannah frowned and said, "I joined the Red God Church, and my father joined the Church of Earth and Sea. We get 1 kilogram of bran noodles from the church every week. If we don't go to the roll call today, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to get any relief food in the future." Although Crocodile God was dead, his church still existed. As the guardian of the city of Pentus for many years, the Church of Earth and Sea was the wealthiest church. Moreover, although the crocodile god had died, another evil god soon imitated the Dragon Queen's story and contacted the royal family of the Church of Earth and Ocean. The 2 sides made peace and reached a win-win agreement. The royal family allowed the evil god to take over the crocodile god's nest, and the evil god protected the royal family. The reason why Denzel and his family had joined different churches was not entirely because they wanted to receive more relief rations. The Red God was the mainstream religion of the trading city-state. Denzel's deceased mother-in-law had always believed in the Red God. Later on, Hannah also joined the Red God Church. His father-in-law belonged to the old school of Pentus. He believed in the local god, the god of earth and sea. As for Denzel, he was born in the Stormlands and had always served a noble like Selmy who was a devout believer of the 7 gods. Naturally, he had also been a believer of the 7 gods since he was young. When 7 Treasures built the Holy Church in Pentus, Denzel was the first believer who went to pray. He even refused Veres's bounty and volunteered to be a member of the 50-cent party. He roped in a group of Andal's neighbors to support the newly opened Holy Church. Later on, when Chisang left Pentus, He personally baptized Denzel and converted him into a Star Warrior. Star Warrior is the official title of the Poor People's Gathering and the Beggar Army. Only those with local residences and registered church membership could receive a small amount of relief food from the church. However, the followers of the Seven Gods Church could not receive the relief food. As the Holy Church was newly established, they could not store food in advance, nor did they have the means to purchase food. In fact, Pope Danny had once issued a decree forbidding the church from purchasing food from the people. Of course, the Church of the Seven Gods had their own ways to feed their believers. The monks would learn from Slave Bay and organize believers to engage in a long night of production. They would go outside the city to gather firewood, pluck tree roots, pluck tree leaves, and summon small sons to fish in the sea. This morning, Denzel joined the beggar army and went outside the city to peel tree bark. He only returned home at 2 in the afternoon. Compared to other families, Denzel's family was already considered to be in the upper middle class. However, once they gave up on the church's relief food for his father-in-law and wife, their living standards would definitely drop by a level. "Don't worry. The Red God will protect me," Hannah said as she looked at her husband who was struggling. "Child." Denzel gritted his teeth and took the baby boy from his wife's arms. He said, "Dina will take care of Jamie. Follow me to the Holy Church. Even if Pentus falls, the other ghosts won't be able to enter the place of glory of the Seven Gods." Hannah still wanted to argue, but her father-in-law held her back and whispered, "We don't know about the gods, but there's one thing we're certain of: the Holy Mother is the strongest god. She far surpasses the Light King." Lalo formed an alliance with the gods to deal with the Dragon Queen. However, the Dragon Queen is only one of the Holy Mother's believers, the old man said wisely. Hannah was convinced. She looked at the swaddling clothes reluctantly and began to put on a patched light yellow robe. In the Red God Temple, only great monks who could represent the Red God and possessed extraordinary talent were considered red-robed monks. The Red God's priest apprentices were dressed in orange robes. The yellow-robed monks were the temple attendants, while the orange-robed and red-robed monks were the servants. However, the yellow-robed monks were considered to be part of an institution. They were official workers and had an iron rice bowl. The employees of the institution were much stronger than the wild monks. Denzel also put on a tattered leather armor and the grey linen robe of the beggar army. When he walked out of the house, he realized that the streets were already brightly lit. All the torches, and braziers in the city were lit. It was as if they wanted to use these sparks to scare the monsters of the cold and darkness. Passing through the chaotic crowd, Denzel carried his son with his left hand and his daughter with his right. After many twists and turns, he quickly arrived at the Holy Church in the center of the city. Seeing the tower of light shining from the dome of the Holy Church, he, like everyone else, heaved a sigh of relief. He slowed down and no longer panicked. His daughter carried her brother and walked into the basement in the backyard of the Holy Church with a group of old women and children. Denzel took the iron sword and the dragon crystal spear and went to find Archbishop Hagen. He would be the Archbishop's bodyguard. Yes, Denzel had a good political background and a good resume. He served the Dragon Queen and Qizong. He was trusted by the current Archbishop. In Pentus, many atonement scrolls were given out, but there were not many true believers of the Seven Gods. There were 200 warriors' sons and 500 beggar army members. Among the warriors' sons, there were 30 West Eros, 10 church paladins, and 20 volunteer knights. They were all elites. Archbishop Hagen, the prince hopes that you can guard the East Gate and defend against the zombies coming from Valeglia Avenue. Soon, the palace guard rushed to the Holy Church and handed the Archbishop a letter of appointment. "The deviant ghosts are coming from the east." A paladin frowned. The guard smiled awkwardly and approached Monk Hagen. He whispered, "Please forgive us, Archbishop. The princes know that the East Gate is the most dangerous, but you are the strongest in Pentus. Including the beggar army members, we only have 700 people." Hagen sighed. The guard came from a branch of the royal family, so he knew some secrets that only the higher-ups knew. He smiled bitterly and said, "The Church of the Seven Gods has you, 10 priests, 10 paladins, and a total of 21 transcendents. You are much stronger than the other churches." Transcendents. Hagen's mouth twitched. You flatter me. He did not expect that a level 2 priest of the great cathedral of Baylor would become an transcendence one day. Moreover, other than him, the paladins and priests of the great cathedral of Pentus were only level 1. They were peripheral characters in the Curia. The guard said in awe, "You are too humble." In the past year, half of the transcendence gatherings in Pentus were hosted by priest Neymar under your command. Only the strongest transcendents are qualified to host the transcendence gatherings. Everyone knows that. Back then, when the Dragon Queen wanted to attend the transcendence gatherings, she was rejected. Today, her underling became a transcendence boss and began to host the transcendence gatherings. The transcendence gatherings were not a competition of fame, and it was impossible to become a master with just one receive hair. It was a competition of magic power and transcendence knowledge. It was a comprehensive competition, so Mr. Nangwa and Ma Baugwa could not take advantage of it. Hagen glanced at the white-robed priest Neymar, who had a solemn expression. That guy's priest level was not high, but he was a doctor in his early years. He was one of the doctors of the Naked Street. Because he was a rare believer of the 7 gods, he was kept in the great cathedral by the Sparrow to repent and atone for his sins. Later, he became a priest. Because of his rich transcendence knowledge, he was arranged by the archbishop to go to Pentus to make a name for himself. Now it seemed that the effect was not bad. However, Hagen hoped that Neymar could rope in a group of transcendents to convert to the 7 gods. The transcendence priest was stronger. Half of the 10 priests under his command came from the Dragon Queen's Royal Mage Regiment. Those guys were all old foxes who were familiar with the affairs of the trading city-states, so they were sent to Pentus. However, there was still some estrangement between the transcendence priests and the native Westeros priests. The transcendence priests knew the details of the Holy Mother, but they could not tell their 7 kingdoms priests in detail, so the estrangement was naturally born. In the end, Archbishop Hagen accepted the prince's commission. When they climbed up the city wall, the Gaul army was already within a 1-kilometer radius of the city wall. The Pentus people had built a sentry post outside the city. When the horn was blown 3 times, the Gauls were still 20 to 30 kilometers away from the city. In the darkness, deviant ghosts rode on huge ice spiders and resurrected dead horses. They walked out of the snowy plains, holding ice swords that were as thin as blades. The sentry post warned the soldiers of the corpse tide and escaped. They cried and drove the sleigh towards the city gate. Then, the Gaul horses caught up with them, and the ice swords slashed. They slaughtered all living things in front of them, humans and sleigh dogs. In the next moment, the dead were resurrected and joined the dense horde of corpses behind the deviant ghosts, which was like a moving carpet. It's over. This is not a small-scale attack by Gauls. There are more than 1 million of them, and no army can resist them. Denzel's hands and feet were cold, and he murmured, "I should have thought of it. Koa fell 2 months ago, so how could Pentus, which is next door, be spared? This Gaul army must have come from Koa, and followed Valeglia Avenue, which is a smooth journey. No, the Gaul army came from Norphos. Koa and Pentus are separated by Norphos. Norphos fell half a month ago, and the entire city and the surrounding villages and towns lost more than 2 million people." Denzel tilted his head and looked. It was the Holy Knight Arthur Errol, a young lord from the Hay Hall in the Land of Storms. Yes, the youngest son of the Count who did not have the right to inherit. Denzel's hometown, the Harvest Hall, was next door to the Hay Hall. He had seen Arthur's father from afar a few times in his early years. Although one was a lord and the other was a farmer, they were still from the same hometown, and their relationship had always been good. Norphos has fallen as well. Denzel's throat was dry. In the continent of Ursos, except for the coastal trading cities, almost all the inland cities have fallen. According to the news from Dragonstone Island, more than 20 million people have died in the past 6 months from the Narrow Sea to the Jade Sea, Arthur said with a serious expression. Chapter 10:12. 20 million? How many people are there? Denzel exclaimed. No less than 20 million. Sir Arthur looked at the Gauls approaching the city wall and sighed. According to the Queen's estimation, the world's population is only 1/3 of what it was before the sun was extinguished. If a narrow sea city-state like Pentus falls as well, then the human race is doomed. Denzel was confused and shocked. In fact, the real death toll was far more than 20 million. It had been more than half a year since the faceless deviant ghosts outbreak. The Dragon Queen's hell had collected more than 15 million souls, all of them from the continent of Ursos. 1/10 of them died of hunger and illness, while the rest died from the tide of zombies. Just the raised land alone contributed 10 million souls. In this era, because the rich kept slaves and remote villages were difficult to manage, the population of a country was almost impossible to calculate. But generally, they could be divided into the countrymen in the cities and the barbarians in the remote mountains. The countrymen had the opportunity to receive atonement scrolls from the 7 gods, but the barbarians had never even heard of the Holy Mother. The total population of the raised land was close to 20 million. Among the souls that entered hell, more than 90% did not have atonement scrolls at all. They could enter hell only because of one person, Eria. Eria exercised her authority as a stranger and stayed in the world of death 24 hours a day. She used a method close to plundering to search for souls that entered the world of death. Many believers of Lalo, the Night Lion, and the Pale Holy Child were also robbed by her. The Night Lion's main body was not in the raised land, and their faith was damaged, so they could not snatch as much as the Grim Reaper. The reason why Eria was so proactive was that each undead represented a point of experience points. Eria had harvested 10 million souls, which meant that the death toll in the raised land was even higher. According to the origin, number, and identity of the souls, Danny estimated that more than 85% of the people in the raised land had died. The zebra people were even worse than the raised land. Almost all of them were wiped out. The deviant ghosts had fulfilled the great wish of the Son of Heaven, Luo Bao. Thousands of ghouls washed the zebra tribe on the grassland like water washing the soil on a radish. 99% of the 100,000 zebra horsemen that had come south to Edu had perished. Only a few hundred zebra horsemen had managed to escape to Edu. The zebra tribe's Jahata died in battle amidst the countless undead that couldn't be killed. The zebra tribe's Grand Master, the Great God Horse, became a mage ghoul that could use the ice attribute ability. It could be said that even if the human race had another era, the zebra people were done for. The zebra people were not the only human race that had been wiped out. Jade Sea City and the central cities of Ursus didn't even have the chance to receive free atonement scrolls, but they still sent hundreds of thousands of new residents to the 7 Hells merchants. During this time, countless races disappeared from human civilization forever. Dragon Queen's guess of 20 million was only the lowest estimate. Perhaps the real figure was 30 million, 40 million, or even 50 million. For the Holy Mother, for the living. The Holy Knight's roar resounded from the city walls, and the battle to defend the city began. Warrior's blessing, Holy Mother's protection. Wung tilde wung tilde wung tilde. After another loud roar, the Holy Knight's longsword glowed with a layer of pure and warm holy light. As Dragon Queen's Song of Light neared perfection, the Holy Knight's control over the holy light became more flexible and flexible. Unknowingly, the holy light enveloping the weapon had become an important test for a level 1 Holy Knight. Kill. The great sword infused with holy light easily sliced the ghouls that were climbing up the wooden ladder into 2. Sparks were still flying out from the wounds of the broken corpses. The wooden ladder tactic that Dragon Queen came up with in Winterfell had already been proven to be the safest tactic in a city defense battle. Yes, it wasn't the most efficient, but the safest and most controllable. Denzel stood beside Archbishop Hagen and helped the Archbishop guard a wooden ladder. The Archbishop was close to 60 years old, but he still wore a chainmail and wielded a warhammer that glowed with holy light. Every time he smashed open the head of a ghoul, he would shout, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon." Denzel followed suit. After the dragon crystal spear pierced into the ghoul's eye socket, he shouted, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon." Although he wasn't even a priest, and although he still didn't know what kind of divine art the mighty heavenly dragon represented, he couldn't help but want to shout. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but other than the shout being particularly imposing, after he shouted it, he seemed to be stronger and his body didn't feel tired anymore. Mighty heavenly dragon. On the city wall, all the armed forces of the church started shouting. Then, The city guards and the militia followed suit. For a moment, at the East City Gate where the zombie tide was the fiercest, the humans were united and their morale was high. But Pentus had more than one East City Gate. Dang dang dang, only 15 minutes had passed since the Gowls attacked the city. From the North and West City Gates came the fierce sound of gongs and the terrified screams of soldiers. North City Wall 6 has fallen. West City Wall 3 has fallen. Pentus had few defenders because Bravos didn't allow it to have too strong a defense force. But the city of Pentus itself wasn't small. So, the long city wall was divided into many areas. Each section of the wall was marked with a number, and then a church was assigned to it. The priests and generals led the ordinary soldiers to guard it. Yes, an unlimited responsibility system. If a section of the wall was breached, the people would pay with their lives. For example, the Church of the Seven Gods was in charge of the second, third, fourth, and fifth sections of the East City Wall. North City Wall 6 belongs to the Church of Earth and Sea. How could it fall? Archbishop Hagen turned his head and looked at the corner of the North and East City walls in disbelief. It was indeed a mess. In the thick cold fog, the torches were extinguished one by one. Priest Neymar, he shouted to an old armored priest beside him. The whale-head god from the trembling sea has taken over the Church of Earth and Sea, right? Yes, they have the support of God. They shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Neymar understood the archbishop's doubts, but he was also puzzled. The city's guardian god must be stationed at the periphery of the city. Today, the deviants attacked the city, and Pentus was facing a life-and-death crisis. In theory, the god of Earth and Sea had to climb the city wall personally to fight for the city. So, the North City Wall should have been the safest area. The south of Pentus was the sea. The south of the city was the docks and the commercial area. The North City belonged to the nobles. Many royalty and trading princes lived there. Your Excellency, the third section of the West City Wall has also fallen. That's the defensive area of the Church of the Red Gods. Denzel's face was pale. The situation is not right. Why did the two most powerful sections of the wall fall first? What nonsense are you talking about? Sir Arthur rebuked angrily. We are the strongest. Hagen smashed another Gowl's head with his hammer. With a serious expression, he said, "It doesn't matter who is the strongest, but Denzel's concern is very reasonable. Be careful." Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with a golden light. He shouted, "There is a high-energy magic reaction in front. There is a powerful monster hiding among the Gowls. Be careful, a demon god is trying to ambush us." Archbishop Hagen came to a realization. Demon? How can there be a demon? Neymar's expression was distorted. He screamed, "Wildfire bombs, throw wildfire bombs immediately." Denzel and the rest of the beggar army did not know what was going on, but they quickly threw out wildfire flasks the size of a melon. Boom boom boom. The wooden ladder burned. The Gowls' corpses at the bottom of the wooden ladder burned. The green and dark red flames formed a moat of smoke and fire outside the city. But in the next moment, the red flames on the corpses and wooden ladder gradually extinguished. The wildfire was like a candle in the wind, swaying and dimming. The torches and braziers on the city wall were extinguished row by row. From near to far, even the houses behind the city wall were dark. Then, the residents screamed in panic. Some of the demon gods activated their ice domain. The fire elements were gradually repelled. The cold fog surged toward the East City Wall like a tsunami. When the exposed skin around the eyes of the warriors came into contact with the cold fog, they felt a needle-like pain. In just a moment, a layer of white frost hung over their eyelids. Hee-hee-hee. The cold fog was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. But accompanied by a soul-freezing laughter, a pair of blue eyes the size of bronze bells rose. As expected of a cultivator of the seven gods. You're much stronger than the archbishops of the churches. Before I even got close to the city wall, I was already discovered by you. But I'm curious. What kind of detection divine art did you use from so far away? The power of the seven gods is limitless. How can a traitor like you understand it? Archbishop Hagen's eyes widened in anger. More than half a year had passed. Countless large cities were clearly prepared, but they still fell to the zombie tide at an incomprehensible speed. It happened again and again. Gradually, some secrets were no longer kept secret. For example, after extraordinaires became ghouls, they would become ice mags. For example, there were deviant ghosts and demigods in the ghouls' army. They were once the gods of this world, but they accepted the power of the frost god and transformed themselves into the frost god. Of course, the news that those who had seen the frost god had become the living dead was only spread among the upper echelons of the major churches. Even the Dragon Queen was not 100% sure. Today was the first time Hagen and the others had seen the gods and deviant ghosts. Traitor! The gods and deviant ghosts laughed coldly. Cold air surged toward the city wall like a tidal wave. The wildfire was finally extinguished. Catcher, catcher! As long as the stone city wall and the people on the city wall came into contact with the cold fog, a thin layer of light blue frost would immediately form on their bodies. Denzel's teeth chattered. The heat and vitality in his body were like happy drinks in a small Coke cup. They were sucked forcefully by the oily mouth with the straw in it. In the blink of an eye, the bottom of the cup let out a dry sound. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, Holy tilde Mother tilde God tilde Palm tilde Suddenly, Archbishop Hagen's voice boomed in his ears like thunder. Holy Mother's palm! The evil god exclaimed. The blue eyes in the cold fog were quickly distancing themselves from the city wall. After the frost evil god retreated, the cold fog and cold air disappeared as well. Denzel came back to life. He looked at the Archbishop expectantly, hoping that he would leap up and fly into the air to unleash a palm technique that would descend from the sky. Tilde palm tilde Archbishop Hagen merely assumed the posture of the Holy Mother's palm. He dragged out the word, palm tilde. Denzel did not know that the Archbishop had such good lung capacity. Tilde palm tilde, huff huff huff. Finally, Hagen stopped and panted. He said hesitantly, sigh, Holy Mother's palm. I don't know how to use it. What a pity. What? The surrounding believers and militia were on the verge of breaking down. I don't know how to use Holy Mother's palm, Archbishop Hagen said awkwardly. I've watched too many dramas in Journey to the East, and I've always put myself in the role of the Archbishop of Seven Treasures. It's like a street kid shouting slogans. I've subconsciously shouted it as well. After shouting it, I realized that it wasn't right, but I was too embarrassed to change it immediately. I could only sigh. The expressions of Denzel and the others contorted. Bald tilde donkey tilde Hagen. In the distance, the evil god roared into the sky. How dare you make fun of me? I'll skin you alive. The cold fog surged forward at a speed faster than when it retreated. Demon, don't think that I'm bluffing. Hagen did not show any fear. Instead, he sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. Holy Mother of Mercy, Pentus can't be defended any longer. Your Majesty, please descend. Chapter 10:13. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be fooled by the same trick twice? Seeing Hagen sitting down with his legs crossed, the evil god of ice was sure that he was playing tricks again. It sneered and pounced on him without hesitation. But just as the evil god approached the city wall, a blinding golden light shot from Hagen's head like a sun and suddenly teleported to the top of the city wall. Ah, no, Hagen, you're evil, the evil god screamed in pain. The cold mist on its body evaporated instantly in the holy light, revealing a horrifying body with pale, wrinkled skin. The golden light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the ice crystal armor, the god's scaly skin, muscles, and bones without any hindrance. It was like the light passing through an illusory shadow under the sun. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone could clearly see the golden light and the demon god that was pierced by the golden light. The golden light that made the demon god wail in pain like concentrated sulfuric acid did no harm to the humans. Not only did it not harm them, but it also dispelled the chill and fear in their bodies in an instant. It was warm, like summer. I can't accept this. The evil god's 3-meter-tall ferocious body was like wax in a fire. It quickly melted into a torch and fell to the bottom of the city wall, burning miserably like the thousands of ghouls. Yes, not only the evil god of ice, but even the ghouls outside the city seemed to have fallen into a furnace at that moment. They lost control and fell to the ground, then spontaneously combusted into a fire. For a moment, the eastern city wall was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in the golden light. She was wearing blue and silver armor, and a huge cloak made of golden flames. She was emitting endless light and heat, like a goddess of the sun. Long live the queen, the humans will win. Archbishop Hagen supported himself with his hands and jumped up. His face was filled with fanaticism as if he had seen the Virgin. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live Her Majesty Dani Alice, long live the Pope. Dragon Queen, is here? Denzel looked at the sky in a daze. Fire. He heard her softly say a word. It was the same voice as the one in his memory. She was really the Dragon Queen. Boom. 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 A soft voice resounded throughout the entire Pentus. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, hundreds of thousands of torches suddenly soared up, illuminating the dark sky with a fiery red glow. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be ignited by flames. Denzel's pupils constricted. The ghouls and deviant ghosts outside the city walls, on the city walls, and even inside the city were all struggling and burning, turning into a sea of flames. Was this a dream? No. That's impossible. Most High, my lord, save, the evil god of ice, who was hiding in the tide of the living dead, howled at the top of its lungs. Like a meteor with a long tail of fire, it quickly moved away from Pentus and the Dragon Queen. However, before it could escape the range of the Dragon Queen's fire domain, it exploded into brilliant fireworks one after another. Is this a god? Denzel was in disbelief. This is a god. In the North District, inside the palace, the princes and royals walked out of the shelter and stood in the open-air yard with thousands of guards. They looked at the figure that was brighter than the sun above the east gate in shock. She's a god, one of the 7 gods. Everyone knows that, the extraordinaire guard beside the princes said bitterly. But she's too powerful. The princes looked around. Half of the city in the northwest was engulfed in a sea of flames. Because half of the city had been invaded by the tide of the dead, everything was now on fire. However, the flames of the ghouls did not ignite the surrounding buildings. Instead, they floated into the air like catkins in the wind and landed further outside the city, far outside the domain. They used the flames of the ghouls in the domain to burn the corpse tied outside the domain. Seeing the Dragon Queen's power, and thinking of the second god of earth and sea who was defeated by the evil god of ice in one move, Prince Pentus had the urge to cry. To celebrate the inauguration of the new god of the city, he sacrificed a son. He wondered if there would be any more gods and demons coming to Pentus to apply for the position of the third god of earth and sea. He wondered if the third guardian god would ask for the king's blood again. If they're not powerful, why would the gods form the righteous alliance? The wizard guard sighed. This. The prince was stunned. He said with a strange look in his eyes, why don't we also establish the 7 gods as the national religion in Pentus? Let Archbishop Hagen be the national teacher. If before he could finish, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the sky. Ice-blue lightning flashed across the sky. Suddenly, a dense lightning net appeared and formed a huge face in the sky. Dani rise, how dare you leave the West Eros? You're looking for death. The god of thunder roared. Then, he opened his mouth made of lightning and gently exhaled a breath of white air. There were no clouds in the sky for rain, but wherever the white air went, endless water vapor swarmed from between heaven and earth and condensed into an iceberg in the blink of an eye. The iceberg, with a bottom area of dozens of square kilometers, bigger than the city of Pentus, fell from the sky. Oh gods! This is the legendary forbidden spell. I can't believe I'm seeing a forbidden spell. The prince looked at the sky in despair, holding his head and wailing. Pentus is finished. We're all finished. Let the 7 gods' national religion and the national teacher Hagen go to hell. The Dragon Queen is a disaster. She attracted the god of frost, and the god of frost cast the forbidden spell. Without the Dragon Queen, we'll die too. Even if we're buried under the iceberg, at least we'll have a quick death. We won't have to become zombies and wreak havoc in the human world. Also, the god of frost isn't the only one who knows forbidden spells. The guard opened his eyes wide and looked at the Dragon Queen on the east gate with anticipation. He was waiting for a miracle. Then, the divine light in his eyes dimmed, along with the holy light above the east gate. The Dragon Queen disappeared. Did she run away? Damn it. That woman is the same as the gods. She ran away when she saw the situation was bad. The prince stomped his feet and cursed. His face was full of despair and resentment. Hoo-hoo-hoo. While the people of Pentus were in despair, a gust of wind suddenly blew above their heads. A strange wind column formed in the blink of an eye. It was a light green tornado in the sky. The green streamers were distinct and emitted a faint glow. It was extremely beautiful. The iceberg that fell toward Pentus like the heaven-flipping seal was stuck in the tornado in the sky. Like the soles of shoes stepping on ice in winter, the iceberg couldn't help but slip and tilt toward the outside of Pentus city. Rumble, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Ice shards flew everywhere. It was as if the whole world was shaking. The continental plates were broken like sugar cane. Everyone heard the sound of ice and earth exploding. Their vision was filled with ice and snow of different sizes. Countless zombies were smashed into meat paste by the iceberg. Pentus city, however, was intact. The danger of the iceberg was eliminated. The tornado in the sky also turned into wisps of green lines and disappeared without a trace. The figure of the Dragon Queen, emitting holy light, appeared again in the center of the tornado. Obviously, she didn't run away. Instead, she used the tornado to slip the iceberg. God! The prince fell to his knees on the cold marble floor. His heart was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. He couldn't help but cry. Long live the Holy Mother! The extraordinaire beside the prince shouted excitedly. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Holy Mother! The nearby guards and the prince's family cheered together. Raw and earth-shaking dragon's roar sounded in the sky above the face of thunder. The fierce roar that cut through the air, the angry dragon's roar, the scarlet dragon's flames, and the icy blue lightning mixed together. The megalosaurus was fighting the god of frost in the sky. The people of Pentus stopped cheering and stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. Swoosh! The Dragon Queen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Higher up in the sky, the flames were more intense. The raging flames lit up the entire sky. The icy blue lightning was completely drowned out. Only the thunderous roar of the god of frost shook the world from time to time. Hualala crackle. Everyone looked up at the sky, but soon found that it was raining. The raindrops were boiling hot. In the rain, there were also bean-sized hailstones that were bone-chilling. The Dragon Queen is fighting with the god of frost. Protect the prince and enter the palace, the head guard shouted. No, I don't want to go to the palace. I want to watch the battle of the gods, the prince said loudly as he broke free from the guard's pull. Go to the balcony and watch. The hailstones won't kill anyone, but it's hot and cold at the same time. There's also the high-energy magic of the gods in the water. It's easy to get sick, the extraordinaire guard advised. Besides, you're just a muggle. The wind, thunder, fire, and fog in the sky are all messy. What can you see? He complained in his heart. Not only the muggle prince, even the extraordinaires in the city didn't know the situation of the battle. Only the gods who were hidden in the dark could see clearly. Their feelings were even more complicated. I didn't expect the god of frost to be so strong. He casually threw down an iceberg. Danny Lilith's methods are even more ingenious. She easily dispelled the forbidden spell, Lalo said bitterly. The world doesn't seem to reject the god of frost anymore. It's not surprising for him to display such power. The white frost is an old trick of the god of frost. Danny Lilith suffered a loss in Winterfell last time. She must have secretly studied a countermeasure at home. It's not surprising for her to have such a performance, the pale holy child said calmly. Both of them had churches in Pentus. They also responded to the prayers of the priests and descended their wills to help the churches fight against the evil god of frost among the deviant ghosts. However, after the city was breached, they planned to do what they did when they gave up on Cahor, Norphos, and other cities. They would do their best and retreat if they failed. Before they could retreat, the Dragon Queen came to save the day. You don't understand. I've fought the god of frost many times. He's obviously stronger than before, Lalo sighed. If we attack together, we can definitely take him down, the horseshoe war god said. Whether it works or not, we'll only know after we fight. Dani Lilith has already activated the characteristics of the first flame to the extreme, but she's still at a disadvantage. Lalo's heart was heavy, and his tone was bleak. The pale holy child said slowly, she has the Megalosaurus, the fire raven, and the wind raven. The god of frost hasn't completely entered our world. He won't last as long as she does. Lalo said helplessly, how is this comforting for us? The power displayed by the Dragon Queen and the god of frost had hit the hearts of the gods hard. Dani Lilith's growth has slowed down a lot, the pale holy child said. Slowed down? Lalo found it ridiculous. Are you blind, or is your brain muddled from the cold? The growth of her Song of Fire is obviously not as fast as the god of frost's integration into the world. If she cultivates step by step, the long night is destined to be eternal. What do you think she'll choose? The pale holy child smiled slyly. This. Lalo stared at the sky and murmured, this year, she seems to have used all her energy to develop the Song of Wind's spatial polarity. She gave old fish Liang Mu's talent to the black dragon, but now she can easily use spatial teleportation. From Dragonstone Island to Pentus is 400 kilometers. Overall, her growth hasn't slowed down. It's just that there's a limit to human strength. Even if she's the child of an era, she can't take care of both sides. The pale holy child chuckled. Dani Lilith isn't stupid. She knows that the Song of Fire is the foundation to end the long night. So, she's working hard to develop spatial divine arts for Balerion of the Smoke Sea. Maybe she's still thinking that sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. She'll spend a year to master spatial magic, go to the Smoke Sea to seize Balerion's 6,000 years of accumulation, and then cultivate the Song of Fire. It'll be twice the result with half the effort. Makes sense. Let's wait patiently. After this battle, she'll soon go to the Smoke Sea, Lalo said excitedly. Maybe we need to find another ally to interfere with her spatial holiness, the war god murmured. How about the storm god? Lalo was moved. Chapter 10:14. Most of the inland city-states of Ursos have fallen, and millions of people have died. Now it's the coastal city-states' turn. But they can't hold on, and neither can I. The frost god's power is increasing too fast. I have to go to the Smoke Sea, what do you think? After returning to Dragonstone Island, Dani asked Bran in the Weirwood staff. The strange phenomenon of ice, fire, wind, and thunder in the sky of Pentus lasted for nearly 10 hours, from afternoon to midnight. The 10-hour battle exhausted Dani. For the first time, she used up all her magic and stamina in a battle. Ever since she learned the fire creation mastery, her body had been full of energy and almost never felt tired. Fortunately, she had the Megalosaurus. When her magic was exhausted, she chose to overclock and fuse with Little Red on Dragonstone Island, and the frost god was exhausted. Before the battle ended, the other ghosts outside the city began to retreat. Seeing this, the people of Pentus immediately understood that the Dragon Queen was about to win. So, the Prince of Pentus and the Prince of Trade took the lead and formed the highest level of welcome team. They set up a banquet in the palace in advance, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Queen. Not only were the nobles of Pentus looking forward to the arrival of the Dragon Queen in the sky, the ordinary people also spontaneously gathered around the Holy Church, waiting for the Dragon Queen to come down and shout, "Long live the Dragon Queen!" To establish a friendly relationship with the other ghosts, they could invite the Dragon Queen to help them when they came to Pentus again. Archbishop Hagen was also very excited. He had been arranging for people to clean up the Holy Church in preparation for the arrival of the Holy Mother. Well, he had been in Ursos these days and had come into contact with many extraordinary people and supernatural secrets. Subconsciously, he had gradually accepted the fact that the Dragon Queen was the Holy Mother. If he knew nothing about supernatural knowledge and knew that the Dragon Queen had usurped the position of the seven gods, his faith would collapse and his worldview would be destroyed. But the more he integrated into the supernatural world and understood it, the more he understood how powerful the Dragon Queen was, and the more he understood how fortunate it was that the seven logs had been replaced by the great human gods. Of course, it was fine as long as he knew it in his heart. If any cultist dared to blaspheme the Holy Mother with words like Dragon Queen usurped the throne of the seven gods, he would not hesitate to serve the great mighty heavenly dragon. The people of Pentus were prepared to welcome the arrival of the Dragon Queen. However, after Frost God retreated, she did not go down to clean up the deviant ghosts on the plains, nor did she bid farewell to Archbishop Hagen. With a whoosh, she brought Blackie through the portal and returned to Dragonstone Island. Dani was exhausted after the overclocking fusion was cancelled. How could she stay in Pentus and let the evil gods take advantage of her? In order to ensure her safety, the Dragon Queen reluctantly gave up such a good opportunity to show off in front of others and show off. She was too difficult. After returning to Dragonstone Island, Dani had just used the evil ice god's divinity to heal Little Red's injuries after overclocking. She was still in a tired state, so she began to plot against the sheep eggs in the Smoke Sea. The current situation was too unfavorable for her and the humans. The responsibility of being the savior of the world put a lot of pressure on the Dragon Queen. It's up to you. I can only help you once. I can only use my trump card once, Bran emphasized. What trump card? Have you found me in the future? Dani was excited. In the fog-shrouded swamp of fate, I spent a lot of effort and finally opened up a winding path. At the end of the path, I established a connection with a certain existence in the future. Who? Who did you contact? Dani asked hurriedly. It's not you, it's not me, it's not even your giant dragon. His strength is beyond my current understanding. That sacred and majestic aura. If there is a king of gods, then he is. However, although his aura is unimaginably strong, it is still vaguely familiar, Bran said curiously. Is there no me in the future? Dani's pretty face was gloomy. She bit her lips and said, if I'm still here, then I'll definitely be the strongest in the world. That someone won't be able to contact you. Bran said hesitantly, can you guess which era he was in when I met him? Dani's heart skipped a beat. She said, could it be countless thousands of years later? If it's too long, I might be able to transcend this world. That he is most likely my younger brother. Could it be her cheap son, or an even cheaper grandson or granddaughter? It's not countless thousands of years. It's just 2,000 years later, Bran said. 2,000 years? Dani's face was ugly. It's only 2,000 years. I haven't even had enough of being an emperor. Who is he? I don't know. His existence is very special. I can't understand it. I arrived in the future, and he returned to the past. We met at the same time. However, I was a fish in the river, and he walked on the shore. No, maybe he was flying in the sky. He saw through my past and future, but I didn't even understand his situation at that time. However, we should have survived the long night. He has your aura, and is similar to the three-eyed crow. He's a strengthened version of the three-eyed crow that controls the whole world, Bran said. Dani's heart skipped a beat. She asked, do you know that I have a clone that believes in me? It's also the carrier of heaven and hell. It doesn't seem to be him. Your believer is a three-eyed crow that's similar to the seven gods. Bran shook his head. I understand the Green Prophet's seal too well. But, he's very intelligent, and he's no different from a living person. He's definitely not an emotionless three-eyed crow. Dani furrowed her brows. She was puzzled. She couldn't think of a second person that possessed both her and the three-eyed crow's characteristics, except for the believer. However, Bran wasn't wrong. The believer was an emotionless program, and he couldn't possibly be intelligent. How is he intelligent? She asked. That feeling. Bran pondered and said, the believers and the three-eyed crow's mental waves are like a steel seal. They're cold, hard, and monotonous. They're eternal and unchanging. The more intelligent a person is, the more lively his mental waves will be. Can you understand what I'm saying? His mental waves are like flowing water, jumping flames, and changeable wind. Dani understood what he meant, and she agreed with what he said. But, she still wasn't satisfied with his answer. She wanted to hear more about the future, as well as specific information about that person. Did he have any words for me? What was the life-saving trump card he gave you? Dani asked. Bran's tone became hesitant. He didn't say anything. He just left a mark on my soul core and left. I don't even understand what he wanted to do. Dani was greatly surprised. She immediately sent a wisp of her divine sense into the weirwood cane, and she inspected Bran's soul bit by bit. It was like using a microscope to inspect a slice of onion on a glass slide. Although Bran could not see the memories and emotions inside, the feeling of being naked and having his body examined still made Bran uncomfortable. But he also understood the Queen's thoughts. In desperation, he could only try his best to show the part where the mark was engraved in front of Dani. This thing seems to be carving the boat to find the sword. Why can I understand it? Compared to the strangeness of the mark, Dani was more surprised that she could understand space-time divine arts that were far beyond her ability. It was just like how a primary school student couldn't understand a high school student's homework. If you can't understand it at all, how can it be your trump card? Bran didn't care. Makes sense. Dani was deep in thought. It seemed that that person really had a close relationship with her. What is carving the boat to find the sword? Bran asked. There was a river knight who was riding a boat on the Trident River. Due to a moment of carelessness, his sword fell into the river. Then, he pulled out his dagger and left a mark on the side of the boat where the sword fell. His friend was puzzled. He said, "The water is deep and the water is deep. Leave a mark first, and wait until the boat reaches the shore before going into the water to touch the sword." If this story was told at another time or another person, the listener would laugh at the knight's stupidity. But Bran didn't know much about the mark. At this time, when he heard the fact that Dani carved the boat to find the sword, he suddenly understood. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a method. That person is really terrible." For ordinary people, the passage of time was irreversible. For some existences above time, time was just a different perspective of looking at the world. There was no distinction between the past, the present, and the future. Since the past and the future had the same meaning, of course, at a certain time in the future, one could pick up the iron sword that fell from the past from the mark. On the other hand, in the future, if one picked up a sword from the mark, then, on the boat of the past, there would inevitably be a sword left at the mark. Of course, this process would certainly have to pay a price that Dani couldn't understand at this time. Otherwise, Bran wouldn't have kept emphasizing that the trump card could only be used once. "What kind of sword will he throw to me following your mark?" Dani sat on the rattan chair in the garden, her right hand supporting her cheek. Her eyes were full of expectation. "A life-saving sword that can only be used once. Take it easy. The powerful existences in the future are more of a hint you are in danger now, and you will be in more danger in the future," Bran said. "Maybe there will be a fatal situation in the Yangtze, and I still need help." Dani bit her red lips with her white teeth. Her big purple eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. She murmured, "With my current spatial magic, I should be qualified to find those two bastards." Just when Dani adjusted her state and came to the thousand-faced island in the Holy Eye Lake again to start the altar of the old god for the second time, a person that she had forgotten for a long time came to find her. Oh, King Kong was not a human. There was no mature summoner system in this world. The method of controlling pets was primitive and violent. Under normal circumstances, the master couldn't sense the position of the pet, and the pet couldn't communicate with the master. If the master wanted to summon his little brother, he would usually blow the magic horn to stimulate the part of the demon beast's soul in the horn, and use the pain to wake up the pet. The pet could also sense the master's position through the soul fragment in the horn. Dani could contact King Kong at any time because she was proficient in soul witchcraft, but King Kong almost couldn't contact Dani. If it wasn't for the vast sea, King Kong could find Dragon Rock Island. The communication method this time was very strange, and Dani was very surprised. "You fool, you actually have faith in me?" With faith, one could send weak messages through the faith line. Roar! King Kong cried out in grievance. After some communication, Dani roughly understood what King Kong had been through during this period. After being taught a lesson, King Kong left his cave and walked in the cold and desolate forest against the wind and snow. The tropical rainforest couldn't withstand the destruction of the cold and long nights. The rivers were frozen, the swamps were covered in snow, and the trees and beasts froze to death in large numbers. The once bustling forest became dead silent and cold, which made King Kong feel strange and scared. However, such an environment made it easier to find the evil god. Creatures in tropical climates that could survive in the ice and snow were at least high-level demon beasts or magical plants. In just a month, King Kong found 4 or 5 locations suspected to be the strongholds of the evil god, which was enough to complete the mission given to it by the Queen. It had been waiting for the Queen's will to descend. However, with Chizang on a killing spree, Danny ate until her mouth was covered in oil, and her eyes were filled with meat and fish. She completely forgot about the distant Sosros and the pitiful gorilla that was working hard to find small fish and shrimp. If that was the case, King Kong wouldn't be in a hurry to find the Dragon Queen. In fact, 3 months later, the weather outside was too cold. Seeing that Danny still hadn't come, King Kong ran back to the cave to sleep. However, there was no safe place in the long night, and the ice god's claws finally reached Sosros next door. Chapter 10:15. At this time, King Kong was in a very bad state. Not only was his body thin, like a walking skeleton, but his hair was also not as smooth as when they first met. Instead, it was clumped together, withered and yellow, like decaying hay. There were many scars on its body. Some of the wounds had hair falling off, and the skin was black and swollen, festering and oozing pus. Some of the wounds seemed to be caused by sharp teeth, and the blood around it had solidified into dark red ice crystals. Through the holes, the torn green fascia and broken white bones could be seen. King Kong was no longer in the gourd-shaped canyon. It was like a stray dog being chased around. It had no home and no place to stay. Now, it was hiding in a crack in a steep cliff. The cave was simple and crude. It was located in a remote sea cliff to the east of Sosros. Behind it was the Jade Sea, and it was thousands of kilometers away from its home. The crack in the mountain was deep, but King Kong's skeleton was big. It couldn't go deep, so it could only hide at the entrance of the cave. 3 meters away was a pile of snow-covered rocks. "You were ganged up on by them?" Danny gloated. "Woo-woo." King Kong blinked its big eyes and nodded gently. It was like a big boss that could drop the best equipment. It was attacked by mags, warriors, assassins, poison wizards, and other classes. The long night was a worldwide disaster. No place in the world was safe, and no one could avoid it. After the faceless deviant ghosts broke out, all humans and gods guessed that Bravos would be the first to fall. At least, it was the first target of the deviant ghosts. Then, all the way to the south, the corpse tide swept through the major trading cities. The result was unexpected. The dark-skinned people of the Summer Islands were the first to be wiped out. But Hanshen's vision was not limited to the island countries around the mainstream civilization. Sosro's rainforest, which was the same latitude as the Summer Islands, was also his target. Danny was ready to treat Sosros as her own farm. She could use the pterosaur and evil gods as she pleased. Hans Hen also had the same idea. In fact, this was also Danny's misunderstanding. She shouldn't be surprised that Hans Hen targeted Sosros, because only Sosros could develop the undead air force. From the beginning to the end, the Dragon Queen and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms strictly enforced a ban. No matter the price, the deviant ghosts were not allowed to obtain the pterosaur's corpse. Without a doubt, this was a very wise decision, and everyone executed it well. The long night had been going on for 2 years, and a few pterosaurs had died, but the deviant ghosts had never succeeded. Westeros had strict prohibitions, so God of Cold had to find other ways. He thought of the origin of pterosaurs, Sosroth. Pterosaurs, powerful magic beasts, evil gods, and the striped man aborigines had all become frost gods' targets. The tall and powerful Varja was no exception. The attack of the Varja deviant ghosts was enough to make any castle despair. "Are there many pterosaurs?" Danny's expression was grave. King Kong shook his head. He roared and gestured with his hands. Danny heaved a sigh of relief. After the long night fell, the pterosaurs and a large number of beasts began to migrate to the south. There were only about 20 pterosaur ghouls chasing after King Kong. Perhaps there were more than 20 pterosaur ghouls, but at least the swamp pterosaurs weren't completely wiped out. "Will the climate in the south be warmer?" She stood at the mouth of the cave in the cliff and looked at the dim southern sky. King Kong shook his head. He wasn't sure. The last long night lasted for a whole generation. Naturally, the Sosroth rainforest, which was close to the mainstream civilization, was also frozen. With the pterosaurs' appetite, it was impossible for them to survive in the snow for more than 10 years. However, they did survive the last long night. Perhaps, migrating to the south was indeed effective. Danny couldn't help but feel itchy. She secretly decided that when the long night was over, she must go to the south, west, and north borders to take a look. Well, she would also go to the east border, but not as a tourist. Roar. Seeing that Danny was daydreaming, King Kong roared pitifully and pulled her back to reality. Actually, the ice varja is also very promising. Danny looked at it and an idea came to her mind. We can try to trick the frost god. Thanks to King Kong's strong combat ability, it could escape from the ice gals many times. If it was really caught by the evil frost god riding the gal pterosaur, she would be facing a black-skinned albino blue-eyed gorilla. Of course, it was also because of its strong combat ability that Frost God kept an eye on it. Danny couldn't imagine how terrifying the gal King Kong's destructive power would be to a human city. Roar! Fear appeared on King Kong's bony, hairy face. He kept shaking his head and waving his hands, refusing to become the Ice Varja. Don't worry. Other than me, no one can distort your thoughts, not even Frost God. Danny comforted him. Roar! King Kong still shook his head like a rattledrum. How about this? I'll add a layer of insurance to your soul. If you can escape the evil Frost God's pursuit, you'll be lucky. Pretend I didn't say anything. But if you're caught, don't fight to the death. Just play the part of a spy. Not a spy. It's more like borrowing arrows from a straw boat. Danny chuckled. With King Kong's size and weight, how many arrows could it borrow from Frost God? Danny began to look forward to King Kong being caught by the evil Frost God. The evil Frost God was frantically recruiting strong men in the Sosro's continent. The team was like a rolling snowball, increasing in number and eventually forming a huge demigod Gaul army. Danny couldn't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, the city of Ursos would be destroyed. The citizens of Slave Bay hiding in the pyramids and underground caves wouldn't be able to defend against the demigod's attack. But she had to stay in the Westeros and take care of the city of Ursos. She couldn't go to Sosro's continent thousands of miles away to kill the evil Frost God. Perhaps, King Kong could help her solve this problem. Woo! King Kong's lake-like brown eyes were filled with tears of grievance and scabs the size of pancakes. Danny, who was a little reluctant at first, turned her head away in disgust. Her heart hardened. It's settled then. Frost God doesn't know that you're my war beast. This time, I'll make him suffer. If I can severely injure him, I can even buy a year or two of buffer time for the war. In order to fight the deviant Gauls, in order to save the world, you should sacrifice a little. Then, without giving King Kong a chance to resist, she quickly left a set of hidden runic circles in the core of its soul. She mixed it with King Kong's Song of Strength rune to ensure that no one could distinguish them in a short time. After that, Danny ended the spiritual projection and returned to the Thousand Faces Island. Just like last time, the green men slaughtered the sacrifices and danced a barbaric sacrificial dance around the 31 heart trees. In order to enhance the sacrificial effect, Danny went to the King's Landing's dark prison and stole 7 prisoners who were on death row for killing people for their flesh. This is the arena to please the Red God. I am the Red God's priest. The 7 of you fight. The one who survives will not only be forgiven, but will also receive wine, food, women, and rewards from His Majesty Stannis. Danny sat on the tall throne and said to the 7 strong men in the center of the altar. Her appearance was a little strange. She had taken off her gorgeous armor, and her hair was disheveled. She only wore a small vest and a rough sheepskin skirt. Not only was there red and blue paint on her snowy white skin, but she also wore a weirwood mask that represented the storm god's priest. Of course, the prisoners couldn't tell the difference between her outfit and the non-mainstream Red God priest of the King's Landing. They were bewildered and confused. When they saw the inhuman squirrel men and strange creatures around them, they screamed in fear, shouting in panic, Where is this place? Empress Danis, please spare us, and the like. Dany gave the old priest, the child of the forest, a look. 7 or 8 bare-chested strong men stepped forward and placed the roasted pork, the translucent wine, and a few shy girls beside the altar. The old squirrel man inserted 2 incense sticks into the incense burner and said eerily, "Duel immediately. The winner gets everything, and the loser dies. The battle will end in half an hour. If there is more than one person alive on the altar, they will all be executed." One of the prisoners was in a frenzy. "Don't listen to these monsters. Let's charge out." Then he raised his sword and charged out of the altar, but he was shot to death by arrows. The remaining 6 looked at the dead body, then looked at their companions who were close to each other. They scattered as if they had been electrocuted. In just half an hour, only a grey-haired middle-aged bearded man was left standing in a pool of blood. "I won. Ha ha ha, I'm free. I want to eat meat, I want to drink wine, I want to have women." He held a bleeding sword, and his naked upper body was covered with dozens of wounds of various sizes. Dany walked over step by step. Under his expectant gaze, she hooked her leg, and the sword in the corpse's hand jumped into the air. She caught it with her right hand. "I lied to you. The winner will not only get no reward, but also." Dany left slender sword marks on his body like an adult playing with a child. He was only injured, but not killed. It was like a death by dismemberment. Until half an hour later, the flames were completely extinguished. "Evil god priest, you broke your oath. The Holy Mother and the Holy Father will not let you go." The bearded man who was tortured to death cursed. Dany cut off his head with the last sword. The blood from his neck just fell on the face of the heart tree that represented the storm god, the human face carved on the surface of the tree trunk. The human face on the trunk was exactly the same as the carvings on Dany's wooden mask. "Alas, I don't want to torture you. But the storm god, that bastard, likes this." Dany sighed helplessly and threw away the iron sword in her hand. Teach believers to destroy others, and then set a trap to destroy believers. This was the core doctrine of the storm god. The blood was like a living thing. In a dimension that was difficult for ordinary people to observe, it evaporated into a sweet red mist. 7 ghosts were floating in the mist. Their faces were all distorted, their eyes were wide open, and their teeth were bared. They seemed to be cursing loudly. When the red mist approached the heart tree of the storm god, it was immediately sucked in like smoke under a range hood. The anger on the faces of the ghosts turned into pain and panic. The power of the blood sacrifice began to boil. The dance of sacrifice didn't stop. The power of faith gathered from the green men. In the end, the huge power of faith mixed with the power of the blood sacrifice opened a channel of faith in front of Dany. Dany waved her hand, and the fishbone cane flew to her palm surrounded by a blue wind belt. Boom! She stomped on the fulcrum of the root, and the channel of faith was connected to the fishbone cane. "Yulun, go home," Dany called, and the blue marble floor under her feet suddenly turned grey. A jagged black line opened like a mouth, revealing a dark space. Yolan of Scylla, who was barefoot, floated out of it. It was the Dragon Queen who opened the gate of hell and took Yulun's soul out of the 7th floor of hell. As soon as Yulun escaped from the shackles of hell, a strong suction appeared on his body. Under the rule, the storm god's holy kingdom was fighting for Yulun's soul. Just like when Lalo released the souls of the believers of the 7 gods in the West Eros, the souls would automatically go to the 7th floor of hell. Crack, crack, crack. The channel of faith of the storm god connected to the fishbone cracked into a door, the gate of faith. Before the appearance of heaven, the big sparrow could automatically open the gate of faith, and the soul returned to the space of faith. In a similar way, Dany used the blood sacrifice to forcibly establish a channel of faith with the storm god's holy kingdom, and Yulun was like a navigator, guiding her to the location of the Holy Kingdom. With a step, she left the Thousand Faces Island and came to a strange place. Chapter 1016. The Door God liked to collect all kinds of wind and spent billions of years to create the wind of one world. Almost all the old gods in the West Eros had cultivated in the wind of one world. Therefore, they learned from the big shots and collected the natural phenomena corresponding to their songs of laws to create their own god kingdoms. For example, Inami took a ladle of water from 1,000 rivers and created a flowing palace that could travel freely in the water. For example, the storm god temple had thousands of hurricanes and tornadoes in the natural world. All the destructive winds that brought pain and death to living beings created the wind of one world, which was called the hall in the clouds. The walls of the hall in the clouds were a layer of wind that could corrode flesh and bones. The bricks inside the wind were all kinds of disastrous and destructive winds. Under the effect of a set of strange runes, the bricks of the storm formed a solid wall that separated the inside from the outside. It was the wall of the god kingdom. From the outside, the hall in the clouds looked no different from an ordinary cloud. Inside the hall, there were thousands of clouds that moved with the wind. Upon closer inspection, each cloud was a small prison. One or several Tiamin's souls were trapped inside. The clouds were surrounded by a storm, and every gust of wind was as sharp as a scalpel. The wind blades cut Tiamin's body. The wind blades entered Tiamin's nostrils and opened mouth, cutting their organs into pieces, shredding them into pieces, and churning them into mud. The souls of Tiamin's souls howled in pain, but their howls mixed with the roaring wind became the driving force for the hall in the clouds to move at high speed in the material world. If Inami's flowing water palace was Tiamin's heaven, then the hall in the clouds was the Iron Seed's hell. The howls and curses of the believers were the most pleasant music to the storm god's ears. In the center of the hall in the clouds, there was a long, winding tornado in the shape of a funnel. At the top of the tornado, there was a platform made of black clouds. On top of the platform stood the throne of the storm god. A beautiful woman with long legs and a cold expression sat on the throne. Below her stood a demon god with a bull's head, a snake's body, and a scorpion's tail. It was shadow demon Lalo. "We need your help," Lalo said sincerely. The storm god stroked the crow on his shoulder and sneered, "I am a true god. Whether I am willing or not, I have the responsibility to protect the world. I'll help you kill Danny Rise, and I'll fill up the cesspool of the savior myself. Get rid of Danny Reese. I'll save the world." Lalo's expression was resolute. "I have experience. In the past era, I was the one who won it from Frost God. Cooperate with us to get rid of Danny Rise, and the Righteous Alliance swears that we will not compete with you for Wind of Song and Wind of One World. It's a win-win situation." The storm god stopped playing with the bird, and a hint of interest appeared on her face. After pondering for a while, he sighed, "If I didn't have the status of a true god, I would have definitely joined the Alliance of Justice." Lalo immediately said, "We need your true god status. Only a wind true god can restrict her spatial teleportation. She seems to have given Old Devil's time and space talent to the Black Dragon." The storm god was puzzled. Lalo looked around, and his eyes fell on the big crow on the storm god's shoulder. He frowned and said, "You didn't release your crow? The Narrow Sea is not remote. Why don't you know about the battle that happened above Pentus? It's not remote. But during the long night, I don't want to ask about the outside world. In the end," he emphasized again, "it's best that you never disturb me. Just a few days ago, Danny Rise and Frost God fought at the top of the sky. Both sides showed shocking power, and Danny Rise's spatial magic was especially amazing." Lalo recounted the battle that happened at Pentus that day in detail. He said with emotion, "We were going to be the Oriole, and dozens of powerful demon gods had quietly surrounded Pentus. But we didn't expect that she didn't even land on the ground. She simply opened the space door and returned to Dragonstone Island without saying a word." The storm god said with a complicated tone, "With her talent of fire creation and Old Devil's Wind of One World, it's not surprising that she could develop the spatial polarity of wind so quickly. If you were at Pentus at that time, you should be able to interfere with her spatial magic," Lalo said. "Interfere?" The storm god sneered. "I can interfere with her a little, and she can interfere with me a little. I fought with her in River Bend. Even if she is not a true god, she can still suppress me when she sings the Song of Wind. To be frank, I don't dare to face her at all, and I will try to avoid her in the future. Wherever she is, I will stay away." Lalo said excitedly, "When she sings the Song of Fire, the whole world will belong to her. Where can you hide? Even if you only stay away from her for a little, you will have to leave this world and wander in the dangerous outer space. Are you willing? Instead of waiting for death, why don't you take the initiative and join forces with us? Kill her, and you will have the hope of mastering the Song of Wind. Once you master the Song of Wind, you will be complete as the Storm God. The Storm God was tempted, but in the end, he shook his head regretfully. In the early years, before I did anything, Old Devil once regarded me as his successor. Well, he predicted that he would die in this era and was ready to pass the Song of Wind to me. In the Wind of One World, he taught me for 30,000 years. He raised 3 fingers and sighed. 30,000 years have proved one thing. I may be talented in the law of wind, but I am not suitable for the Song of Wind. You were once a true god, so you should know this. Some demon gods comprehend the chorus because they are afraid of responsibility, but more people don't have enough talent and can only use the chorus as their goal. Only 30,000 years. Lalo didn't think so, but he was also a little embarrassed. 30,000 years was not enough for him to review his lessons again. Law cultivation is a serious, sacred, and persevering career. We have to study every law with the most devout heart, the most focused spirit, and the most determined will. When we are immersed in the comprehension of the laws, time is meaningless. What is 30,000 years? Not to mention 30,000 years, 300,000 years, 300 million years. From the birth of the world to the moment before the world is destroyed, as long as we are still alive and can think, we have to study diligently. In this world, anyone can betray you, but only the study of the laws will never betray you. As long as you are willing to learn, there will always be a reward. As long as you are willing to persevere, there is nothing you can't learn. Lalo sincerely expressed his understanding of cultivation. The Storm God was a little touched, but also a little hesitant. He asked, "What realm is your Song of Shadows at?" Shadow Demon Ahlo was stunned. Why is this yin-yang person so stupid? The Song of Law is a god's top secret. How can he just tell others? Although he thought so, he couldn't change his expression. At this moment, he was asking for help. After hesitating for a moment, Shadow Demon El Loro said in an arrogant tone, "My Song of Shadows has already reached 89,988,789% completion rate." The Storm God was shocked. He was shocked just like that. Seeing the Storm God's expression, Lalo was a little proud. In the last million years, I have a new idea. Fire has a shadow, so does darkness have a shadow? When the Song of Shadows is completed, maybe I can combine shadow and darkness to sing a Song of Shadows. As I said before, everything in the world has an end, but there is no end to learning. As long as I am alive, I will never stop comprehending the laws one by one. The Storm God carefully asked, "How is your Song of Shadows so accurate?" How many decimal places are there?" 9, Lalo immediately said. "Yes, 9. How can you calculate the progress of the Song of Law so accurately?" The Storm God was puzzled. He himself had also sung the complete Song of Storm. Back then, he had also measured the progress of the Song of Storm, but 3 decimal places was already the limit. 9. It was unimaginable. It took me hundreds of millions of years to figure it out. Lalo said proudly. Hundreds of millions of years. Figure it out. The Storm God was surprised and confused. When you are comprehending the laws, have you ever encountered a bottleneck that you can't break through for a long time? Lalo asked. Of course, everyone will encounter a bottleneck. Lalo smiled. It was a very old and proud smile. You are wrong. As long as you are willing to work hard, there is no bottleneck in cultivation, he said seriously. Impossible. The Storm God shook his head. I dare say that even Danny and Rise will encounter bottlenecks. Alas, you think you have a bottleneck because your understanding of the realm is not deep enough, Lalo said. I am a true god. I have been learning from the old devil for tens of thousands of years, the Storm God said unhappily. Tens of thousands of years. That is nothing. Lalo squinted and said contemptuously, can your tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience be as rich as my hundreds of millions of years? The Storm God was depressed and said coldly, I would like to hear your opinion. Lalo cleared his throat and said loudly, for today's mags and wizards, there are only 3 realms in cultivation, extraordinary, demigod, and true god. Using this as a standard, Night Lion and the others have been stuck in the demigod realm for hundreds of millions of years. Have they encountered a bottleneck? Obviously not. Their song of laws has been improving, one after another. If we divide the cultivation realms, 1 law, 2 laws, Dani and Rise haven't added a single law for several years. Have they encountered a bottleneck? No, her speed of improvement is amazing. Everyone has seen it. So, we can divide the cultivation realms again. So, with the Song of Laws, 100% progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. The storm god understood what Lalo meant. If we divide the cultivation realms countless times, then the cultivators are improving every day with almost no bottlenecks. The storm god's face was a little distorted. There is no need to do it countless times. Lalo waved his hand. Just like me, the progress of the Song of Laws is accurate to the 9th decimal point. Even if I am in a daze every day, the Song of Shadows will increase by 0.000000001% every month. If I work hard, the speed of improvement will be faster. After working hard and seeing the realm improve quickly, I will be more motivated and work harder. This is a virtuous cycle. My Song of Shadows has improved rapidly and is finally close to perfection, Lalo said excitedly. The storm god's face twisted and he asked, "How long have you been practicing the Song of Shadows?" "Since I was born, I have been listening to the Song of Fire in the world. At the same time, I have also heard the Song of Shadows." Lalo patted his chest and said proudly, "I am the first fire in the world. When the fire was born, the shadow appeared. Therefore, I have 2 bodies. One is the fire, the other is the shadow. I am the shadow itself." The storm god covered his face and sighed. The Night Lions have stuck the Song of Laws at 99% to avoid the responsibility of the true gods. You are brave and eager to learn the Song of Laws. You have been improving every day, but you have not been able to complete the Song of Shadows for hundreds of millions of years. But the Song of Shadows is your innate talent. He did not know whether to admire or despise Lalo. "I spent all my energy on the Song of Fire," Lalo said awkwardly. "But your Song of Fire is not very powerful. It has been snatched away one after another. I can't learn your method." The storm god shook his head. "Can't you have some ambition?" Lalo felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. The young people nowadays were too impetuous. They had such good talent and learning environment, but they did not want to be like the old seniors who persisted for hundreds of millions of years. What a pity. "If I had your conditions," the storm god raised his hand and interrupted him. He stood up in surprise. "Someone is sacrificing to me," and even opened the door to the god's kingdom. Chapter 10:17. "Someone is offering me a blood sacrifice," the god of storm said in surprise. "Someone offers me a blood sacrifice every day," Lalo said disapprovingly. "I don't have many followers." The last person who was qualified to hold a large-scale sacrifice was Yulun. The god of storm closed his eyes and sensed the blood mist coming from the void and covering his body. His small nose slightly moved, and the blood mist turned into a bloodline and was sucked into his body. The storm god groaned as his face turned red. "The amount is enough, but the taste is not pure," he said with disgust. Seeing that the god of storm changed the topic, Lalo frowned and then relaxed. He forced a smile and said, "Do you think my previous proposal is feasible? I have the Song of Wind and Wind in my hand, and I will share some of Dani Rai's blood with you. You are an expert in how to seize the blood power of gods. Then I will personally teach you a set of divine spells that can accurately measure the progress of the law. As long as you can see the progress, no matter how small the progress is, you won't be annoyed or upset. Persevere, and one day, you will become the true wind god. Let me test." The god of storm was about to say something perfunctory, but suddenly his face changed greatly. He turned his head and saw a stream of light coming from the void and landing in front of him, revealing 8 confused ghosts. "Yulun, why are you here?" He did not know the other 7 people whose faces were full of resentment, but King Yurun was his most favorite priest. He was as clear as the sun in the dark night. You Yolan of Silla gradually woke up and looked around. He couldn't believe it and said, "Your Majesty, the god of storm? It's you. I have been in touch with your breath since I was 5 years old, and I have always remembered it. Is this the hall in the clouds? Your Majesty, you finally came to save me." At this moment, Yolan of Silla was no longer as arrogant as before. He knelt on the ground like a pile of mud and wailed, "It's too scary. The 7 hells are too scary. Every day, I had to climb a mountain of swords, jump into a pot of boiling oil, pull out my tongue. All the methods that I used to torture the innocent were used on me in turn. In the end, there were 18 strong demons with horns on their heads. They used the same method I used on Circe, but 100 times stronger. Woo-woo, Your Majesty, you don't know how I've been living these days. It's been hard, too hard. I didn't go to the 7 hells to save you. How did you get out?" The storm god was confused. After the Andromeda City Council, Yolan of Silla was used as an example and was devoured by hell in front of countless people. Everyone in the world knew about this, and the storm god was no exception. Lalo's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Not good, he is the bait. Danny Lisi is going to attack your kingdom." Wang tilde before the storm god could react, a transparent square wall that looked like a mosaic appeared above the throne. The spatial wall expanded and collapsed. It was uneven and quickly changed. Pop! A white root pierced through a protruding spatial wall, creating a hole. Then, the bricks on the wall changed shape and formed a door in the shape of a ferocious megalosaurus head. "This is the hall in the clouds." A figure stepped out of the dragon's mouth. Who else could it be but the Dragon Queen? Her current appearance was somewhat unconventional. She wore a weirwood mask on her head and held a weirwood tree in her hand. She wore a short vest that exposed her arms and lower abdomen, and a fluffy sheepskin skirt. Her straight calves and slender feet were not covered, and her exposed skin was painted in various colors of black, red, blue, and white. She was like a modern person cosplaying a priestess from the ancient times. There was nothing wrong with the costume, but the smell was wrong. You. The storm god was dumbfounded. "Why are you a female? Shit, Lalo." Danny was also stunned when she saw the person on the scene. The storm god, who was always a rough and violent man, had become a cold and mature woman, which already shocked her. However, the shadow demon Lalo beside her made her even more confused. This time, she came to the hall in the clouds to force the storm god to be her follower as the boss. If she had already joined the alliance, then, Lalo shouted, "Quick, trap her, this is a rare opportunity. I will summon the alliance immediately and kill Danny Lisi in your kingdom." Dragon Queen and the storm god were still hesitating. The storm god recovered from the shock. Although he was anxious, he did not attack the Dragon Queen. Instead, he said, "Danny Lisi, I don't want to get involved in the mess between you and the Alliance of Justice." "Then why did she come to your house? It can't be that a friend is visiting to exchange cultivation experience, right?" Danny's eyes were cold. "Actually, I am really teaching the storm god my cultivation experience." Lalo suppressed the anger on his face and tried to squeeze out a kind and amiable smile. The storm god looked at him in shock. Lalo's reaction was completely different from what he expected. At this moment, the shadow demon should have said something like, "Don't be stupid, you have already exposed yourself. Do something." That would cause a misunderstanding, and then turn the misunderstanding into reality and successfully force the storm god to do what he wanted. "You are a loser who has lost the status of a true god, and you are teaching a true god cultivation experience." Danny's divine power surged, and her face became more alert. "Are you insulting me?" Lalo could no longer maintain his fake smile. He cursed with a twisted face, "Little bitch, why don't you think about who you rely on to achieve what you have today? Without my teachings, Beleriand would have been a sheep's egg herding sheep on the hillside. Without the Grand Wizard meditation technique, you would have been a fool at the mercy of the gods. Without my profound blood witchcraft, how could the Megalosaurus be resurrected? Without the Megalosaurus, your ancestors would have been the lowest shepherds, and they would never have been noble and royal." Danny really couldn't refute this. Lalo's talent for cultivation was poor, and his level was slow. This was an undeniable fact. But studying hard really didn't waste anyone's sweat and sweat. When he tried to improve his understanding of the law, his extraordinary knowledge was also quietly accumulating. Today, after hundreds of millions of years, no one could surpass him in terms of extraordinary theory and extraordinary knowledge. Dani only received a small part of the Grand Wizard's inheritance, and she had achieved what she had today. But the sheep's egg, who founded the Veleglia branch, was Lalo's student. For that student, Ahlor had even hidden countless hands. Not to mention the sheep's egg, just talking about the church's priest system, Lalo wasn't the strongest god, but the red god priest's ability dominated the world. In terms of knowledge, perhaps even the door god wasn't as good as Lalo, but his knowledge couldn't be turned into power 100%. For the gods, knowledge is power. Your power isn't as good as mine, which means you're on the wrong path, specializing in messy and useless things, Dani said sarcastically. There was no problem with this. Most of Lalo's knowledge was very strange. For example, his method of measuring the progress of the law was accurate to 9 decimal places. For someone like Dani, what was the meaning? There's no useless knowledge in the world. As long as it's knowledge, there will be a day when it's useful. The Shadow Devil was impassioned and full of confidence. Forget it, I'm not in the mood to exchange cultivation experiences with you. Dani waved her hand and looked at the Storm God. It's very simple to prove that you have nothing to do with the alliance of justice and order. Just kill Lalo. I don't need to prove anything to you. Leave my god's kingdom immediately. The Storm God held his head high and roared angrily. If you can't prove that you're innocent, it means that you're guilty. Let me leave, is it possible? Dani sneered. Don't misunderstand, the Storm God really didn't join the alliance of justice and order. Lalo spoke again. The reason why he didn't kill me was that before entering the Cloud Hall, I ate his salt and bread. We established a guest relationship. He can't hurt me, and he won't allow you to hurt me. The guest's rights are also valid for the gods. The Storm God didn't appreciate it. He glared at him fiercely and said coldly, You want to force me to be enemies with Dani Rise? You think that Dani Rise forced her way into your god's kingdom with good intentions? Lalo smiled bitterly. You don't have to sow discord. You're enemies, and I've become an innocent bystander. I'll send Lalo out. You go outside and kill him. Don't disturb me in the future. How about that? The Storm God looked at Dani and said, Do you have a conscience? I've been speaking up for you. Lalo said angrily. Dani looked at Lalo and then at the Storm God. She was a little confused about the relationship between the two. I'm definitely not here today for sightseeing in the Cloud Hall. As the leader of the Westeros, I have the right to ask you to pledge your loyalty to me. Dani went straight to the point. Storm, you only have 2 choices. You can either join me or become my enemy. There's no third choice. She couldn't be blamed for being overbearing. It was just that the situation was critical. She was alone and needed help. Most of Ursos had fallen, but she didn't dare to help as she was afraid that the alliance of justice and order would attack her. If she had 2 followers of a true god, the crisis would be resolved immediately. As a true god, shouldn't she try her best at this time? Fuck. The Storm God's face darkened. Even the old fish Liang Mu isn't as overbearing as you. Trust me. If your loyalty is related to the safety of the world, he will be more overbearing than me, Dani said sincerely. You're forcing me to be your enemy. The Storm God's eyes flashed with crazy hatred. I'm forcing you. A green tornado formed around Dani. A ball of fire rose in her purple eyes. Surrender or die. The Storm God's face turned pale. The Cloud Hall began to tremble slightly. The Storm God is a true god. It's not good for you to be so aggressive. Lalo couldn't help but say something fair. Stay on the side. I'll kill you later, Dani said lightly. Lalo took a few steps back and said to the Storm God, I told you to learn from my cultivation experience, but you didn't listen. Now, the chance to learn is slim. Slim chance. What was Lalo implying? The Storm God's face changed slightly. He hesitated and said, I want to learn now. Can I? Of course. Lalo smiled. Dani narrowed her eyes and glanced back and forth between their faces. How dare you talk dirty in front of me? Lalo is stalling for time. It's very likely that his original body and a group of evil gods are coming to encircle you. Bran's voice came from the strange fish Liang Mu. Danny clenched her right hand, and green ribbons began to form an illusory big sword from her palm. Dragon Queen turned her wrist, and the green wind sword pointed at the storm god. Do you want to abandon evil and become good, or do you want to be stubborn? The storm god looked at shadow demon Lalo for the last time. Lalo didn't pretend anymore. He looked at Danny coldly and said confidently, "If you can hold on for half an hour, she will die today. If you move the cloud hall to Volantis, maybe we will meet in 10 minutes. You forced me to do this." The storm god made up his mind, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. You asked for it. Danny's body flashed, and she was about to teleport behind the storm god. However, the next moment, her upper body was left in place, and her lower body was replaced by various colored mosaics. Behind the storm god, there was also a small area of translucent mosaics. Ha ha ha, this is the cloud hall. It's the perfect counter to your space divine spells. The storm god laughed excitedly. Seeing this, Ahlor was relieved. He looked at Danny greedily and rubbed his fists, eager to try. Chapter 10:18. Dragon Queen's space magic failed. She was like a person who was cut in half at the waist. If it weren't for the great development of her time and space talent in the past year, the space wall would have almost twisted her lower body into a mosaic-like minced meat. Seeing that Dragon Queen was injured and bleeding, the storm god's eyes were full of joy. He laughed proudly and said, "The hall in the cloud is my god's kingdom, and the rules here are set by me. Your space magic is completely based on the polarity of wind, but I am also the wind god. Even if you sing the song of the Lord of Wind, I am also supported by the position of a true god. A little difference can lead to a great error. If I slightly change the rules of space, your magic will be ineffective and even backfire on you. Today, you are dead, ha ha ha." Danny glanced at him disdainfully and said nothing. She just shook the weirwood cane in her hand a few times. The white roots were like living white snakes. One after another, the white snakes deeply penetrated into the mosaic-like space turbulence. Her will entered the weirwood cane, and then she controlled the wind power in the hall in the cloud through the roots. The next moment, the storm god stopped laughing. He looked at the chaotic space wall around her in surprise and then gradually calmed down. The video paused again and then became smooth again. Dragon Queen's straight and strong legs had more bloodlines like spiderwebs, but they quickly healed in the holy light. What's wrong with your weirwood? Why can it forcibly stabilize the space fluctuation in the hall in the cloud? The storm god was surprised. You are already an uncle, but you don't even know the dragon head cane of the boss. You have lived in vain. Danny smiled contemptuously and dispersed the sword of the Wind King condensed by the wind ravens in her right hand. She held the weirwood trunk with both hands and said, "I just wanted to control you and didn't intend to kill you. Now it seems that I overestimated myself. A true god is really extraordinary. As soon as I entered your god's kingdom, I opened the field of wind. The field of the main song suppressed the chorus so much, but it still couldn't take away your control of the wind power in the hall in the cloud. I was careless. It's useless even if you are careless." The storm god sneered. "I can't defeat you with the power of the wind god, but it's easy to interfere with you." Danny nodded. "You're right. I can't control the outcome of today's battle. However, this is really not good news for you. Once the killer move is used, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. You're too arrogant." Lalo the shadow demon sneered. "This is the hall in the clouds. I've lived for hundreds of millions of years, but this is the first time I've heard of killing a true god in the divine nation, let alone seeing it. I can't be bothered to talk to the dead." Danny didn't even look at him. She just stared into the eyes of the god of storm and asked, "Your hall in the clouds is quickly leaving the airspace of the Westeros. I don't have much time left. Let me ask you one more time. Would you rather die than be a good god that is beneficial to the world and mankind? Trying to scare me? I won't fall for it." The storm god's face twisted. "Let me tell you, today is the day you die. This will be your grave. You will be torn apart by the gods. Your skull will be left under the throne of the hall in the clouds and trampled on by me every day. I'm not your opponent, but I'm not alone now. I have countless companions in the alliance of justice and order behind me." The storm god looked up to the sky and roared. In the center of the hall in the clouds, the black tornado holding the throne suddenly expanded to infinitely large and infinitely long. Dragon Queen was immediately sucked into it. "Ha ha ha, after falling into my cage of wind, even if the old fish Liang Mu comes back to life, he won't be able to break through in a month." Cage of wind? Lalo the shadow demon was surprised and overjoyed. Looking at the huge black tornado, he said with a complicated expression, "So the goddess of wind's body is right under my feet, placed in the most conspicuous position in the hall in the clouds." "Heh!" The storm god's eyes became sharp and cold. "Even if I'm in your alliance now, it doesn't mean you can be so presumptuous in front of me. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned her name in front of you." Lalo's sincerity was mixed with some fear. "Where are the gods? It's been almost 10 minutes. The storm god put his hands behind his back and looked calm, as if he was 100% sure that the situation was over. "We have to wait a little longer. The gods have just set off," Lalo said awkwardly. "What?" The storm god was shocked and angry. "Are you bluffing me too? Listen to me." Feeling the wind blades tearing his skin and flesh, Lalo hurriedly said, "Your attitude was unclear before. If the gods come and you make love with Danny and Rise, won't we be like lambs in a tiger's mouth?" When Dragon Queen broke into the hall in the clouds, Lalo immediately notified the alliance of justice and order in the smoke sea. But the storm god didn't join the alliance of justice and order at all. This time, Lalo came to the hall in the clouds to persuade him. Before the two sides could reach an agreement, the Dragon Queen broke through the door. Even though Lalo had been trying to provoke the relationship between Dragon Queen and the storm god, he wasn't sure that they would completely fall out. After all, Dragon Queen and the storm god did belong to the same divine system. Just as Lalo was worried, if the storm god suddenly shrank when the gods just entered the hall in the clouds, wouldn't they die in vain? Therefore, when the Dragon Queen and the God of Storms had completely fallen out and the God of Storms used his trump card, the Cage of Wind, all the gods agreed to leave the smoke sea and fight. Seeing the storm god's face contorted and the black clouds gradually materializing above and behind her, Ahro took a few steps back and shouted, "Calm down. You've already fallen out with Daenerys, and the gods are also on their way. Let's not fight among ourselves. You are just a part of Lalo's will. The gods won't object if I use you to vent my anger." The storm god reached out his right hand and made a grasping gesture at Lalo. The black clouds behind him suddenly rushed to the monster with the head of a cow and the body of a snake. Every cloud particle was a wind blade as strong as iron. Kai, it was like throwing Lalo into a meat grinder. Oh. His flesh and scales were almost cut into mist. Lalo was suffering the pain of being cut into pieces. He howled and struggled, but he couldn't break free. "No, you can't do this to me. You dare to violate the guest's rights. Even if you are a true god, you will be cursed." Pop. Before the howling stopped, Lalo exploded into a cloud of purple and black blood mist. Only his white skeleton was left standing in the same place. Under the impact of the wind blades, there was a dense sound of ding, 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 ding. The storm god's anger was slightly reduced. He gently stamped his foot, and Lalo's skeleton quickly sank into the black cloud platform. In the end, only the skull was left on the surface. He stepped lightly on the skull with his 2 small feet and stamped a few more times. Then a relaxed smile appeared on his face again. "What kind of tornado is this? Why can't I take control of it at all?" The throne of the storm god was a huge tornado holding up a black cloud. It was very eye-catching. Anyone who entered the cloud hall could see it at a glance. Danny was no exception. However, there were still many clouds floating in the cloud hall, and each cloud was a storm. Therefore, at first, she thought that the black tornado with a long and thin tail was just an ordinary tornado, no different from the other storms around it. When the storm god controlled the black tornado to swallow her with a huge funnel-shaped vent, Danny only sneered in her heart. She thought that the storm god was showing off in front of Guangong. The result was completely out of her expectations. The black tornado was like the inside of a washing machine made of steel. It was inseparable and not under her control. Why do I feel that this tornado is like a living person? It has divinity and vitality. Is it a god? I fell into its stomach. Dani's wind domain was compressed to the extreme, forming a circle of green wind around her. It rotated in the opposite direction to offset the tearing force of the black tornado. If she didn't have the song of wind, the powerful wind blades would cut her body into pieces. No matter how strong her defense was, it would be useless. Now, even if it was not torn apart, the inside of the tornado formed a sealed space that was completely under the control of the storm god. In this space, except for the wind element, no other power was allowed to exist. However, the wind element was completely out of Dani's control. It was difficult for her to even move it, let alone open a space door. It was not the first time that Dani had encountered such a situation. When she was in the Aweless Wizard Tower, the sheep egg fell on the priest's body and used the fire magic shield to create a similar forbidden fire zone. Last time, she was able to break through the fire magic shield by relying on Blackie's attack, which used the huge amount of fire magic power in the Megalosaurus. This time, Dani could only use the god of wind to break through the forbidden wind zone. Last time, the sheep egg's song of fire was much stronger than hers. She could only win by quantity. This time, her progress in the Song of Wind was more than 60%, and she was also holding a weirwood staff. Her opponent's Song of Wind was completely copied from the Door God. In theory, she had a greater advantage in terms of skill. However, the Storm God's Cage of Wind was a bit special. It was not an elemental forbidden zone created by witchcraft. It was more like a living being. An ordinary forbidden wind zone would not be able to trap her at all. But now, she was indeed trapped. Could it be the previous goddess of wind? Bran was not sure. I can't see the storm god's origin through the timeline, Dani said. No one can see the past of a true god through the river of time. I can only guess based on the information I have and my own experience. This tornado, which is full of vitality and divinity, is the body of a true god. Perhaps, it is the previous storm god, the goddess of wind, Bran said. Inami's wife, the mother-in-law of the god Durin? What happened in the past? What is the origin of the current storm god? Dani asked. I don't know. The three-eyed crow will not look into the secrets of the old gods. It is just like how the followers of the seven gods will blaspheme the Holy Mother if they look into her origin. You should pass this trial first before you think about the old gods' past. The gods will arrive soon, and you do not have much time left, Bran reminded her. Murderous intent appeared in Dani's eyes. She held the weirwood cane with both hands as if she was holding a sword hilt. Whoosh at the top of the tree, on a few branches, the red palm leaves danced. Wind ravens flew out of Dani's left eye one after another, turning into green ribbons of wind that circled around the tree trunk and went up. Huff huff huff. Gradually, a disharmonious wind sound came from the inside of the black tornado. The wind sound came from the weirwood cane. No, it was no longer a cane. The tree root was the sword head, the tree trunk was the sword hilt, and the leaves at the top were the sword guard. 1,000 wind spirits formed a 30-meter-long green sword that was as thick as a Ferris wheel. It was like a giant marshmallow. The wind domain was activated, and the wind space's polarity turned every gust of wind on the sword into a space blade. With the sword god's guardhood, every gust of wind was a space blade, and every sword had a spirituality that could cut through all things. The wind ring in her mind revolved quickly along with the second soul, and all of the wind divine power was released. Sizzle the green marshmallow sword staff was dyed black, and the sword god's space blade cut through the space. Soon, the space around the staff was shattered, and it turned into a pitch-black mosaic. Whistling gales were poured into the pitch-black hole, and the wall of the cloud hall was broken. This is impossible. My god's kingdom is broken. The storm god's cry of disbelief could be faintly heard. Eat my big marshmallow. Dani was still embarrassed, and she only said it in her heart. She did not shout it out loud. Chapter 10:19. Eat one of my marshmallows. Dragon Queen shouted in her heart. She held the 30-meter-long Wind King's sword staff that was as thick as a Ferris wheel and poured out the divine power of wind from her body. As she swung her sword down, it was as if she was floating in a clear pool. She held a huge spray gun and shot a jet of ink in front of her. The clear pool water was dyed black. It was a ghastly sight. Then, the ink slowly spread in all directions. The black water mark quickly expanded. Crack! 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 The grayish-black tornado that was spinning at high speed paused and stopped. A large part of it was corroded by the ink and a hole appeared. As the ink spread, the tornado's wind wall began to split apart from the hole. The hole in the clouds outside the hole also began to split apart. The ink was naturally not ink. Even Dragon Queen's marshmallows were not black. The black was because the space was cut open. Strictly speaking, her cotton candy sword was supposed to be formless, colorless, and transparent. However, the wind elf had gathered too much wind and was too thick. The colorless wind had been dyed green, and the formless wind had also started to become heavy. When the wind turned into a wind blade, the wind blade was enhanced with the polarity of space and the sword god's sword will. The space around the marshmallows was cut open. The blade was not black. After the space was cut open, it would appear as black in the field of vision. Every wisp of wind was equivalent to an atom of wind. It was a divine sword, a wind blade that activated the polarity of space and was endowed with the sword god's sword will. The atomic divine sword cut open the space easily. To the naked eye, it was just a black mosaic spot. How many wisps of wind were there in the marshmallows? More than 1,000 wind ravens. With a swing of the sword, a huge hole appeared in the cage of wind that was suspected to be the body of the wind goddess. The hole in the clouds outside the tornado was completely penetrated. Looking from outside the divine kingdom, it looked like a black light suddenly shot out from the inside of a fast-moving dark cloud. When the cotton candy dispersed, countless atoms of wind spread throughout the entire cage of wind, spreading throughout the entire cloud hall. Great destruction erupted. No. A horrified and twisted expression froze on the storm god's face. His divine body was like a porcelain doll that had been heated to a high temperature and splashed with ice water. Black cracks crawled up his cheeks, neck, torso. This is impossible. Her divine body was shattered by the spatial storm, and her divine soul was still screaming in despair. What's impossible? Dani held the 2-meter-long weirwood sword hilt and walked freely in the dark, ocean-like space storm, as if she was taking a stroll in the garden. Until now, you still haven't recognized the origin of the dragon-headed staff in my hand? She came in front of him and handed the weirwood tree trunk forward. It is. The god of storm looked like a cracked lime doll, with lime powder sliding down the cracks. Inside the dark cracks, there was green blood wriggling out. Through the blood, one could see the golden skeleton of a god. You were able to find every flaw in the hall in the clouds just because of this weirwood? A butcher could kill a cow, and so could an ordinary butcher. Dismembering the same cow into meat, tendons, and offal would take only 1/10 of the strength of an ordinary butcher, or even less. The hall in the clouds was the god of storm's divine kingdom. To defeat a true god in his divine kingdom, one must first destroy the divine kingdom. As long as the divine kingdom was not destroyed, the gods would not be defeated. Since the birth of the world, there had never been a case of a true god being killed in his own divine kingdom. Why was the black goat both strong and weak? The black goat was strong because he had dominated the faith of Kola for countless years. The black goat temple was connected to his divine kingdom, and the divine kingdom had a shocking amount of faith power. Therefore, in Kola, Lalo did not want to be his enemy. The faith of Kola was not worth starting a war of gods. But if he left Kola and went to Reese, the black goat would lose the support of infinite divine power. He would just be a powerful god of death who had not mastered the law. A demigod was already so powerful with a divine kingdom behind him, let alone a true god. However, once Dani held the weirwood staff, she immediately became the butcher of the old Westeros gods. Well, only the old gods of the Westeros. Her spiritual power entered the weirwood, and then she used the weirwood to touch the divine kingdom of the old gods. With the help of the superbrain of the wise old woman, She could instantly analyze the structure of the divine kingdom and ensure that every attack was 1000% effective. Just like a butcher dismembering a cow, she could easily cut through the joints with ease. Dani herself was a peerless sharp knife, and she understood the joints of the hall in the clouds. How could she not do it with ease? Seeing that the god of storm was still at a loss, Dani did not want him to die in peace, so she said directly, "It is the second life of the door god. Although it is badly damaged, it is still your main god. My divine power of wind is transformed into offensive divinity through the weirwood. It is like I am a main god attacking a subordinate god. In terms of power level, I am naturally half a level higher than you. Of course, you are a true god and half a level higher than me, so we are even. However, your hall in the clouds is a shack version of the wind of a world. You will be unlucky if you meet either me or the weirwood, not to mention me with the weirwood." "Ah, so that's how it is." The storm god's eyes flashed with understanding. "Last time when you found the hall in the clouds through the altar of the old gods on the Thousand-Face Island, I should have been vigilant. I was careless." Dani shook her head and sighed. "Don't be careless. Even if you keep flashing, it will still be useless. In order to deal with you, I even slowed down my understanding of the Song of Fire in the past year and focused all my energy on the polarity of wind. As long as there are people who believe in you, as long as I have the weirwood staff, I will be able to find your hall in the clouds. Why do you have to sneak up on me? I am a true god who is indifferent to fame and wealth. I am one of the 3 remaining true gods in the world. If you kill me, the world will lose one of its pillars. Even if I don't do anything, as long as I am alive, it will be good for the world." The god of storm's soul shouted unwillingly. Dani sighed helplessly. "I am only here to recruit you. The world is hard. Most of Ursos has fallen. Dealing with the god of frost has already exhausted me. But the alliance of gods is watching from the sidelines. I don't dare to do anything. If you and drowning god are willing to help me, the 3 of us will be able to defeat Frost God and deal with the Righteous Alliance's sneak attacks. After the long night, you will also be rewarded by the world. Isn't that perfect? Yet, you're so stubborn that you'd rather join the Righteous Alliance than be a good person. Haha, I am a noble true god. Why should I surrender to a lowly human like you?" The god of storm murmured. Seeing that his breath was getting weaker and weaker, Dani could not be bothered to be angry. She frowned and said doubtfully, "I deliberately avoided your body with the tip of my sword, and used 99% of my strength on the cage in the wind and the hall in the clouds. You should be slightly injured now. At most, you will be seriously injured. How can you die? Don't talk about it. While he is still alive, let's try to save him. Maybe he can be saved." In the weirwood, Bran said helplessly, "He is right. Even if a true god doesn't do anything, the more he does to the world, the better core. Before he could finish his sentence, the big raven on the shoulder of the god of storm suddenly opened his eyes. His bloody pupils were filled with extreme madness and hatred. Dani's heart trembled when she looked into his eyes. But before she could do anything, the big crow let out a mournful cry, and its powerful soul power directly shattered the storm god's already broken body. "No." The god of storm cried weakly. His body turned into powder. Before the powder fell to the ground, it turned into a gust of blood-red wind. The body dissipated, revealing the golden soul of the god of storm, which was full of black cracks. "God of storm, die." The big raven's cry not only shattered the body of the god of storm, but also awakened countless Chimin's souls. They were all followers of the god of storm. They had been locked in the cloud prison and cut by the wind blades. Now, the cloud hall collapsed, and the cloud prison was broken. The Iron Seed was freed. However, these followers of the god of storm had been tortured for countless years. Except for crying in pain, they had almost lost their human nature and sanity. They were floating in the air in a daze. They didn't wake up until the big raven's cry. Then, with red eyes, they turned into evil ghosts and pounced on the golden soul of the god of storm. "God of storm, give me back my life." The anger of the Iron Seed was almost tangible. Dani frowned and immediately released her holy light, burning all the vengeful spirits that came close to her into ashes and pure spiritual matter. "Tut! At the moment when she was distracted, the big raven's sharp beak reached out and pecked the forehead of the golden soul. The light in the eyes of the god of storm disappeared completely. The whole process seemed long, but it actually happened in a flash. Catcher, catcher, boom. The world shook, the wind blew, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and rain poured down like a god crying. The sea of law was boiling like porridge. The world was like a broken tricycle with gas pedal on, accelerating down the slope. As the person chosen by the world, Dani immediately felt it. Her heart was filled with extreme irritability, anger, and other negative emotions. You want to die. She poked the big raven's head with her finger. Pop! The angry attack directly blew the demigod raven into a bloody mist. Don't! Bran was the first to arrive. He was embarrassed and annoyed. Your Majesty, you should ask for the reason. The soul is still here. There will be time to ask in the future. Dani's face was gloomy. She looked around. Snow, rain, fog, hailstones, and other phenomena were mixed together. Black clouds were rolling, the wind was blowing, and there was an endless sea of blood in the sky. In the mess, the hall in the clouds was split into countless pieces. Countless gusts of wind blew, mixed with the wailing of thousands of dead souls. Dani also saw Yolan of Scylla. He was actually lucky to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, her eyes focused. Countless big ravens were like mad dogs, cawing as they passed through the ruins of the god's kingdom, fighting for the scattered wisps of black wind. Those big ravens were all wind spirits. Dani was also very familiar with what they were fighting for, the black tornado suspected to be the goddess of wind's true form. What are you eating? She was in a bad mood, and her tone was impatient. We are drinking the wind. The ravens did not care about her attitude. They just answered casually and started fighting again. For ordinary people, drinking the northwest wind meant no food. But for the wind ravens, drinking the northwest wind could really fill their stomachs. Is it delicious? Dani was finally interested. Caw, caw, caw. A wind raven expanded like a balloon, and its blood-red eyes were dyed with a trace of green. Under Dani's surprised and the envious eyes of the other ravens, it suddenly exploded into a long green wind belt. This wind belt was very different. It was infinitely elongated and fluttered like a victory flag. In the blood-red sea of thunder, it flew up diagonally for a few kilometers. More importantly, Dani felt that a trace of divinity was being born in her body. There is such an effect. Dani was no longer annoyed by the spilled milk. She pulled herself together again, opened her mouth wide, and sucked hard at the messy sky. Half, half, half. The wall of wind built by the storm, the remnants of the black tornado, the tornado that was out of control, the souls of the believers of the god of storm, Yolan of Scylla, the corpse and soul of the god of storm, the big ravens that exploded into a bloody mist. All the tangible and intangible substances from the collapsed hall in the clouds were all sucked into her mouth and then sent to the believers to be preserved. Then, Dani saw the gods around her who were ready to make a move. The alliance of justice and order was here. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago. From afar, the gods saw a dark cloud in the sky rushing toward them at lightning speed. They knew that it was the hall in the clouds and that the Dragon Queen was trapped in it. They were very excited, and their divine power surged, preparing their divine spells. As soon as they entered the kingdom of the god of storm, they would immediately focus their fire on the Dragon Queen. Then, boom, a big hole suddenly appeared in the dark cloud, and a black sword pillar that could shatter the void stretched out from the cloud. The horrifying power made the gods' hair stand on end even though they were far away. They stopped in shock and bewilderment. Then there was a big explosion. The whole hall in the clouds was shattered, disintegrated, and annihilated in the space storm. The gods were more and more shocked. This shouldn't be. No matter how strong the Dragon Queen was, she couldn't have broken the kingdom of a true god so quickly. What killing move did she have? The gods avoided it in confusion. Chapter 10:20. After the long night fell, the gods and their god kingdoms gradually left the astral world and could travel freely in the material world. In the material world, the hall in the cloud of the storm god appeared as a cloud, mixed with thousands of clouds. Without his invitation, Ordinary gods couldn't even find the hall in the cloud. Inami's flowing water palace was similar. Night Lion couldn't find the flowing water palace from the bottom of the sea with his own ability. But he had a friendship with Inami in his early years and got a magic conch. As long as he blew the conch in the sea, the flowing water palace on the other side of the sea would immediately sense it. Lalo could find and enter the hall in the cloud because of the storm god's token. At first, the hall in the cloud floated above the narrow sea near dawn. When the storm god decided to join the alliance of justice and order, the hall in the cloud immediately moved east. The deities walked in the opposite direction. Both sides flew more than 1,000 kilometers and met near Volantis. The gods should have swarmed forward, but the hall in the cloud braked first, and then there was a big explosion. Before the evil gods could react, the celestial phenomenon of the fall of a true god was displayed in front of everyone. They were shocked, confused, and scared. What kind of power could make a true god fall in such a short time? The storm god was in his god kingdom. Didn't he say that the cage of wind could trap Dragon Queen for a month? Their hearts were filled with fear. They hesitated and even began to shrink back. Before Dani finished cleaning up the battlefield, she saw the huge black cloud of demon flames slowly retreating into the distance. The black cloud was a phenomenon caused by the gathering of demons. There were dozens of demons, and at least 10 of them were at the same level as Night Lion. Obviously, the information about the 3 giants was fake. The rest of the evil gods also understood the rules, and were only 1 or 2 levels lower than Night Lion. The key was that she didn't know anything about them, but the enemy knew everything. If I'm surrounded, I'll be dead. Dani's scalp was numb, and her heart was trembling. She almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to run away. But the next moment, Dani saw that the gods didn't surround her. Instead, they carefully retreated. After being stunned for a moment, she came to a realization. I'm afraid of them, but they're also afraid of me. She was afraid of them because she knew her own limits. The other party was ready to unleash a powerful divine spell with a high level of energy and a large yield, all of which were beyond her tolerance. They were afraid of her because she had just killed a true god. They suspected that she had an unknown trump card. With the wisdom of the old woman still in her body, Dani quickly figured it out and let out a sigh of relief. After cleaning up the battlefield calmly, she stepped forward with a cold face and roared, "Ivalders, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and die." She wanted to imitate Zhong Fei and Zhao Yun and shout, "Dani Liz of Dragonstone Island is here, why don't you?" However, Dani Rise of Dragonstone Island was obviously not as domineering as Zhao Zilong of Changshan and Zhong Ida of Yang. Instead, she was a little silly. However, she had just killed a true god and destroyed the true god's divine kingdom, and her body was buffed with the max level of the halo of fear. In the eyes of the gods, it was not important what she was shouting. What was important was that she was charging at them. The evil king is here. Dani Rise is ferocious. You can't fight her. Retreat quickly. The powerful gods with many precepts were still hesitating, but the weaker evil gods were scared out of their wits. They screamed and turned to run back. With this run, the formation was messed up. Like falling dominoes, the surrounding gods turned into black smoke and disappeared from Dani's sight with a whoosh. Dani finally relaxed. She chuckled and headed north at an even faster speed, entering the continent of Ursos. Less than half a minute after she left, the evil gods ran back. When they saw that the Dragon Queen had disappeared, they were all excited. They shouted, "Dani Rise was bluffing, she must have used a forbidden art that harms her own life, Dani Rise can't hold on any longer, don't let the low-health Dani Rise escape," and so on. They chased her all the way to the west. The gods were not stupid. After running for a while, they realized that the Dragon Queen was not using any spatial magic to chase after them. They immediately realized that something was wrong. However, Dani did not use any forbidden art that harms her own divine body, nor did she have low health. She only used big cotton candy, and the divine power in her body was depleted. Her body was weak, and it was difficult for her to even open a spatial door. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many enemies, their killer moves were unknown, and there was a possibility of GG if they were surrounded, she might have really turned around and kited the enemies. Several fairies circled around her. Dani looked like she was wearing a wide-sleeved fairy dress made of clouds. Like the cultivators in the Xianxia world, she floated in the air like an immortal. The gods rushed to the West Eros in the west. She carried the weirwood trunk and recovered her mana as she walked along the Rhone River to Korha. Bran used the weirwood to interfere with the River of Time to cover the Dragon Queen's tracks. In Korha, Dani saw a city of the living dead. Millions of ghouls were scattered around the city. A large group of ghouls seemed to be ready to go south to Volantis. Or were they planning to cross the Dothraki Sea and invade Slaver's Bay? Without any delay, Dani opened up her fire domain. Divine power of fire flowed out and ignited tens of thousands of ghouls in the city. Then, she quickly moved out of the city. By the time the frost god descended with a roar and activated his ice domain to clash with her fire domain, Dani had already killed hundreds of thousands of ghouls. She did not stay in a stalemate with the frost god. She had recovered most of her divine power on the way. She immediately teleported to Norfoss in the west of Korha and repeated the same trick. This time, it was less effective. An evil god of ice had already activated his domain. Her fire domain crushed the evil god's ice domain. Before she could start her massacre, the frost god descended with a roar. Hence, Dani ran to Roraz in the Trembling Sea in the north. She also helped Bravos, which had lost 90% of its population and was on the verge of collapse, to clear out hundreds of thousands of ghouls in the city. By the time the survivors of Bravos crawled out of the underground palace and caves, kneeling on the ground and chanting, "Long live the Dragon Queen," Dani had already left the narrow sea. She walked around the Eyrie and comforted the volunteers there. Then, she went north to Winterfell. After returning to the West Eros, she went all out. She activated her fire domain and unleashed her divine power without restraint. From the entrance of Neck Lake to the edge of the Great Wall, from Deepwood Castle by the Sea of Sunset in the west to Widow's Watch in the Trembling Sea in the east, Dani went on a killing spree without blinking an eye. After a frenzied massacre, the depressing feeling brought about by the unexpected death of the Storm God immediately dissipated. If the Alliance of Justice and Order hadn't caused trouble, you would have been able to control most of the zombie hordes in the cities. Bran sighed regretfully. Since the other ghosts broke through the Great Wall, and today, most of the world has fallen. The humans and the ghouls are in different positions of attack and defense. But this also means that the long night has reached its climax. The frost god can cultivate the other ghosts on a large scale. Tens of thousands of other ghosts will form tribes living in the icy world. If they can replace the humans as the main characters of the world, even if the remaining humans are still alive, they will become a lost race like the children of the forest, Dani said worriedly. After returning to Dragonstone Island, she began to check on the wind ravens in the faith space. They had already eaten the remains of the black tornado. All the wind ravens had obviously improved. Half of them had evolved into greater spirits with weak divinity. They were dozens of times stronger than ordinary wind spirits, but they were only one step away from becoming demigods. Holy Mother, if there are a few more black tornadoes, won't all my wind spirits be promoted to demigods? Can the cotton candy of 1,000 demigod wind ravens split the world with one sword? Dani was surprised and happy, but more than that, she was puzzled. Black Tornado, Inami's wife, the goddess of wind, the storm god, and the big crow that killed the storm god. Who were they? What did it matter? Why was the storm god still on the verge of death when the big cotton candy sword had already avoided him? Was it just bad luck that he was caught in the crossfire? Moreover, the storm god had a well-known ability to control crows. Yolan of Scylla had two typical characteristics in his external appearance. He had only one eye and a crow on his shoulder. He only had one eye, but it was not that he was blind in one eye. Instead, he had two heterochromatic pupils like the dwarf. However, the dwarf did not have extraordinary talent. His heterochromatic pupils were just ordinary eyes. Yolan of Scylla, however, had the potential to become a wizard. His dark left eye, which was covered by an eye patch, contained the evil power of the storm god. The big crow that often appeared on Yolan of Scylla's shoulder was controlled by the left eye under the eye patch. King Bullon fell down the hanging ladder because he controlled the big crow to cast the blood witchcraft, PS. In other words, The big crow was the evidence that Yolan of Scylla was the priest of the storm god, and not his own unique image. But since the crow was the servant and companion of the storm god, why didn't it attack the dragon queen? Instead, it attacked its master. With countless questions, Dany took out the big crow of the storm god. Well, it was an extremely powerful demigod crow. Its divine body was destroyed by her angry attack, but its divine soul was preserved. The crow is my second life. The demigod crow was in a bad state. Its soul was like a candle that was about to be extinguished. When Chizang used divine arts, even his attacks carried the spiritual bestowment attribute. How could Dany not set an example? At this moment, the divinity of the big crow was almost completely stripped away. You should be a follower of the storm god in your first life, right? Why did you kill your own master god? Dany asked. The storm god was an old god, so it was not strange that he had followers who could shapeshift. In fact, if Yolan of Scylla went to the Great Wall and stayed there for a few years, he might also awaken the talent of shapeshifting. Yes, I was a follower of Wrath. But which follower of the storm god didn't want to kill that bastard? The big crow said with resentment. Thinking of the doctrine of the storm god and the scene when the Cloud Hall was destroyed, countless Chemin turned into evil spirits and wanted to eat the storm god's divine soul alive. Dany was speechless. When Yolan of Scylla was suffering in hell, didn't he also scream under the attacks of the demons and curse the storm god and dragon queen loudly? It was completely normal for the followers of the storm god to hate the storm god. Wrath is the name of the storm god. Before he took the divine body and divinity of the wind goddess, he was called Wrath, the crow said. It was a short sentence, but it contained a lot of information. Dany thought for a moment and took a deep breath. You said he. The storm god is a man. Dragon Queen's face twisted. Wrath is the son of the forest. I don't know what his real name is. Humans can't understand the source language. Dany's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly understood some of the questions she had before. Wrath was a powerful green prophet. He might have mastered the Song of Law. One day, the wind goddess fell into a deep sleep because of an accident. Wrath took over her divine body. So, that black tornado was actually the real body of the storm god. I deliberately avoided the storm god and only vented my power on the black tornado and the Cloud Hall, but I didn't expect his real body to take most of my power. No wonder it cracked. Chapter 1021. The goddess of wind was also a vicious bitch. She killed my family and my people, and in the end, Enyu Xiao and I killed her together. The big crow said with resentment. Huh? You killed the goddess of wind? Who are you? Dany was surprised. You should have heard of me, Storm King Duran, nicknamed God's Worry. Dany Leezy, you are not bad, but compared to me, you are just a junior. The big crow said proudly. So it's you. Dany was surprised at first, and then she looked at the crow's remnant soul with a strange expression. For some reason, Duran was not half human and half bird like the child of the forest crow. His soul had completely become a crow. You are just an unlucky guy whose fate was controlled by the gods. What right do you have to compare with me? I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. She laughed. Duran said unhappily, You can call me a loser, but you can't insult me by saying that my fate was controlled by the gods. In fact, it was to fight against fate that I walked on the path of becoming an enemy of the gods. You are very strong, much stronger than me, but you are still a latecomer. Although I don't know what happened back then, looking at the result, you were obviously fooled by Enyu Xiao. What's pitiful is that you didn't know anything and thought that you were fighting against fate. Dany said disapprovingly. Duran Crow was stunned. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't. After a while, he said bitterly, You are right. That bastard Enyu Xiao has been controlling my fate, but I thought that my enemies were the Anami and the goddess of wind. Of course, they are my enemies. All the gods deserve to die. None of them are good. He sighed. What happened back then? Dany asked. I am not sure now. Duran said dejectedly. Your Majesty, you can see for yourself. The storm god is dead, and there are no more disturbances. You can look at Duran's timeline as much as you want. Bran said. There were still disturbances. Dani condensed the river of time and found traces of Duran, but she could only see a blurry image. The storm god's interference with the river of time was permanent. It was like using an eraser to erase his own plot in a storybook. Furthermore, not only did this matter involve the storm god, but Inami and the goddess of wind were also the main characters. Even the door god had a friendly cameo. However, Dani was able to roughly reconstruct the story by observing the important supporting characters like Du Lun and Brandon Stark. About 50,000 years ago, Nu Xiao was born. Apart from being more talented, he was just like the other children of the forest. He had a peaceful temperament and loved singing about the mountains and rivers of the world. Like many green prophets, he often slept on the weirwood tree and listened to the song of wind sung by the door god. When the door god was still alive, many talented creatures slept on weirwood and listened to the door god's song. Just like many creatures in the past, Nu Xiao became a demigod under the weirwood. However, Nu Xiao restrained himself and didn't become a true god. He was very talented in the lore of wind, and the door god hoped that he could be the successor of the Song of Wind. For the next 30,000 years, Nu Xiao had been studying the Song of Wind. However, the Song of Wind of the door god was the most powerful song of wind. It was almost impossible to surpass him. For example, Dani, Sheep Egg, and Lalo all had the Song of Fire. Then, which era would it be easier for another person to sing the Song of Fire? Lalo had existed for hundreds of millions of years, but no one had been able to steal his Song of Fire. This showed how difficult it was to sing the songs of the four basic elements. However, Sheep Egg had stolen Lalo, and Dani had stolen Sheep Egg, and they had both succeeded. Obviously, it was much harder to comprehend the Song of Fire after Dani's time than during Lalo's time. The Song of Wind of the door god was only a little bit weaker than Dani's Song of Fire. It was inferior in the uniqueness of the first flame. Therefore, even though the door god had helped him wholeheartedly, Nu Xiao couldn't sing the Song of Wind that surpassed the door god's. After that, the door god gave a part of his Song of Wind to Nu Xiao. He didn't expect Nu Xiao to surpass him. He only wanted Nu Xiao to inherit his Song of Wind. Or, after he died, Nu Xiao could sing the Song of Wind that was one level lower. The door god's arrangement was perfect, but Nu Xiao had exhausted his patience after tens of thousands of years of training. If that was the case, Nu Xiao would lose his faith and confidence like the countless demigods under the door god's command who failed to sing the Song of Wind. In the future, he would be a normal demigod and enjoy his life. In the end, he would become a green prophet and merge into the seal of the green prophet. Or, if he was determined, he would give up on the Song of Wind and put all his energy into the chorus of wind. In the end, he would become a true god like the Inami. No matter what, Nu Xiao's future was bright. At least, when he looked back, he wouldn't regret wasting his time. He wouldn't feel ashamed because he didn't accomplish anything. When he was about to die, he could roar, "My life and all my experiences have been dedicated to the most glorious cause in the world to save humanity and the world. I die without regrets." However, his life was full of misfortune. The era he lived in happened to be the intersection of two eras. The next era would be 2,000 years later. His people, the children of the forest, the world he loved, the free and peaceful primitive forest era, would be replaced by another race and another way of life. For the sake of the alien race, for the sake of the human civilization that he hated, he felt that it wasn't worth it. In fact, when the eras changed, the children of the forest, including the Green Prophet, were split into two factions. One faction was peaceful. Dani thought they were cowards, and accepted the fate of their race. They only sang to vent their sorrow. The other faction wanted to fight against fate. There was even a Green Prophet who didn't hesitate to transform himself into a first-generation deviant ghost. Not only the children of the forest, even the door god was confused. However, the children of the forest were more concerned about the future of their race. The door god was confused because he was uncertain about the future of the world. The door god was confused. The door god was divided into two. The children of the forest were confused. They were also divided into two. One faction followed the will of the heavens and became the three-eyed crows. They were like the Transformers faction. The three-eyed crows were the pillars supporting the sky. The other faction wanted to change their fate. Some of the children of the forest chose to become deviant ghosts and use them to destroy the humans who threatened the survival of their race. Some of the children of the forest took the initiative to start a war with the humans again. They were like the Transformers faction. Because of their different ideologies, they split into many megatars. Nu Xiao was one of the megatars. No matter how hard the megatars tried, they all proved one thing: the will of the heavens could not be defied. Nu Xiao's megatars, whose worldview collapsed, left the Westeros and traveled to Ursos, the Jade Sea of the Far East, and Asia for thousands of years. He met many good teachers and learned a lot of advanced theories and knowledge that the Door God could never learn. In short, Nu Xiao, who destroyed his worldview in the Westeros, went to the east and rebuilt his worldview. He had the same values, worldview, and outlook on life as the deviant gods of the barbarian land. Well, in the last era, the center of the world was the barbarian land. The Dawn Kingdom of the barbarian land was the most civilized and developed empire in the world. But the barbarian land's emperor was the descendant of the gods. In other words, the deviant gods ruled the country. Nu Xiao turned from the gentle, kind, and peace-loving green prophet to the current storm god. Oh, his personality was reconstructed. He still needed the storm god's power. Nu Xiao hoped to become a true god before the great calamity of the era. Only by becoming a true god could he have the chance to change the fate of his race. But he had been studying the Song of Wind. It was hard for him to create a chorus in a short period of time. The great calamity of the era was coming. There was not much time left for him. He needed a miracle. Fortunately, Nu Xiao was the most powerful green prophet. His ability to peek into fate was much better than most true gods. The story between Inami and the storm goddess made him see the fastest way to become a true god. As mentioned before, the Night Lion and the Lady of Light opened a husband and wife shop, the Kingdom of Dawn, and successfully fused the laws of light and darkness perfectly. From there, they developed the supreme law of the universe, a knockoff of the Song of Ice and Fire, the Song of Light and Darkness. Many gods were envious of them and wanted to learn from them. For example, Inami and Lalo wanted to learn. Many people, including Dany, thought that the name Inami was strange. Why didn't she call herself the Sea God? Actually, Inami was called the Sea God before. She was as outstanding as Nu Xiao. She was born tens of thousands of years earlier than Nu Xiao. She was his senior brother and was valued by the Door God's master. The Door God taught Nu Xiao personally and arranged for Inami to study at the Lawn River. He spent a lot of time and effort on the two of them. He also had a lot of expectations. Inami learned the chorus of the Song of Water beside the Lawn River Mother Goddess. She deserved the name Sea God. However, after she married the Wind Goddess, she changed her name. She no longer represented the sea. Inami, it sounded like water. But Inami also learned the chorus of the Song of Fire. Who would believe that? This was not a secret. Anyone who had heard the Song of Inami, the Bible of the Inami Church, similar to the Seven Stars Bible, would know that Inami was also the fire god. The drowning god created the demons for them to rape and pillage. He used blood, fire, and joyous songs to create a new world, and used it to carve his name. The drowning god once brought fire from the sea to the mortal world, and held a sword and fire to sail the world. These were the two core teachings in the Inami Bible. They explained the divinity of the Inami and regulated the actions of the Inami followers. Because it involved the secrets of the Inami, Dany could not observe the specific reasons from the River of Time. She only knew that the Wind Goddess paid a great price to help Inami sing the chorus of the Song of Water and Fire. Inami seemed to have been abandoned by the Door God. Well, the Door God had always been indifferent to his followers. He rarely cared about the trivial matters between them. Nu Xiao saw the result in advance from fate. He wanted to scheme against the weakened Wind Goddess. First, Nu Xiao became the master of the Storm King Durin. It was similar to Lalo finding the sheep egg. This process was not difficult. Back then, the mortals in the Westeros had all converted to the old gods and respected the green prophet of the children of the forest. Then, He used the prophecy of fate to arrange for Durin and Ini to meet. This was not difficult. Durin was the Storm King and lived by the sea. Mermaids were not as rare as now. In fact, it was because of Ini's love affair with a human that mermaids rarely appeared in the human world. Durin had been the master of the human world for hundreds of years. He was also a powerful demigod. He had the ambition and courage to mess with the daughter of a god. Ini was a simple mermaid princess. She could not refuse an experienced driver like Durin. Therefore, Enyu Xiao did not do anything. The story developed according to his script. Ini was not only the beloved daughter of the sea god and the wind goddess, she was also the key to the fusion of the two opposing laws. How could she be taken by a lowly human? Chapter 1022. The time when Aegon unified the 7 countries was the first year of Westeros history. 15,000 BC, for the whole world, it was the era of the descendants of God, but for the eternal gods, it was the end of this glorious era. In less than 10,000 years, the next world fall would happen. Liang Mu had no hope of saving the world, and he was in despair. His spirit began to split into two. Enyu Xiao had been teaching the wind song for 30,000 years, but now he had to stop for the time being. His worldview was about to collapse. 15,000 BC, 12,000 BC, it was the Dawn Era. The ancestors crossed the Narrow Sea and entered the Westeros. They clashed with the children of the forest, the giants, and other Westeros natives. In the end, they signed an oath on the Thousand Faces Island, and the Green Man organization was born. Liang Mu didn't care about these small things. The children of the forest were divided for the first time, and the liberal faction and the deceiver faction began to appear. Enyu Xiao traveled abroad and began to rebuild his worldview. 12,000 BC, 800 BC, 4,000 years of the hero era. The ancestors gave up their original religion in the continent of Ursos and fully converted to the old gods. Humans who gained the recognition of the children of the forest began to flourish. Many gifted human kings learned from the children of the forest. The strongest group became demigods, and then created the kingdom of the descendants of God in the Westeros. They were remembered as heroes by humans, so this period was called the Hero Era. For example, Green Hand Garth created the Gardener family, ruled River Bend for at least 1,000 years, and was proficient in the magic of plants and life. Wherever Green Hand went, farms, villages, and orchards would be full of vitality. It was said that he had a cloth bag that contained all the seeds of the world's crops. It was said that when he touched an infertile woman or an old woman without menstruation, they would be able to give birth again. Girls became mature in front of him, mothers became pregnant with twins or even triplets under his blessing, and little girls became menstruating girls under his smile. Wherever he went, nobles and ordinary people were willing to offer their chaste daughters to him. Their crops would have a good harvest in the coming year, and the fruit trees would be full of fruit. Girls who were raped by him would also be pregnant with strong sons or beautiful daughters. This was why the nobles of River Bend emphasized the Green Hand family. The River Bend feudal lords were all established by the direct descendants of Green Hand Garth. Lord Eel's family was originally a River Bend noble family, but because they were not part of the Green Hand faction, they were ostracized and suppressed. In the end, they had no choice but to migrate to the north, which was thousands of miles away. White Harbor's Mandalay family was loyal to Winterfell because of Stark's kindness in the Northern Territory. Actually, even Stark and Lannister were part of the Green Hand faction. During the heroic era, Green Hand Garth was the king of the River Bend, Durin was the king of the Land of Storms, Grey Sea King was the king of the Iron Islands and the River Gap, and Griffin King, the ancestor of the Royce family, who passed down a set of magic bronze armor to this day, 10,000 years later, and also the ancestor of Bronze John, was the king of the valley. They were all semigod heroes, and they all ruled the kingdoms for thousands of years. Among the remaining 3 of the 7 kingdoms, clever Lannister of the West didn't have any extraordinary talents, and he was as short as a dwarf, but he was smart and eloquent. He slept with the daughter of the original owner of Casterly Rock City and became the head of the family. Lannister's background wasn't simple. He was the illegitimate son of Green Hand Garth's daughter. Could it be a coincidence? Why does Lannister look so similar to Tyrion? There was something even more coincidental. Donder had many deserts and mountains, it was remote and desolate, and most of them were tyrants like the fallen city Dane. Before 2000 BC, before Nymeria led the Nuenar people across the sea, Donder didn't have a unified king. Finally, there was the North. The North also had a semigod king, but it had nothing to do with Stark. He was the founder of the Bolton family of the Skinners. From the map of the Northern Territory, it could be seen that the most fertile White Blade River plain in the center of the Northern Territory didn't belong to Stark, but to the Bolton family. Why? Before the arrival of Stark, the Bolton family had already built a castle and established a kingdom there. The founder of Winterfell Stark was the city builder Brandon. What was the background of Brandon? Or rather, where did the Stark family live 8,000 years ago? The city builder Brandon had an extraordinary background. His father was Bloodblade Brandon, a semigod king, and the son of Greenhand Garth. Bloodblade Brandon was called Bloodblade because he participated in the War of the Children of the Forest 12,000 BC. He slaughtered the giants of River Bend. As he killed too many children of the forest, the blood he shed dyed the Emerald Lake red. Bloodblade Brandon was born in the Dawn era before 12,000 BC. His son, city builder Brandon, participated in the construction of the Great Wall after 800 BC. This time span, city builder Brandon accepted the mission of building the Great Wall and guarding the Northern Territory. He left his hometown and migrated to the Northern Territory to build Winterfell and establish the House of Stark family. City builder Brandon, Clever Lane, Jon, and Tyrion. Looking at their backgrounds and fates, it was as though history was repeating itself. No wonder the dwarf and the dwarf liked each other so much. From the experiences of the heroes during the heroic era, it could be seen that during that era, humans and gods lived together. There was frequent communication between gods and gods. The divine wars between gods were like the struggle for power between kings. Hence, after knowing that their daughter was abducted by Durin, the sea god and wind goddess didn't have the thought that gods shouldn't appear in the world. On the night of Durin and Yini's wedding, the couple destroyed the Storm King's castle and killed all of Durin's relatives and guests. This was a blood feud. Durin and Yini's union was not like Dong Yong and the Weaver Girl, or Liu Yangchang and the Third Holy Mother. Durin was a demigod. Before he met Yini, he had lived for 1,000 years. He had many women and had many children. He had many relatives. The sea god and wind goddess killed his entire family. What kind of feud was this? There were also guests. In Westeros, where the rights of guests were highly valued, not being able to protect the guests who gave their blessings to the couple was the greatest humiliation for a demigod king like Durin. Durin declared war on the god and wife. The divine wars that lasted for 100 years was how Durin forged the name God's Worry. The sea god raised raging waves and destroyed all the coastal castles. Huge storms wreaked havoc in Durin's kingdom, destroying cities, towns, and villages. The sea god and wind goddess massacred Durin's citizens and destroyed the kingdom's production and crops. However, the two true gods used forbidden spells to cleanse the land. They could only hurt Durin's kingdom, causing him more pain and hatred. They couldn't kill him. If it was just a divine wars, the children of the forest could still endure one or two forbidden spells. However, both sides were long-lived gods. Time meant nothing to them. They kept fighting for 100 years. The true gods left countless forbidden spells in the land of storms. The human cities and the forests of the children of the forest were all destroyed. The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. The Green Prophet and the powerful human demigods joined the battle. The Windstop fortress that suppressed Broken Boat Bay was built with the blueprint provided by Brandon and the children of the forest in charge of enchantment. The wind goddess and the sea god had been fighting for a long time. They were already exhausted. The wind goddess also paid a huge price to fuse the opposing laws of the husband and wife shop. The half-blooded wind goddess was exhausted and had no divine power. It was like she was half-blooded and half-mana. However, she didn't just have to face the children of the forest who tried to stop the fight. She also had to face Roth, who had ulterior motives. Roth and Durin took the opportunity to harvest the wind goddess head. Roth then used his powerful soul power to take over the true god's body. It could also be said that Wrath had swallowed the wind goddess. The true form of the wind goddess was a storm that gave birth to spirituality. She had a powerful and special wind element talent. Wrath's methods weren't rare. Some of the evil gods in the Justice Alliance were plotting against the Dragon Queen. They wanted to devour her special bloodline and obtain the chance to control the First Flame. This was the benefit of studying abroad. In the Westeros, he would never be able to learn such advanced blood witchcraft. I didn't want to kill the wind goddess back then. Fine, my heart was filled with anger and hatred. If I had the ability to kill a god, I would have done it. However, when Wrath asked me to attack the wind goddess, he only said that he would severely injure her so that she wouldn't dare to interfere with me and Yinny. Who knew? You would be happy to see the end of the wind goddess, right? I saw you standing beside the corpse of the goddess of wind and laughing heartily. Dany said calmly. It was also calmer. By occupying the wind goddess's wind and cloud divine body, Wrath quickly learned the Song of the Storm. Now, more than 10,000 years later, because the Dragon Queen didn't know that the tornado that was suspected to be the wind goddess divine body was her true form, she still beat him to the brink of death even though she didn't want to kill him. Success was because of the wind and cloud, and failure was also because of the wind and cloud. Durin Crow said, I have a reason to curse the sea god and the wind goddess in the most vicious way. My family, friends, and people of the kingdom were all slaughtered by them. Blood hatred can only be cleansed with blood. However, the wind goddess was also the mother of my wife, Yinny. I wanted to hide the truth from her, but Wrath secretly told her that I murdered her mother. I couldn't even defend myself. All the more reason I have to kill Wrath. Even if he was a rare true god, even if killing him would accelerate the fall of the world, I don't care. I don't regret it. Durin's soul fluctuated fiercely, and his voice became sad and sad. I used to respect him, believe in him, and love him. However, after the wind goddess died, he seemed to have changed into another person. He used the cruelest methods to torture me. He tempted Yinny to take revenge on me, and he even involved my child. Yinny and I turned from lovers to enemies. Our husband and wife killed each other. My child and brother killed each other. I accidentally killed Yinny, and my son killed his own family. I hugged Yinny's corpse, and tears of blood flowed from my eyes. I cried in despair like a lone wolf. But he laughed in the clouds. Wrath is a madman. The pain of the most devout believer is the source of his happiness. He didn't target you. He hated all humans. Dany thought. Death couldn't end my sad life. He stuffed my soul into the crow's body, forcing me to be the slave of his enemy for eternity. I, the Storm King, God Jen Cho, was forced to be the enemy's slave. How humiliating it was. Tell me, should I take revenge? Durin cried. Although Durin's revenge was reasonable, Dany, who had seen his life in the River of Time, didn't like him. She wanted to burn him into an elemental giant. Chapter 10:23. Durin lived up to his name as the gods worry. A mere mortal demigod had killed two true gods. However, Dany didn't really like him. She didn't hate him either. In the River of Time, she had seen his history. He was a heroic figure who was very much a local tyrant women, good wine, bragging, and killing. His behavior was in line with the universal values of Westeros, but he didn't have any advantages or characteristics that attracted Dany. Durin himself also wanted to end this life, so Dany burned him into an elemental giant. It was essentially similar to a wind elf, but its appearance was different. Its upper body was a human, and its lower body was a funnel-shaped tornado with a long thin tail. There were two reasons why it looked like this. First, it was to distinguish humans from the elemental life form of the children of the forest. Second, elemental giants and wind elves were different in characteristics and functions. Wind elves were generally stronger than elemental giants and had more functions. Elemental giants were rough and were suitable as bricks for the walls of the Cloud Hall. Could a human's soul be burned into a life imprint and then a second life? Yes. However, the souls of ordinary people were not as tough as the children of the forest. It was easy for them to be burned and their life imprint destroyed. Strictly speaking, an ordinary muggle who had only lived for a few decades and a powerful shape-shifting child of the forest with hundreds of years of power were not on the same level of life. Perhaps in the future, Dany's fire creation could be perfected and it would be easier to burn the weak souls of ordinary people. However, that wouldn't be of much value. The strength of an elemental spirit was related to its magical power, talent, realm, and other supernatural attributes when it was alive. If an ordinary person was turned into an elemental spirit, not only would the calcining process be extremely time-consuming, but the new spirit itself would also not have any elemental power. It wouldn't be of much help to Dany, and it would be difficult for it to survive. It was better to let ordinary people reincarnate. After all, it was a new life. Of course, there were also extraordinary souls among humans. For example, powerful extraordinaries. If Durin died one day, Dany would definitely turn him into an elf. If he happened to have a second life in the Mother Crow's body, she would also help him become her. Durin wasn't dead yet, but there were many souls of extraordinaries in the Cloud Hall of the Storm God that were suitable to be turned into wind giants. Since the God of Storm was dead, Dany could only accept the reality and search for his legacy. Firstly, the Storm God's divine body had been devoured by the Wind Ravens. More than 500 Wind Ravens had begun to evolve into demigods. The remaining ones had also improved by varying degrees. Dany's ultimate move, Thousand Ravens Cotton Candy, had its power increased by at least 10 times. Secondly, the divine soul of the Storm God. Not to mention its huge spiritual quality and divinity, it had 2 songs of laws. They were the Song of Storm and the Song of Howling Pain. Thirdly, the remains of the hall in the clouds could be decomposed into various kinds of storm and wind divine power, which could be used as food for the wind ravens. Dany had also learned the runes to create the astral wind wall from it. Fourth, the undead in the Cloud Hall were the followers and priests of the God of Storm. When the God of Storms fell, a group of evil spirits that had been tortured for thousands of years tried to turn on the God of Storms, but Dany burned them to ashes. However, most of them survived as spoils of war. Many of them were like Yulun, the priests of the God of Storm with extraordinary talent. All the followers of the God of Storm, without exception, had practiced the doctrine of the God of Storm all their lives, burning, killing, looting, bringing destruction to the world, providing the God of Storm with the power of pain. In the end, they were tricked by the God of Storm to destroy themselves. Their souls entered the Cloud Hall and continued to provide joy to the God of Storm with their own pain. It was very tragic and sad, but some of them were also very talented and valuable. It was also because of them that Dany had the idea of creating the Wind Giants. As the priests of the God of Storm, their attributes were naturally compatible with the Song of the Storm. After hundreds of thousands of years of pain, their souls did not collapse, which was enough to prove the toughness of their souls. After personally experimenting with the souls of the priests of the God of Storm, Dany's guess was confirmed. After 10 days, she used the fire of creation to burn the Wind King and 200 warriors. Needless to say, the Wind King was Yulun. He was originally a powerful demigod who had lived for tens of thousands of years. After being reincarnated as a wind giant, Dany returned all the divinity and spirituality that belonged to his previous life to him. It was not surprising that he could become the king of wind giants. The spread of the God of Storm's faith was not widespread. It was only prevalent in the Iron Islands, the Shield Islands, the Three Sisters Islands, and other island kingdoms. For more than 10,000 years, there were only a few thousand believers who were qualified to enter the hall in the clouds. But they did not enter heaven, but suffered in hell. Every minute and every second, they were cut into pieces by the wind blades in the storm cage. How could a normal person withstand it? Dany only found 2,000 souls of the priests of the God of Storm. Only 10% of the souls could withstand the burning of the fire of creation. The rest of the souls collapsed when they were burned and completely disappeared from the world. In other words, they completed the natural reincarnation. The king of wind giants was 100 meters tall. Its skin, muscles, and bones were made of wind. Its whole body was light blue and black. It looked simple and honest, with bulging muscles and a long tornado tail. Except for its bigger size, its appearance was almost exactly the same as the genie in Aladdin's magic lamp. The 200 warriors also looked like the genie in Aladdin's magic lamp. They were light blue and almost translucent. Not counting the tail, the shortest one was 3 meters, and the tallest one was no more than 5 meters. The strength of the wind giants was only 1/10 of the strength of the wind elves before they evolved, or even less. They were miserable and weak. What made Danny even more dissatisfied was that not only were the wind giants weak, but they also lacked the spirituality of the wind elves. They looked silly and slow, and did not even know how to call out Mother Danny. The smartest king of wind giants only looked at the Dragon Queen and smiled foolishly. It probably had the IQ of a normal person. The rest were too bad. They were simply mentally retarded. They did not understand the human language and could not differentiate between north and south. The Dragon Queen asked them to line up and count off. The mere 200 giants were actually huddled together. It was not easy for them to stand hand in hand under the scolding of the centaur maid. When they counted off, they only said 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This group of idiots can only count to 3? The Dragon Queen sighed. It's already not bad. Even newborn children don't know how to count. The plump and short Jitchi said. Children still have the chance to grow brains, but they will never develop again. Danny hesitated. She did not know if she should destroy this group of newborn wind giants. If it was just that they were not smart, she could reluctantly accept it. But after 2 days, Danny realized that these wind giants did not have the intelligence of humans, but perfectly inherited the original sin of humans. Unlike the wind elves, who were pure and full of immortal aura, the wind giants were greedy and furious. In order to fight for the wind that contained the god of wind, they would fight with each other. They could not learn how to count no matter how hard they tried. They did not even need to be taught how to fight. Not only did the wind giants beat their own companions, they even tried to attack the humans when they found out that the 2 centaur maids, Jitchi and Yeeli, had the same appearance but different strength as the Dragon Queen. Most of the time, their anger came without reason. After that, they even completed the division of ranks in an extremely short period of time through group fights. Underlings, big brothers, great commanders, the ranks were clearly defined. The strong bullied the weak, and the weak did not dare to resist. They were submissive and followed the orders of the strong, and then bullied the even weaker ones. The dragon has 9 sons, each different. They are all creatures created from fire, but the wind giants are not elves, they are more like beast men. Danny understood. It could also be that the seed is not good. Bad bamboo shoots produce bad bamboo. The iron seed is already so evil, the storm god priest in the iron seed is even more. Can you imagine Yulun being as kind as an elf? Bran said uncertainly. I want to destroy them. Danny said. You don't have to go to such extremes. Even a pile of mud can be used to paste a wall. 200 wind giants is enough to build a wall of wind. Bran advised. The reason why the wind giants and wind elves were differentiated was because of their different functions. While studying the ruins of the hall in the clouds, Danny suddenly had an idea. Could she build a replica of the hall in the clouds in the human world? The wall of wind in the hall in the clouds used the storm as a brick. It could crush the flesh and bones of the invaders and melt the enemy's spirit. Its defensive power was very strong, and it could form a layer similar to a vacuum. The insulation effect was especially good. If the wind giants were used as bricks, could Danny replicate the wall of wind and build a wind belt? In fact, she had a similar idea a long time ago. Using the power of wind to build a giant thermos cup, and humans would live within the range of the thermos cup. Then, with a small sun hanging in the sky, could they survive the long night? Putting the wind giants aside, Danny looked at the god of wind giants who was about to be born. Using the method of wrath to seize the body of the wind goddess, the storm god could be counted as the second life of the green prophet. After squeezing out the divinity, spirituality, and the song of the law in the soul, only the life imprint of wrath and the wind goddess was left. Danny had tried to create a second life for the true god, a door god who was more powerful than the storm god. However, the door god's life imprint was barely a quarter of it. It was too broken and couldn't give birth to a complete life in the fire of creation. It could only merge the life imprint into the weirwood tree trunk. It wasn't a second life, but an incomplete reincarnation. The life imprint of the storm god was complete. Theoretically, it could also be burned into a wind elf. The reason why she left it for last was that the life imprint of the true god was too precious. Dany wanted to use other wind giants to practice. Phew, there were no obstacles at all. I succeeded so easily. It's 2 levels stronger than Du Lun. Looking at the 100-meter-tall wind giant in front of her, Dany was very excited. Originally, it would be very difficult to burn a true god. However, the life imprint of the true god was so tough that it could burn without restraint. It only took an hour to burn it into a giant wind giant. I am the storm, I am the havoc, I am the great wind calamity. Tilda outside the balcony of the drawing room, the wind giant was floating in the air. It opened its arms and roared angrily at the sky. The wind blew and clouds surged. Dragonstone Island was gradually surrounded by a giant tornado that was a few kilometers in diameter. The strong wind even created spiral-shaped water pillars on the sea surface. The magic crystal tower detected an unfamiliar strong divine power. When the wind giant was born, it sounded like a black girl on duty. Then, the whole Dragonstone Island was shocked by the natural phenomenon of the storm and the waterspout. The royal mags rushed to the magic crystal tower and formed a defensive magic circle. The Iron Warriors and the Dragonstone Island guards rushed to the tower where the queen was. It wasn't until Jitchi ran to the gate and shouted, "This stupid wind giant is the queen's summoned pet." Half of the panic calmed down. Everyone gathered around the main hall and pointed at the majestic wind giant in amazement. Standing on the balcony and looking at the wind giant floating in the air, Dany had a strange expression on her face. After a while, she said, "This guy is very strong and also very troublesome." As expected, bad bamboo shoots produce bad bamboo. "It's as troublesome as Nu Xiao," she quickly added. "This is the power of creation," Bran exclaimed. "Even if it's not a true god, it's far stronger than a normal demigod. Your Majesty, try and see if you can give it the wind god's song of law. Maybe it can restore the wind god's position as a true god. At least, it can be a fake true god like Balerion." Dany's eyes lit up. Good idea. Chapter 1024. As long as a god died, the song of law they comprehended would begin to dissipate naturally, just like how a corpse would rot after death. Similar to how corpses could be stored in a freezer, there were only 2 places where the song of law could be stored: either it was obtained by a true god, or it was placed in the god kingdom of a powerful god. At this moment, the storm god's song of storm had already disappeared by 1%. This 1% was lost in less than a minute when the storm god died and was exposed to the material world. In other words, if left alone, it would only take a few hours for a complete song of law to disappear. With a nervous heart, she carefully integrated 99% of the song of storm into the giant's soul core. The storm giant's ashes came from all directions and entered its body. The sea of law began to boil intensely. The surrounding sea shook, and Dragonstone Island shook like a wooden boat in a bathtub. It was as if the whole world was cheering loudly. How is this possible? A true god was born. At the edge of the world, at the border between the sea and the outer region, the flowing water palace was still brightly lit with stars. The Iron Seed and the mermaid were singing and drinking happily. Inami looked at Night Lion with her big eyes under her thick eyebrows, hoping to get an answer from him. Night Lion was also surprised and doubtful. "You have the status of a true god, so you should be more aware of the state of the world than I am. The sea of law is cheering, and the world is falling." Inami closed her eyes and thought carefully for a moment. Then she said, "It's like a sailboat sailing with the wind dropping a piece of sail. The falling momentum is not reversed, but the speed is slowing down." But, at this point, Inami's thick eyebrows gradually frowned, and she said with certainty, "But he's not a true god yet. If a true god is on the 3rd floor, he's just very tall. When he jumped from the 2nd floor, half of his body jumped to the 3rd floor. But no matter how high he jumped, he would eventually fall. Furthermore, his song of law is only close to perfection and is not complete." Night Lion was puzzled. Only Balerion and Dany Rise have the ability to jump. Balerion is pinned by us at the mouth of the volcano in the Smoke Sea Trench and can't move. Dany Rise's Song of Light should be more than 85% complete, But the waves in the Sea of Law are nothing like light and fire. Instead, they look like. After a pause, Night Lion said with a complicated expression, "If I wasn't sure that the god of storm was dead, I would have thought that he was playing some trick." Inami's expression changed. She jumped out of the bathtub and floated in the air. She looked up at the shining stars in the sky. A few stars suddenly brightened, and in the next moment, a blurry image replaced the stars. It was a scene that happened on Dragonstone Island. It was as if someone was hiding at the bottom of the sea near Dragonstone Island, using a camera to spy on what was happening on Dragonstone Island. Your 5 seas map is really convenient. You can observe all the seas in the world anytime, anywhere. Looking at the video projection above his head, Night Lion was amazed. Compared to the 3-eyed crow's omniscient eye, my 5 seas map is far inferior. Inami had a proud look on her face, but her words were very humble. I can only see it when I look at it. There are many areas that I can't see clearly even if I want to, such as Dragonstone Island, such as, she glanced at Night Lion and said meaningfully, such as the Smoke Sea. Night Lion's expression didn't change at all. He just smiled and said, "Can it be clearer? That thing looks like wind and fog. I can't see it clearly. Can't you see that it was made by Danny Rise?" Inami sneered. "Not to mention that she's on Dragonstone Island now. Even if she left, directly looking at it will alarm the magic crystal tower." Although she said this, Inami still moved the camera closer. The image quality was really terrible. She couldn't even see the 100-meter-tall wind giant clearly. After a full 15 minutes, Night Lion was still looking at the image with a frown. Inami suddenly realized and shouted in shock, "Damn it, that's a mutant wind spirit. It's the second life of that bastard storm. What, even a true god can create a second life?" Night Lion was shocked. Inami suppressed the shock in her heart and said with a serious expression, "It's hard to believe, but the first flame can even create a world. Danny Rise's creation of life in the fire wasn't created out of nothing. Storm died by her hands, so his soul and the Song of Laws must have become her spoils of war. Besides, Storm was originally a child of the forest. How many children of the forest has she created a second life for? It's too terrifying. This is almost the power of creation." Night Lion was shocked, but at the same time, the greed in his heart grew wildly. He looked at his old friend and said slowly, "For this kind of power, any price is worth it." For the first time, Inami didn't reject him immediately. However, she didn't show a look of desire like Night Lion. Instead, her face was gloomy and her heart was heavy. Night Lion was puzzled at first, but after thinking for a while, he smiled happily. Today, she can create a storm giant. Tomorrow, she wouldn't mind creating a sea giant. After all, the gods created by themselves are the most obedient. It's just a pity for the storm god. He was a true god, but he was reduced to a mortal's pet. Inami stared at the wind giant in the blurry image. Her eyes were cold, and the murderous intent in her eyes was like the gunk in the morning. It slowly condensed. She closed her eyes and said softly, "That giant isn't a true god yet." Even the Song of Storm isn't complete. Before she finished, the Sea of Laws boiled again. The world's reaction was even more intense than before. Almost everyone heard a violent song of wind. The world was singing, "This, this, this." Inami and Night Lion both opened their eyes wide and murmured as if they were sleepwalking. A true god's vision. This is clearly a vision of the world giving birth to a true god. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone in the world, be it humans, gods, or demons, who knew what was going on, were all shocked and confused. Hey, that's not right. The waves in the Sea of Laws have calmed down. 10 minutes later, Inami woke up from her shock and said in confusion, "But the true god's vision hasn't been completed yet." "Yes, he's not a true god yet." Night Lion reacted and said in surprise, "If a new true god is born, not only will the world broadcast his Song of Laws, but it will also grant him the status of a true god. The name of the true god will be branded in the core of the Sea of Laws, and the throne of the true god will rise in the astral world above the sky. There are no stars in the sky, and there are no signs of a god's name in the Sea of Laws." Inami nodded. Night Lion sighed. "But the storm giant isn't a normal demigod. He can sing the complete song of laws. Moreover, he was a true god in his previous life, and now he seems to have a connection with the storm god. He's lower than a true god, but his realm is higher than Balerian's. Danny Lee's skill is superb. Inami smiled bitterly. It's brilliant. Danny Lee can sing the highest level of the Song of Winds herself, and she has a deep understanding of the wind elemental lore. In just half an hour, she helped the storm giant complete the incomplete Song of Winds. I've only seen similar skills from Old Devil. I suspect that her Song of Winds has exceeded 60%. He rubbed his face and said with a depressed expression. Back then, he purposely learned from the Dark Demon God and only sang the Song of Waves to 99% to avoid the responsibility of a true god. Old Fish had a dark smile on his face. He pointed a finger between his eyebrows, and suddenly, a large amount of knowledge of the water elemental lore appeared in his mind. In just a moment, he was forced to have an epiphany and became a true god uncontrollably. Dragon Queen's performance today was amazing, but compared to Door God, it was not impressive enough. After all, Dragon Queen was a wind god, but Door God was not a water god. She's been studying the Song of Winds for the past year. It's not surprising that she has such results. Night Lion forced a smile. But she's only been cultivating for a few years. Could it be that the inferior human race is the world's favorite? Inami looked at the countless Iron Seed drinking and having fun in the square below. She felt very uncomfortable. Night Lion said, talent is one thing, but it's mainly because she was born in a good era. When the era is changing, the comprehension of the lore is more than 10 times easier than before. Especially as the child of the era, she's also favored by the will of the world. That's true. Inami sighed. She cancelled the water mirror on the dome and returned to the pool. She was silent with a gloomy face. To the world and to Danny Rise, the storm giant is good news. Its appearance stabilizes the sea of lore and effectively slows down the fall of the world. But to us, especially you, it's a life and death crisis, Night Lion said faintly. You can create another sea giant by killing me? Inami glanced at him coldly. Look at the crows under her command. There are fire crows and wind crows, but are there any water crows? There aren't any today, but that doesn't mean there won't be any tomorrow. Plus, Inami has more than one law. Maybe, she can turn you into a fire giant. A true god who has comprehended 2 opposing laws wouldn't be so naive as to place her fate on someone else's mercy, right? Plus, she's ruthless and has never been merciful. If you didn't feel fear from the death of the storm god, you wouldn't have gone back on your words and invited me into the flowing water palace again, right? Night Lion smiled. I let you in to find out how that bastard Storm died, Inami said in a low voice. Night Lion's right index finger moved slightly as he said slowly, no matter what Danny Rise did, Storm did use the wind cage on her. Ask yourself, is the flowing water palace more secretive than the hall in the clouds? Or is your physical body's defense stronger than a true god's elemental divine body? Inami shook her head helplessly and sighed. Maybe, submitting to Danny Rise is the best choice. Are you serious? Night Lion was so shocked that his voice was distorted. You're a true god who has lived for almost 100,000 years. You're willing to be a dog for a human in her early 20s? Have you forgotten that just 10,000 years ago, the human race was just a sacrifice to us? I can't fight back. There's nothing I can do. Inami's eyes flashed as she pretended to be helpless. Night Lion's expression was firm as he said quickly, as long as you cooperate with us, I swear that Danny Rise will die. I don't believe you. Inami shook her head. Night Lion looked at her thoughtfully. She probably wanted to kill Dragon Queen, but she just wanted to confirm the Righteous Alliance's methods. With that in mind, he decided to take a risk. We're in the Smoke Sea. After hearing the Righteous Alliance's plan, Inami's eyes widened. She said in shock, you're using the fate of the entire world as a bargaining chip. You're so cruel, so vicious, so evil. If you're willing to join us, we can be even more vicious. Night Lion smiled encouragingly. Inami. Chapter 1025. Crabclaw Peninsula. Beside the bay, Horror Cave fort on the cliff. Inside the cave sanctuary dug out of the mountain, Sir Eustace said with a frown. It's been 2 years, all the pine trees in the territory have been cut down. The cost of going further is too high. Why don't we cross Crab Bay? Lord Bishop, do you think we should arrange for the volunteers to escort the sleigh team to the valley to borrow food? Merribad walked to the window at the edge of the cave and looked down at the messy land below the mountain. The once boundless sea of pine trees had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the black land covered in snow. Countless people had trampled on it countless times, the white snow stained with black muddy water, which then turned into dirty ice. The messy footprints were like pockmarks on one's face, the holes left behind after digging out the roots were like frostbits on the ground. Sigh, it's hard to imagine. When I first came, I still despised the dense pine forest and organized the refugees to burn down the forest show stronghold. Now, Merribad smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he first met the Dragon Queen, he still had a head of mottled grey hair, but now it had all turned silver. His 1.8 tall body was bent and hunched under the heavy burden of taking care of 1 million refugees. His body even seemed a little short now. Only the light in his eyes was brighter, firmer, and gentler than before. No matter how many pine trees there are, there's no way they can withstand so many people chewing on them. In the beginning, there were only refugees from Hajien and the king's territory, but when the long night came, the savages of Crabclaw Peninsula received the Dragon Queen's invitation and brought their families to join her. So far, there are about 1.3 million people. If each person eats 1 tree, that's 1.3 million trees. It wouldn't be strange if the forest within a few hundred kilometers was eaten clean. The Baron of Horror Cave Fort said helplessly. When Merribad heard that, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know before calculating, but after calculating, he was shocked. In 2 years, 1 person would definitely eat more than 1 tree. If the forests of Crabclaw Peninsula were eaten clean, would the King's Landing be spared? After the long night, would there be any pine trees left in the 7 nations? Fortunately, the Dragon Queen prepared 200,000 tons of food in advance, and Little Sun helped to fish. Otherwise, how miserable would it be now? The old monk said slowly. We can borrow grain from the Vale, suggested Sir Eustace again. He explained, during the rebellion of the 4 princes, the valley had been storing food for the winter. Moreover, there were many mountains and forests in the valley. Because of the Dragon Queen's order of long night production, the vassals of the valley had not wasted any labor. This year, when they were cutting trees and collecting firewood, they had also accumulated tens of thousands of tons of bark flour. However, the valley had changed owners one after another, and the various lords had led their soldiers to the King's Landing to fight a civil war. Their disaster relief and anti-ghost work had been terrible, and the old, the weak, women, and children had died in large numbers, which had greatly reduced the consumption of food. As a result, the food crisis index of the valley is the lowest among the 7 countries, and it has never been read. Brother Merribad paced back and forth in front of the window a few times and said helplessly, I know what you're saying, but you're also a veteran noble. You should understand some things better than I do. Sir Eustace was over 60 this year, and even his grandchildren had reached the age of wielding swords to kill deviant ghosts. In his early years, he had participated in the Battle of Ruby Beach with Riga, and had also served the Iron Throne during the War of the 4 Princes. Naturally, he understood the truth in the old friar's words. The Crabclaw Peninsula was the ancestral fief of the Targaryens. Whether or not the Dragon Queen eventually sat on the Iron Throne, this was an unchangeable fact. Just like the Northern Territory belonged to Stark, and the Western Territory belonged to Lannister. However, the vassals of the valley were serving the Iron Throne, and on the Iron Throne sat Stannis. During the Cold Disaster and Deviant Ghost Disaster, the valley lost millions of people, and a lot of food was left. However, the Crabclaw Peninsula lacked food, and the King's Landing was even more lacking. Erlu was now relying on the grain of the valley to win people's heart. Actually, the vassals of the valley are all willing to pledge their loyalty to the Queen, he emphasized. The nobles of the valley, led by Bronze John, have long wanted to seek refuge with Her Majesty the Queen. Now that the Scholar's Book of Gods is circulating everywhere, everyone knows about Lalo's sinister intentions. Even the people of the King's Landing are spontaneously resisting the Red Priest and Stannis, and the vassals are even more unable to stand serving the enemy of the seven gods. However, the Red Priest is indeed helping the Westeros clear out the deviant ghosts, and the food transported to the King's Landing has also been eaten by the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis has finally managed to keep the King's Landing and the royal territory in order. The night is long, and the main enemy of the humans will always be the deviant ghost. When we have internal strife, the happiest ones will definitely be the God of Frost and the King of Deviant Ghosts, Meribad said in a low voice. Sir Eustace asked helplessly, "Then how do we solve the food problem?" Meribad pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Since the secret of the gods is no longer a secret, then I don't mind letting you know some information. The night will last for at least 10 years, but 2 years have passed, and the food reserves of the Seven Kingdoms are almost empty. We need large amounts of food that cannot be obtained through conventional means, so we can only rely on supernatural powers. The surface area of the ocean is several times that of the land. Even without sunlight, most of the algae and fish in the ocean have died, but in the deep sea, there are still many giant sea creatures, such as the sea monsters. Therefore, Her Majesty the Queen intends to form an alliance with the Anami, and then requested the god of the ocean to provide the humans with enough fish to last the entire world through the night. Even though Eustace had read the Scholar's Book of Gods, he was still shocked by the Dragon Queen's generosity. Asking the gods to help the humans catch fish, how bold was that? Is the Anami willing? I heard that she has a bad temper. Just look at Ironseed's Song of the Anami's Bible, and you will know how cruel she is, he said worriedly. I went on a business trip to Monarch's Landing a few days ago. Guess who I met? Meribad laughed. Dragon Queen. As soon as he said this, the old knight immediately shook his head and laughed. The Dragon Queen is on Dragonstone Island. If you want to see her, just go to Dragonstone Island. The old monk did not keep them in suspense, and said directly, I represented the Church of the Seven Gods to meet Asher Greyjoy, the Duke of the Iron Islands, and the drowned man Thale. On behalf of the Dragon Queen and the Church of the Seven Gods, I announce that the Ironseed's crimes against the Westeros are pardoned, and that the Greyjoy family's rule over the Iron Islands is acknowledged. At the same time, Asher will replace Yulun as the official Duke of the Iron Islands. In return, Duke Asher and Priest Thale have promised to persuade Her Majesty Anami to accept the Queen's goodwill. The Dragon Queen was scared. She was greatly agitated by the incident with the God of Storms, and was afraid of the same reaction as the Anami. She would rather die than live in peace. Therefore, Dany did not immediately storm the Flowing Water Palace. At least she should be polite before using force. First, she would let her little brother communicate with the Anami's little brother, and explain the pros and cons. Then, she would provide an alliance contract that Dany thought was very reasonable, and allow Anami to bargain with her through the drowned man. Her Majesty the Queen wants to become brother and sister with Anami. The Queen will be the elder sister, and Anami will be the younger brother. Sister and brother will work together and spend the long night together, Monk Meribad said dryly. Anami is a true god that has existed for more than 10,000 years, right? Is it appropriate for her to be the younger brother? Eustace said in disbelief. Half a month ago, there was a vision of heaven and earth crying. Do you still remember? That was the sign of a true god's fall. The Dragon Queen killed the disobedient god of storms with a single slash of her sword, Meribad said in a low voice. Holy Mother! Eustace's eyes widened. Are you kidding? I was shocked too, but that's the truth. The Queen also asked me to explain to the Anami's high priest that she was not an evil person. She only wanted to invite the God of Storms to join the alliance, but the God of Storms was bewitched by the righteous alliance and abandoned good to evil. Even so, Her Majesty the Queen still had a merciful heart. When she slashed down with her sword, she tried her best to avoid hitting his vitals. Her goal was to injure but not kill. However, the God of Storms was caught in the crossfire, and could not hold on any longer. He was on the verge of death, and then his servant, the ravens, attacked the main god. Meribad's expression was complicated. There was pride, shock, and a faint disdain for the God of Storms. The Queen hopes that Her Majesty Anami will not misunderstand, and will not be afraid, and will not do anything extreme. Even if the alliance does not work out, she will not act brazenly. This is really. Eustace's expression was even more complicated. His old face was twisted beyond recognition. Not even able to withstand a single slash. Merrybad nodded. I think that although I'm a little old, I should be able to last 2 rounds in a duel with the Queen. Yes, the Queen, please don't use magic. Eustace's old face was slightly red, and he said somewhat embarrassedly. Looking at the old man with grey hair and heavy bags under his eyes, Merrybad's mouth twitched. Believe me, you can't even draw your sword in front of Her Majesty. The old knight said unhappily. That year at Honeywine River, Sir Dickon Tarley also lasted a few rounds in front of Her Majesty. I've seen him in Maiden Spring City. He's a good lad, but his sword skills are not as strong as mine. He even asked me for advice on martial arts. Moreover, in the earlier tournament at Hallowen Castle, I fought Prince Rhaegar and lost in a single blow. Prince Rhaegar should be stronger than Sir Dickon, right? Sigh, how many years has that been? Merrybad was helpless. It's only been 4 years. The old monk was stunned. It was really a little shocking. 4 years ago, the Dragon Queen was still sparring with mortals and could not win in a single blow. 4 years later, she could slash a true god with her sword. Do you think that gods fight like mortals, using swords to cut each other? You just said that the Queen killed the god of storms in a single blow. That blow SSSS suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the sky. The old monk was not in the mood to talk nonsense with the knight and immediately jogged out of the cave sanctuary. It was the White Knight Mormorn. Da Xiong brought a map and pointed to a plain near the river bend on Crabclaw Peninsula. Her Majesty wants to use this piece of land to test the shelter of Holy Light. Lord Bishop and Sir Eustace, please cooperate with me and complete the migration of 10,000 refugees in 2 days. What shelter of Holy Light? Merrybad asked curiously. I'm not too sure. First, choose 10,000 farmers who know how to farm, and will know in a few days. The plain chosen by the Dragon Queen was not far from Terror Cave Castle. Before the long night, that was the main source of food for the Bren family. Including the low hills and the lake beside the fields, it was only 70 to 80 square kilometers. 10,000 able-bodied farmers, 300 volunteers, a dozen monks, including Merrybad and Sir Eustace, watched as the Dragon Queen teleported to the sky above the campsite. She did not speak to them and directly took out a handful of green beans from her pocket. The green beans scattered down casually. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The beans were still in midair when they swelled into giant green grey-skinned giants. Little children, hand in hand, walk one after another, form a circle like a ball, hand in hand. Little children, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, 20 dull-looking giants sang a nursery rhyme, hand in hand, formed a circle and then spun faster. Whoosh 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 the wind rose. The giants' bodies swelled and merged together to form a green wind ring. Then, the wind ring was like mud in the hands of a craftsman. The inner ring expanded and covered the plain with a radius of 5 kilometers. The wind ring rose up and down to the ground and 1,000 meters in the air before it gradually shrank. The giant's rhyme had disappeared and a translucent giant bowl was placed upside down above everyone's heads. The crowd was still confused when the Dragon Queen waved her hand again. The sky was bright and a sun the size of a water tank hung in the sky. Chapter 1026. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire had many bugged buildings. The Iron Islands Greyjoy family's castle, Pike City, was one of the bugged buildings. When it was first built, Pike City was located at the top of a cliff that protruded from the sea. As time passed, the rocks that supported the cliff were eroded by the sea breeze and waves. The island gradually became a reef surrounded by seawater. It was like a peanut ice cream placed on the balcony and exposed to the scorching summer sun. The cream and chocolate melted and flowed along the wall, leaving only the peanuts behind. The architect who built Pike City seemed to be able to predict the future of the castle. When he built the city, he purposely built the castle's towers on the peanut ice cream. Just like that, the buildings that were originally connected together became a group of buildings isolated on the reef. The towers were connected by wooden bridges that swayed in the wind. Why was King Bullon's death so easily accepted by the Iron Seed? Think about it. After having dinner in the dining hall, you decided to read a book for a while. So, you carried a lantern and crossed the spiral staircase that was hundreds of meters above sea level. It was not the stone tower that was hundreds of meters high, but the foundation of the tower was the cliff that was hundreds of meters above sea level. Then, you went back to your bedroom to sleep. Again, you crossed the rope bridge that was like a swing. When you woke up the next day, you heard that you had guests. Then, you crossed, even if the probability of an accident every time you crossed the bridge was 0.001%, if you did it too many times, you would fall down one day. Yes, there were as many Greyjoy who fell to his death in the storm as there were Targaryens who went crazy and tortured themselves to death. More importantly, even the promontory had become a reef under the erosion of time. The stone towers built on the promontory were still intact. At least, Asha slept in the Duke's bedroom called the Sea Tower. She listened to the raging waves outside and felt exceptionally peaceful. She was not worried at all that her castle would collapse in the storm. Of course, her peace was not only because of the sturdy castle. The past month was the most comfortable she had been in years. She was needed by the Dragon Queen and the Seven Kingdoms. Asha did not lack love. The Dragon Queen did not give her love. However, Yulun's actions made Greyjoy, who had a bad reputation, become an existence hated by all. When the people of the Seven Kingdoms hated the other ghosts, they did not mind leaving a place of hatred for Yulun and Iron Seed in their hearts. Therefore, even though Asha had become the de facto ruler of the Iron Islands more than a year ago, she was still not confident. She was worried that the Iron Seed and Greyjoy would be abandoned by the Westeros. Don't doubt it, Dragon Queen really did reveal her intention to completely ban Iron Seed. In the history of Westeros for 10,000 years, the Iron Islands had been trying to prove one thing: the Iron Seed was harmful to Westeros and not beneficial at all. Because of their disastrous defeat in the War of the Conquerors, Harrenburg, burned by the Megalosaurus, belonged to the King of the Iron Isles. The Iron Seed barely managed to keep quiet for 300 years when the Targaryens ruled the Westeros. The so-called quiet was only compared to the unscrupulous before the War of Conquest. The Iron Seed had always sent fleets to the Narrow Sea as pirates, and whenever they had the chance, they would also plunder the coasts of the Westeros. At one point, with the preferential customs policies given by the Iron Throne and the wise Duke he had met, the Iron Seed had also made a fortune through sea trade. They did not need to plunder to live a prosperous life, and the Greyjoy family had accumulated a great deal of wealth. According to normal people's thinking, now that life was good, they should live a good life, right? But the Iron Seed did not. They thought, fuck, after holding back for so long, we're finally rich now. We have money to build warships, buy arms, ironware, and an armed force. Why don't we go all out? Then they really started to rebel, killing, robbing, and laughing. Therefore, the Dragon Queen had never thought of letting the Iron Seed live a good life, and then let them know their manners, and let them know their honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. To the Iron Seed, living an honest life was a humiliation, and seizing, burning, killing, and plundering were the honorable ones. In a sense, they had really achieved knowing their honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. For such a people, Dany's way of governing was very simple. She would completely ban them, including their economy, people's livelihood, external communications, and other social factors. The Iron Islands were an archipelago, and even the wood used to build ships had to be imported from the mainland. Cloth, wine, fine iron, and other resources were scarce. Faced with the ban, they could barely make ends meet, and their population could not grow. They had lost the potential for war, so how could they have the strength to provoke the major port cities? Now, everything was fine. The Dragon Queen had personally promised that as long as they helped her honestly, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, she would give the Iron Seed another chance to be a good person. With the internal and external troubles eliminated, Asha was relieved and slept more soundly. SSSS, the pterosaur's cry woke the Iron Islands Duchess from her deep sleep. She opened her eyes in a daze, and after confirming that there was indeed a pterosaur, she immediately woke up. She lifted the duvet and pushed away the man who was wrapped around her like a vine. She walked out of the bed naked, and the cold air that assaulted her made her shiver. Perhaps, I should move to the castle and build a brick bed, Asha muttered to herself as she pulled the bedsheet to wipe the wet stains on her thighs. Duchess, so early? The man on the bed also woke up from his dream. With the dim yellow light of the whale oil lamp, Asha could see the face of her bedmate. Fortunately, it was her bodyguard, Big Dick. He was young, strong, and had a passable appearance. She originally had 7 or 8 bedmates, but the past few years were not peaceful. When she was captured by Erlu in Deep Forest Castle, 3 died in battle. The rest responded to Yolan of Scylla's summons. They either died in the river or were fighting the other ghosts in the High Court. A pterosaur knight has arrived. It should be Dragon Queen's men, she said casually and called for a maid to dress herself. The visitor was the second son of Crab Island, Riga Sitiga. The little crab originally did not have the qualifications to become a pterosaur knight. Later on, the old crab felt that he was too old and did not have the energy to ride a dragon into battle. He discussed with the Dragon Queen and gave his pterosaur to his second son. Yes, the big crab Eris Sitiga was the commander of the Slave Bay fleet. He already had a pterosaur. Although the little crab was greedy, he had a good resume in the past few years. In the early years, he helped Meribad build a stronghold, helped the Dragon Queen manage disaster relief on the Crabclaw Peninsula, participated in the Battle of Winterfell, and was the first to respond to the Dawn Knight summons. Hence, Dany agreed to the old crab's request. Duchess Asha, I know you like to read. This time, I have brought you a full set of hardcover editions of Wargrave's theatrical works. When he saw Asha in the main hall of the castle, the little crab attentively presented her with a large bundle of books wrapped in craft paper. Then, he carried a bamboo basket of fresh strawberries. Eat more fruit, it will make you more beautiful. Asha smiled politely but not too intimately. Sir Sitiga, is there any other arrangement for you to come to the Iron Islands this time? She knew what the little crab was thinking. The Iron Islands' royal husband. However, it was not the first time they met. Back then, he despised her. The little crab had his connections and knew that the Dragon Queen wanted to ban the Iron Islands. It was only when the Dragon Queen promised to give the Iron Islands and Greyjoy another chance that he suddenly became very attentive to her. She looked down on such a snobbish fellow. Asha's calm reaction disappointed the little crab, but he did not forget his mission. I wonder if Her Majesty Inami agrees with the Queen's suggestion? This. Asha turned her gaze to triple-drowned man Thale. The Inami High Priest shook his head regretfully. Her Majesty Inami did not respond. She probably rejected it. Asha looked at the little crab worriedly. As expected, the little crab frowned and his tone became stern. The terms of the alliance can be discussed. Her Majesty Inami is not even willing to discuss it. Perhaps, she is still thinking. Give us some time to explain the current situation to Her Majesty Inami, Asha said. Thale sighed and nodded. I will do my best. He personally did not agree with the Queen's alliance. To make the Iron Seed's supreme god the younger brother of a mortal? That was blasphemy. If it was another time and person, he would have shouted the slogan, "The dead will not die, and will rise again." He would have called for the Iron Seed to rebel and let the blasphemers feel pain and death. But now, to rebel against the Dragon Queen, that was. The dead will die, there is no hope of rising again, the Inami will die, and the Iron Seed will be extinct. There is one more thing for this trip to the Iron Islands. The little crab's expression softened. Her Majesty has built the first holy light shelter on the Crabclaw Peninsula. Duke Asha and High Priest Thale can go and take a look. What is the holy light shelter for? Asha was puzzled. After you go, you will understand that the future of humanity depends on Her Majesty Dany Rise. No matter if the long night lasts for 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, the final victor is destined to be the humans. It is us, it is Her Majesty. The little crab said meaningfully. Half a day later, Asha understood what he meant. Am I dreaming? The sun was shining above her head, and there were bare-chested farmers working in the fields. The black soil was dotted with green spores, and the grass on the ridge had green leaves. The water in the ditch was gurgling, and the warm breeze brought the fragrance of spring and the cheerful singing of birds. When Asha was 10 years old, she had seen a similar scene. It was after winter and before summer. For people now, it was spring that was very far away. But now it was the long night. She suspected that she had gone back in time. But she clearly remembered that a few minutes ago, she saw a huge, inverted translucent bowl on the ground on the pterosaur's back. Lager sang a song loudly, little kid, hand in hand, then a silly human face appeared on the wall of the bowl. It was huge, and it grinned. The 30-meter-long pterosaur went into the giant's open mouth. The wall of the bowl seemed thin, but Asher flew in it for a minute. Maybe it was not a straight line. It was an ocean of wind with 2 layers. The outer layer was spiraling, and the inner layer was spiraling. When she flew through the middle layer, Asher had difficulty breathing and her face turned red. So, she was not dreaming, nor did she go back in time. She just went through the wall of the wind bowl and came to the shelter of holy light. We call it the Dani Lilith Girdle. It is the land of eternal summer that Her Majesty personally created. Even in the long night, it is still summer here, early summer. Monk Meribad walked over. Currently, the Dani Lilith Girdle is still in the experimental stage. As long as it is proven to be feasible, it can be widely spread. 1,000 wind elves, 200 wind giants, the king of wind giants, and storm giants can create at least 3 super wind rings that cover the 3-river basin. 3 river basins? Half of the West Eros. Asher and Thale exclaimed. It's not an exaggeration. There are only 20 wind giants here, and they are not as strong as the wind elves. Moreover, the queen has storm giants that are not weaker than ordinary true gods. One of them can protect the 3-river basin, said the old monk. Gods bless, humans are saved. Asher exclaimed. Humans will win, but to save more lives, we still have to solve a big problem. Meribad looked at Priest Thale and said seriously, if the wind elves are used to create the Dani Lilith Girdle, Her Majesty will lose her powerful magic weapon. Next, what should we use to deal with the Frost God and the Evil God Alliance? If Her Majesty is exhausted when rescuing the city of Ursos, and the Evil God Alliance ambushes her, what should we do? So, Her Majesty needs help to deal with the Evil God Alliance first, then she can deal with the other ghosts without any worries. Also, there are too many humans, and the Girdle of Wind can't feed everyone. We need Her Majesty an army to give us seafood to survive. Asher thought for a moment and said, with the Dani Lilith Girdle, humans will definitely survive the long night. Her Majesty an army's choice is just icing on the cake for humans. I think she will not refuse to ally with the victors. If she refused, she did not mind leading the Iron Seed to convert to the 7 gods. What value was there in a god who refused to help his believers out of a hopeless situation? I will try my best, Priest Thale said seriously. Chapter 10:27. Dani felt that she had done everything she could for Inami. Afraid of angering her, she gave up on the plan to break into the flowing water palace. She waited until a week after the incident in the Cloud Hall before inviting Inami to a meeting to explain what happened to the storm god. She explained that although she had the ability to kill a true god, she wasn't crazy enough to do so. Also, she didn't kill the storm god. She only beat him to a pulp, and then his own followers turned on their master. She couldn't do anything about it. The first core rule of the game of power was that the player must always stand with the winner. The conflict between Dani and the Justice Alliance could be considered a game of power between the gods, a game of world domination. In order to let Inami understand how good the future was if she chose to side with her, she even invited Asher and Inami to visit the Cloud Hall, which was what Meribad and the others called Dani's ribbons. Dani called it a thermostat bowl. Obviously, as long as the Dragon Queen could make up her mind and get a large thermostat bowl in the Westeros and Slavers Bay, she would definitely win. If the enemy attacked, she would have the home advantage. If the enemy didn't come, she would ignore the outside world and let the Justice Alliance do whatever they wanted. 10 years, 20 years, or even 200 years. One day, she would be able to sing the complete Song of Fire, Song of Wind, Song of Light, and even other songs of laws. She, who had mastered several basic songs of elemental laws, couldn't she easily dominate? As long as Dani could bear to give up on Ursos and 80% of the survivors of the Jade Sea and hold her ground, she was destined to be the final victor. Since she was bound to become the king of the gods, Inami could still get credit for helping her become the king of the gods. Why not? Of course, if Inami was willing to be her follower, she would be more than just helping her become the king of the gods. With Inami's help, the human food problem could be solved in one day. After that, she would be able to take Inami with her when there was another zombie plague in Ursos. As her vassal god, Inami could borrow the power of her first flame. In addition, she could also sing the chorus of the Song of Fire. With her own strength, she could easily quell the tide of zombies. Even if she was exhausted, Dani would be there to support her. If the frost god dared to come, they would fight 2 against 1. With the help of the Megalosaurus and the storm giant, they would probably be able to defeat the frost god. If the Righteous Alliance dared to launch a sneak attack, she had spatial magic and could support the mermaid clan at any time. No matter how many evil gods came, they would not be able to survive. Such a beautiful future made Dani excited. Even if Inami continued to hide, she would not care about her. But when the day came when she ascended the throne of the King of Gods, would she continue to ignore her? At that time, could he resist? Would she care about his resistance? Therefore, in Dani's opinion, since she had already shown her kindness, Inami had no reason to reject her. However, the reply she was waiting for did not come. The person she was waiting for did not understand that if the wind was not blowing and the waves were not calm, she would not be able to stay calm. Just as Dani was about to go to the Iron Islands herself, King Kong sent her a request for help through the faith line. In fact, ever since they contacted each other more than a month ago, King Kong would cry for help every now and then. But Dani did not want to save it. She needed it to take the risk and attack the frost god, but King Kong had been stubbornly refusing to agree. Just follow those ice gods. Dani was a little tired. She tried to persuade it and then projected herself tens of thousands of miles away. Then, she was stunned. The night was cold and dark. The tropical rainforest was like a rice stalk rotting in the autumn, lying on the ground and covered with a layer of snow. The grey forest that had lost its green color, the white snow, the black soil. The vast land was endless, vast, and desolate. The skeleton-like chimpanzee ran hard on all fours, crushing the decaying trees with its palms and feet, leaving footprints as big as buses in the snow. It exerted all its strength, and its fleshy palms brought up white ice crystals, grey decaying leaves, and black mud on the ground that was frozen hard. Rumble. In the boundless greyish-white snow forest, a black little mud ball hopped and hopped forward pathetically. Behind King Kong, 17 or 18 pterosaurs with blue eyes were following it from a distance. On the backs of the pterosaurs, there were ice crystal spears that were 4 to 5 meters long that were projected by the ice evil god. A small part of those evil gods were humanoid creatures with the characteristics of beasts and insects, and the rest were pig-faced people with striped skin. Those Sosros natives were not so much gods, but priests blessed by the frost god's divine power. Dani was only surprised for a moment before she understood. The pig-faced natives followed the law of the jungle and had no moral integrity. For example, the high priest of the spider demons, when he first saw Dani and Blackie, he took the initiative to cripple himself and his tribesmen as a blood sacrifice. Later, he joined King Kong and became its chief priest. If the frost god was willing to descend a little, the transcendent priests of the tribe would immediately offer their most devout faith. If Sosro's army of evil gods enters the continent of Ursos, Dani's expression was solemn. Whoosh! The sharp whistling of the air woke her up. She looked up and saw that the ice Quetzalcoatlus was gradually approaching King Kong. The gorilla suddenly turned over while running and picked up a tree trunk as thick as an adult's waist from the ground. While its body was still floating in the air, it suddenly threw the javelin in its hand with its face up and back down. Boom! Crash! The javelin made an ear-piercing sound as King Kong's back slammed into the snow forest. Under the effect of inertia, it slid 70 to 80 meters on the thick snow. The snow on the ground was cut open, and a shallow trench was ploughed in the black soil. Dani felt her teeth ache just looking at it. King Kong, on the other hand, turned around and continued running as if nothing had happened. Car-boom! Only then did the sound of the tree trunk hitting its target was heard. A 20-meter-long striped pterosaur was pierced through the chest by a 15-meter-long tree trunk. It was like a high-speed pencil piercing through a sparrow's body. The cicada evil god on the pterosaur's back didn't have time to escape. Half of its body was torn apart. It hung on the tree trunk and screamed in pain. Boom, boom. The pterosaur fell to the ground with a cry, creating a big hole in the snow. The tree trunk that was 200 meters high in the air crashed down, creating a deep hole. The evil god's wings and body were torn apart, leaving a pool of icy blue blood on the ground. After the attack, the rest of the ice pterosaurs hesitated and slowed down. King Kong sped up and turned into a small black dot, hopping and hopping at the end of the snowy land. Shit, King Kong's strength is more than 10 times stronger than it was 2 years ago. Danny was shocked. When they first met, the gorilla used a tree stump to attack Dahe. At that time, the tree trunk spear was fierce and looked scary, but in fact, its speed and strength were not enough. Like an ordinary person dodging a frisbee, Dahe easily avoided the attack and launched a counterattack. But now, both the ice pterosaur and the evil god saw the tree trunk, but they didn't have time to adjust because its strength was too great and its speed was too fast. After the shock, Danny entered King Kong's mind to take a closer look. She wouldn't have known if she didn't see it, but after seeing it, she understood why Frost God was so obsessed with this guy. You have a bit of a protagonist's life. This journey of escape was a crisis, but it was also a form of training. A month ago, King Kong's Song of Power rune was just a rune, but it was more complex and complete. He could barely be considered a demigod. Only a month later, the Song of Power rune showed signs of evolving into the Song of Laws. Danny exclaimed. Raw King Kong roared in grievance. It didn't want to be the protagonist. It just wanted to go home and sleep. Danny began to hesitate. Should she suspend the plan of borrowing strength from the meat boat and let King Kong be the protagonist for a while to see if the Song of Power could start? But then, she shook her head. Her spiritual projection stood at the back of King Kong's neck. It was blocked by the fluffy black and gold hair, but she could feel that there was something under her feet. King Kong was so thin that it didn't have much flesh on its body. It was only supported by its skeleton. If she let it continue to escape, the protagonist would also become cannon fodder. She pinched little King Kong hard, the soul fragment that was split from King Kong's body. King Kong, who was running at high speed, fell down, plowing a long trail on the ground. It hugged its head and rolled on the snow, howling. Sigh, it's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Facing the tear-filled eyes of King Kong, Danny turned her head and turned into a stream of light, hiding in the depths of King Kong's soul core. The evil god of frost is coming. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Pretend that you're tired and your leg is cramping because of overexertion, she reminded. There was no need to pretend. The gorilla had already sprained its ankle when it fell down without warning while running at high speed. A moment later, 18 ice-winged dragons surrounded King Kong. Well, the winged dragon that was pierced through earlier was also here. It was a zombie and wasn't afraid of ordinary physical attacks. But the evil god of Cicada's torn body was frozen. Its breath was weak and it was in a terrible state. Raw King Kong fell to the ground, hugging its right leg and howling, I surrender, I admit defeat. It sent out a spiritual wave, then held the back of its head with both hands and knelt on the ground. It was so obedient that it looked like an African American who was being pointed at by a white police officer with a gun. 10 pig-faced priests descended from the sky and approached King Kong carefully. When they saw that it did not attack, they formed a circle and chanted an ancient sacrificial song in a strange tone. Boom ka ka ka. Huge ice-blue runes appeared under the feet of the priests. The 10 priests formed a huge 10-pointed star with King Kong in the center. Icicles rose from the priests one after another and touched King Kong. The icicles were as thick as a wrist and were ice blue. They were made of the same material as the deviant ghost ice sword, but they were as flexible as hemp rope. The 10 icicles wrapped tightly around King Kong's limbs, neck, waist, and hips. Then, a visible layer of ice climbed up King Kong's body. King Kong begged for mercy, but endless ice power fell from the sky and landed on its fur and the icicle chains that it struggled to break free from. Ka. The sound of ice chips colliding with each other became sparse. King Kong was completely frozen. Where King Kong used to be, only a huge ice crystal grave was left. Through the translucent layer of ice, one could see King Kong frozen in ice. It was like a huge piece of amber. Almighty Lord, descend. The 10 wild boar priests tore off their animal skin vests and looked at the sky fervently. Blue light flashed in their hands and an ice dagger appeared. They swung it down and cut open their own chests. Bam, bam, bam. The dark grey heart beat vigorously. The protruding blood vessels shone with an ice-blue light. Welcome, Lord. The wild boar priests let out their last cry. Their hearts beat at an overclocked rate. Then, with a boom, they turned into ice powder. The priest's divine power, soul, and bloodline were all sucked dry. The huge power of blood sacrifice surged into the sky above the grave. A jagged space door slowly cracked open. Ka. The tentacles that looked like white snakes pierced through the void and fell from the space door. They snaked down and landed on the grave. They pierced through the ice like awls and into King Kong's 7 orifices and organs. Those were the roots of the weirwood. Welcome, Lord. The 8 evil gods who were still alive knelt and shouted. The frost god's main body had descended. Chapter 1028. When she first met King Kong, Danny cut off the head of King Kong's soul with a sword. After that, the incomplete soul had been sealed in the space of faith. It was Danny's method of controlling, locating, and punishing King Kong. Now that she wants King Kong to borrow the power of the meat boat, Danny certainly can't let it face Frost God with an incomplete soul. Frost God is not stupid. He found that King Kong's soul is incomplete and there are traces of summoning beast runes in the gap. How can he not think that it has a master? Danny wants to hide a sword in the fish belly, but she won't let King Kong face Frost God alone. So where is she hiding? She is hiding in the soul fragment that was returned to King Kong. When she cut off a large piece of King Kong's soul fragment, she also healed it on the spot through spiritual bestowment. Over the years, Danny has also used her own spiritual essence to bestow spiritual essence to the soul fragment countless times. Unless she deliberately excludes the type of spiritual essence, for example, the saint healing technique only involves type B active spiritual essence. Generally, as long as she bestows spiritual essence, the soul will be stained with her aura. Type A spiritual essence specifically affects the will. Up to now, King Kong's original soul has long been contaminated by the spiritual essence she bestowed. Danny is hidden in it, like a non-GMO bin hidden in a pile of GMOs. As powerful as Frost God is, he can't detect the abnormality in King Kong's soul core. He didn't find the trap, so he really came. His main body came. A dark crack opened in the sky, and white snake-like roots of the weirwood fell down. There were too many of them, like a truck of cleaned pig intestines, pouring down from the space. It seemed chaotic, but it fell on the ice crystal grave in an extremely orderly manner. The solid ice crystal that made King Kong unable to struggle was like air in front of the roots. Without any hindrance, the roots of the weirwood that looked like pig intestines but were as flexible as white snakes penetrated the grave, into King Kong's 7 orifices, into its skin, deep into its blood vessels, bones, and internal organs. Child, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Accept the power from your mother, and you will start a new life in a new world. A gentle, kind, and powerful voice sounded in King Kong's mind. Like a loving father. King Kong's tense body and spirit relaxed at once. A huge blue power followed the roots and entered King Kong's body. Within the Vajra and Vajra soul cores, Danny could vaguely hear an ethereal singing voice. It sounded like the soft moans of a mother beside a baby's cradle. King Kong, who had already fallen into a daze, had almost no power to resist and had completely fallen. Danny, however, was the exact opposite. The wisp of willpower hidden within the Vajra soul core was like a glass window that had been washed clean by water. It was unprecedentedly clear and transparent. She felt as if she had returned to, just like when she first met the door god inside the Great Wall, the door god sang a song of wind to her. This is the door god's method. The door god sang the song of wind and turned the sleeping child of the forest into the first green prophet. The frost god sang the song of ice and turned powerful demigods into his followers. Danny suddenly understood. So this is how the evil god of ice was transformed. Actually, she had guessed wrongly. The Frost God had two methods of transforming evil gods. He would only chant the Song of Ice to living beings with potential. For cannon fodder without potential, he would not even descend with his true body. Just a wisp of willpower would annihilate the original divinity and spirit and crudely transform them into ice creatures. For example, the butterfly god of the Nas people. There was no time to think. Dani knew that this was a rare opportunity. She immediately emptied her mind and allowed herself to be completely immersed in the Song of Ice. Emptiness, coldness, nothingness, desolation, loneliness. Her heart felt as if it had been soaked in a frozen lake in the North Pole for billions of years. She was also like a corpse with consciousness, floating in the empty and cold universe. The nearest star was also infinitely far away from her. She was alone like a ferocious beast, gnawing on a huge hole in her soul core that could never be filled. The ice turned into blue blood and flowed into her dried blood vessels. When she opened her eyes, everything before her was ice blue. Bam! In the center of her ice blue eyeball, a flame suddenly exploded. The Song of Ice and Fire played at the same time. Time and space stretched infinitely before Dani's eyes. She seemed to have passed through a strange space-time tunnel and arrived at the core of the universe in an instant. There, countless worlds were falling and rising. Countless worlds were being destroyed in ice and countless worlds were being born in fire. All the secrets of the world were laid bare before her eyes. She felt an itch in her heart. She wanted to blow and ignite a new world in the void. Perhaps she could take away all the heat and fire of the old world with a breath. Her soul was elevated infinitely. She could not help but want to howl at the sky. Fuck. A strong sense of disharmony woke Dani up from the illusion. Upon closer inspection, Varja was already enveloped in blue light. The powerful ice divine power condensed strange runes in his cells. The ice runes that represented the Song of Ice. The ice runes combined with the ice divine power and Varja's original bloodline power formed a brand new gene, the ice bloodline. Ice Varja was just born. His black gold hair lost its color and became translucent like ice whiskers. His body lost its temperature, but his heartbeat became stronger and more powerful. His dark red blood vessels turned icy blue, and deep blue icy blood flowed within them. His golden bones, which had been modified by the runes of the Varja Song of Power, were dyed mottled blue, and icy blue bone marrow flowed within his spine. Its soul was also dyed ice blue. Its sea of consciousness was like a dome of ice under the aurora borealis. Dani understood where the disharmony came from. Just as she was immersed in the Song of Ice and even comprehended the Song of Ice and Fire for the first time, Varja was eroded by Frost God's power. The transformation was almost complete. If Varja's soul was completely transformed from a genetically modified soybean to a mung bean, then her non-genetically modified soybean would not be able to hide. In Varja's sea of consciousness, Dani no longer hid. A huge amount of soul power poured in from Dragonstone Island. The will grew rapidly. The soybean sprouted and grew into a towering tree. In between the eyebrows of Varja's soul core, the figure of Dragon Queen appeared. It was a bit like Sasuke Uchiha's Susanoo. Frost God was shocked. The Song of Ice stopped abruptly. Varja is my pet. Thank you for your reward. Also, your Song of Ice is amazing. I seem to have understood something. Dani grinned, and an orange flame ignited in her eyes. She held a flame in each of her palms, then squatted down, turned her palms, and pressed the flame on the ground on Varja's soul core. Gift of the first flame. Boom. Varja's soul, which had already been dyed ice blue, was instantly covered by the orange flame. Varja's soul was like a sauna. A large amount of ice blue substance spurted out of the pores of its soul, trying to escape into nothingness. But once it came into contact with the orange flame, it was immediately ignited and burned into a powerful spirit and divinity. And this was just the beginning. The flame burned Varja's soul. Then, from the inside out, it ignited all the soul power that belonged to Frost God in Varja's bones, blood vessels, muscles, and fur. Even Frost God's main body, the root of the weirwood that hung down from the void, was burned to ashes in the flame. Frost God was shocked and angry. This is impossible. My soul has been. Before he could finish his sentence, his divine body, which had reached into the material world, was burned to ashes. From the outside, it looked like the ice crystal grave and the white tree trunk that covered Vaja's body were suddenly covered in fire and then quickly burned to nothingness. Not even ashes were left. "Bitch, how dare you trick me?" Frost God's angry roar came from the crack in the void. More weirwood roots, carrying an even greater power, shot towards Vaja like ice spears. The surrounding ice evil gods also sensed the change in the situation. They either pulled out their ice swords and rushed toward Vaja, or released dark and bloody evil divine spells from afar. Raw. The impurities in Vaja's soul were washed away by the gift of spirit. Vaja opened his eyes and was revived. His body was bathed in fire, but 7 to 8 meters long ice sword fingernails grew out of his fingers. The surface of the ice sword fingernails was also covered with a layer of fire. Vaja rolled and dodged many attacks. At the same time, he swung his hand violently. Whoosh! The ice sword fingernails shot out like arrows. Although they were as fast as lightning, they only brought about a slight wind sound in the air. TSK, TSK, TSK. 10 fingers, 10 ice swords, and 5 evil gods were hit. They were immediately pierced by the huge ice sword or cut into pieces. The remaining few were like sparrows startled by the bow of a bow and ran far away. This time, it was not a physical attack like the tree spears. The evil gods' corpses were sealed in ice by the ice swords, but inside the ice, there was a raging fire. It was very strange. Raw. After a successful attack, Vaja somersaulted and stood up. He hammered his chest with his fists. The sound was like a drum beating, and the snow on the treetops rustled and fell. Then, he squatted down and stomped on the ground. Large pieces of ice and black soil exploded from the ground. Vaja was like a heavy tank driving at the speed of an F1 car. With an unstoppable momentum, he pounced on the weirwood roots hanging from the crack in the void. Frost God snorted. Darkness descended without warning. Vaja's vision was pitch black. He completely lost his sense of direction and balance. With a plop, he tripped over himself and fell miserably. Light. Dragon Queen's voice fell. Vaja's ice blue eyes immediately shone with a golden light, just like Sun Wukong who had activated the fiery golden eyes. The golden light shot into the bulldozer ruins like the lightsaber of a Jedi warrior, splitting the dark sky with one slash. Raw. Vaja found the weirwood roots again and pounced on them. Its huge body hung on them. "Bastard, you're courting death." Frost God sneered. He did not dodge, but the weirwood roots were dyed grey. They were filled with the power of decay and death. Crackle. Where the roots whipped, Vaja's tough and fresh flesh was like rotten flesh that had been dead for 10 days in summer. Ah! Vaja wailed. But the extreme pain also made him ferocious. The power of ice and fire surged, covering his body with 2 layers of ice and fire armor. At the same time, he activated the runes of the Song of Power and used both hands to pull at the weirwood roots. Whip after whip, his muscles rotted and his bones broke. One after another, they were torn apart and set ablaze. Frost God and Vaja were like 2 savage beasts, engaging in the most primitive physical battle. It was a battle of health. "Vaja, you're the best." Danny cheered for Vaja from the side. "Bastard, bastard." Frost God cursed, but it was to no avail. However, Frost God was still full of energy and did not show any signs of weakness. Danny could not help but be alert. Suddenly, she thought of something. Door God's roots could cover the entire Westeros and even beyond the Great Wall. Vaja's battle was very hot-blooded, but it seemed like it was only enough to tickle Frost God. The injuries on its body were real, and it would not be able to recover in a short time. If she did not cheat, Vaja would definitely lose. Thinking of this, Danny helped Vaja cheat without any qualms. "Door God, are you still there? I'm your successor." Danny's consciousness entered a weirwood that was dancing like a tentacle and called out sincerely. "I know that you could not see any hope of stopping the world pendant, so you had no choice but to merge with Escod. But reality has proven that your main personality is correct. You felt the power of the first flame. I'm your real hope. I have a weirwood trunk. That's your home. Give up on Frost God and part ways with him." Chapter 1029. In the face of Danny's affectionate cry, there was no response from the roots of the weirwood. "Door God, old weirwood." Danny was not discouraged. Instead, she worked harder and increased her strength. Her spiritual power went up along the roots of the weirwood and spread deeper. "How dare you? You're digging your own grave." The vast, cold soul pressed close and crushed Danny's non-GMO soybeans into powder as easily as a millstone crushing beans. But not long after, the disappearing spiritual power gradually created something out of nothing, and the bean powder condensed into soybeans in the weirwood. This was the indestructible characteristic of the soul of the green prophet. "Door God, old weirwood, are you still there? I am the singer of the song of the first fire, and the successor of your great mission. Wake up quickly, repent and be saved." Pop. After saying this, the stone mill of the god of frost came again, and Danny's little bean was crushed into bean juice. But in the blink of an eye, Danny returned to her original state and shouted, "Don't do useless things. When have you seen the green prophet die in the roots of the weirwood? What's more, I'm now the speaker of the old gods. The door god cares for me, and in the roots of the door god, my soul will never be destroyed." Then, before the god of frost crushed her into powder again, she immediately shouted, "Weirwood, I have something to say, please listen to me." Cold and darkness could indeed stabilize the world at a certain level, but that was all. Not only could the world fall, but it also had the hope of ascending. A dead world without sunlight prevented the fall, but maintained the state at the same level forever, completely losing the hope of ascending to a higher dimension. Such a world was no different from death. Only flames and vigorous vitality could bring upward power to the world. The living had an unlimited future, and even if the ghouls could move, they were just corpses. This was also why the first sun god gave up the darkness and coldness that gave birth to him, and would rather sacrifice himself to ignite the first sun. He wanted to lift the world into a higher dimension. He failed, but his ideals were great and noble, and his spirit would live on forever. "You are his heir, and I am your heir. Let us pass on the torch. Now, I've already sung the song of fire, and there's hope for the first flame in the future. I've also eavesdropped on the frost god's song of ice, and I've gained some enlightenment. In the near future, Frost God will definitely follow in Lalo's footsteps and have his song of laws taken away by me. I will sing the song of ice and fire. My future is great. Our common goal will soon be realized. Door God, repent and give up on the foreign-esque god." Danny was surprised that the frost god had given her a chance to use up all the ammunition in her mouth. Die. But in the next moment, there seemed to be a bolt of lightning in the void. Her vision blurred, and she completely lost consciousness. Yes, the consciousness that entered the root of the weirwood was completely annihilated. It seemed like another power that was different from the god of frost had made its move. Danny was puzzled. Could it be the root of the door god? As long as the green prophet's soul entered the weirwood, even a true god would not be able to annihilate it. At this time, Danny could be called the god of the green prophet, but the door god was not limited by this. But what did it mean to wait for her to finish her mouth before attacking? Roar. King Kong's angry roar woke her up from her thoughts. Her main body sent another consciousness across tens of thousands of miles to King Kong's mind. But before Danny could ask for death again, the frost god's weirwood root quickly retreated into the crack, and the dog-gnawed spatial crack slowly closed. The frost god retreated. More than 50% of the fur on King Kong's body had fallen off, and its skin was rotten, revealing grey muscles. It was also very irritable. With its hands on the ground, it ran quickly like a gorilla. It was chasing after the remaining 3 escaping gods. Its rotten palm, which revealed white bones, clenched tightly. Cold air surged, and an icicle instantly formed. Whoosh! Whoosh! A bolt of icy blue lightning flashed across the dark sky. An evil god and its pterosaur were skewered together by the icicle. This was not physical damage. Even if they were ice creatures, they still slid down like kites with broken strings. Roar! King Kong ran over and jumped up with all its might. It grabbed the ice pterosaur, grabbed the evil god, and stuffed it into its mouth. "Spit it out and burn it. I have to get my money back," Danny said. With the evil god in its mouth, King Kong opened its icy blue eyes and turned to the Dragon Queen, who was standing on its shoulder. Its furry face gradually became ferocious. "Oh, you want to rebel?" Danny laughed. Crunch, crunch. It looked at her and chewed the ice evil god in front of her. King Kong's soul was perfected, and the faith in the Dragon Queen that it had spent more than a year building disappeared. More importantly, although King Kong was beaten black and blue by the weirwood root, its mental state was better than ever. With the help of the meat boat, it gained great benefits from the ice god's modification. The surging ice power in its body made it confident. The sky can no longer cover my eyes, and the earth can no longer bury my heart. Roar. It opened its mouth and roared at the Dragon Queen. The remains of the evil god's corpse that it chewed in its mouth sprayed out towards the Dragon Queen along with its spittle. Danny was so disgusted that her face turned blue. She waved her hand, and the divine power in Vajra's sea of consciousness was sent to her uncontrollably. It turned into a huge fire shield and blocked all the food scraps and the colorful, red and white juices outside. At the same time, it ignited them. Half. King Kong's cold eyes were filled with confusion. It pouted and blew at the fire on its shoulder. But the more it blew, the bigger the fire spread. It even covered the sky and the earth, igniting its entire body. Awoo! It wailed and rolled on the ground. The ice power in its body wanted to cover its body with a layer of ice armor, but it was like adding oil to the fire. Its divine power turned into flames uncontrollably. The arrogance and ferocity in King Kong's eyes disappeared, and was replaced by despair, pain, and respect. "Evil creature, what do you have to say?" Danny asked with a smile. Bam! 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 King Kong endured the burning pain from the raging flames on its body, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. In an instant, it established a line of faith with Danny for the second time, and this time, it was 10 times more devout than before. "Idiot, your song of power divinity was given to you by me, and your ice divinity and divine power were all transformed by me. The reason why your soul is so strong and tenacious is because I gave you a huge amount of divinity and spirituality. Who gave you the courage to devour me? Hoo. King Kong covered its face and cried, crying for its tragic fate. Danny said coldly, "You heartless thing, without me, you can't even return to your home. Without me, the millions of King Kong skeletons in your cave will be your final future. Without me, you'll always be a wild monkey in the wilderness that no one knows about." King Kong was stunned for a moment, then stopped crying thoughtfully, and kowtowed to the Dragon Queen again. The flames roasted the ice and snow on the ground, forming a small turbid lake on the black ground, and mud splattered everywhere from King Kong's head. Only then did Danny retract her divine power, and King Kong regained control of the divine power in its body. The flames on the surface of its body were extinguished, and only green smoke was left on the surface of its charred skin. A cold wind blew, and the hairless King Kong shivered. Then, it was pleasantly surprised to find that the rotten skin and flesh that was whipped by the frost god had healed, and its condition was better than before. It seems that Buddha Danny wasn't just punishing it, but also healing its law injuries. King Kong suddenly felt grateful to its ancestor. Roar. It smiled foolishly at her, trying to please her. Danny rolled her eyes, and left the mark of a subordinate god on the core of King Kong's soul. Aside from the relationship between master and servant and faith, the two of them now had a monarch and servant relationship. "Now that you've become a Frost King Kong, I'll grant you the power of wind and fire. First, kill the remaining evil gods of ice, then head north until you reach the seaside. Use the power of ice to form an ice boat, and ride the wind to Slaves Bay." Roar. King Kong's legs were surrounded by a white tornado, and like a spring, it jumped 100 meters and disappeared into the north. 3 days later, Frost King Kong sacrificed 15 evil gods of ice and thousands of frost god believers to the Dragon Queen. Then, it really crossed the sea and headed north. This was a story for later. After Danny separated from King Kong, she did not immediately rush to the Iron Islands. She encountered a problem in her cultivation, and had to spend half a month to comprehend the Song of Ice in town. How to put it, it was as if a new song of law was about to break through the ground, but it was suppressed by another force. Danny was not bragging to weirwood tree root. She really did have an epiphany about the Song of Ice. In ancient times, There was Zhuge Liang borrowing arrows with a straw boat, and now there was Dragon Queen borrowing strength with a meat boat. Her original plan was to use King Kong, this meat mountain, to cheat the frost god of his divine power and divinity. In her mind, with King Kong's huge body, how much soul power would it consume to transform it into an ice demigod? At least let the frost god suffer heavy losses, right? The result was unexpectedly good. Not only did she successfully cut off a big piece of meat from the frost god, making him furious, but Danny also accidentally heard the frost god sing the Song of Ice himself. How precious was such a situation? Danny had heard the Song of Wind of the Door god in the Great Wall, and learned the technique of listening to the sound of the wind on that day. Less than a year later, she became a wind demigod, and a few months later, her Song of Wind also took shape. Now, it was even more exaggerated than before. She took more than a year to sing her own Song of Wind. Now that she heard the Song of Ice, she had an impulse to immediately sing her own Song of Ice. But there was a force in her that kept stopping this impulse. That feeling was like meeting a familiar person. She even reached out her hand to greet him, and the name was on the tip of her tongue, but her brain was dragging her back, and she could not remember what his name was. Hiss, isn't this too exaggerated? You only heard it once, and you want to sing it? Bran exclaimed in disbelief. The situation back then was very special. The frost god was singing the Song of Ice to King Kong through the roots of the weirwood tree. It was like I was lying on the weirwood tree and listening to the door god's Song of Wind. This was like Feng Qingyang killing a devil sect disciple. Even with Ling Hucheng's talent, seeing him use the 9 swords beyond the swords, he only felt that it was exciting, but he did not understand much. It was even more impossible for him to use the 9 swords beyond the swords immediately. If Feng Qingyang wanted to teach him the secrets of the sword, even if he only used the 9 swords beyond the swords once, Ling Hucheng could learn it immediately. Even so, your talent is amazing. After sighing, Bran asked again, what is stopping you from singing the Song of Ice? It seems to be the Song of Fire, Danny said uncertainly. Every time the second soul of the Song of Wind in my mind wants to split the seed of ice, the 9-colored spiral meditation foundation will suppress it and prevent it from being born. Sigh, this is a conflict of laws caused by opposing attribute. Bran sighed. Why did the Night Lion marry the Lady of Light, and why did the Anami have children with the Goddess of Wind? They all wanted to master the supreme law of the universe, but they could not fuse the songs of laws with 2 opposing attributes with their own strength. So, they gave birth to descendants who fused the 2 bloodlines. Because they had the bloodline of both parents, some first-generation gods' descendants were especially talented and could naturally accept the 2 opposing laws. Then, referring to the fusion seed of the opposing laws in the gods' descendants, the father god and mother god would fine-tune their songs of laws. Finally, the father god and mother god would use their own god blood to exchange for the special bloodline of the gods' descendants that fused the 2 laws, so that their own bloodline could evolve. This way, their new bodies would be able to accept each other's songs of laws. In theory, it would be a win-win situation, but in practice, it seemed that one side would always sacrifice themselves to fulfill the other. The Lady of Light fulfilled the Night Lion, and the Goddess of Wind fulfilled the Anami. As for the reason, I am not too sure. Chapter 1030. The Dragon Queen treated him with sincerity and righteousness, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked for Bran's opinion seriously. However, Danny didn't mind. This wasn't a one-off deal. The whole process would take at least a few years, and at most a few hundred years, a few thousand years, or even more than 10,000 years. They could only cooperate until the end if John was completely willing. If you don't agree, you have to rely on your own power to become a demigod. Only the long lifespan of a demigod can guarantee that you have enough time to comprehend the Song of Ice. However, the Dragon Queen has already defied the heavens and changed your fate. You used to be the savior, but now you've lost your destiny. At this point, Bran sighed, it's not that she stole your destiny. It's just that the people you're saving are different. In the original destiny, your best ending was to end the long night and start the next era. However, the long night was only paused, and the world's downward trend didn't change. In other words, you didn't save the world, but humans. You only saved half of it. The future of humans is still in the hands of the gods. Her Majesty can save the world from its roots. This long night will be the last long night, and humans will no longer be the playthings of the gods. Although the Dragon Queen has replaced the gods, she probably won't play with the fate of humans. Probably? The corner of his mouth twitched. You're not confident in yourself, so how can I believe you? I made a believer similar to the three-eyed crow. It's the manager of the new world, Danny interrupted. Yes, we should believe in it just like how we believe in the three-eyed crow. Bran seemed to be comforting himself. Don't stray from the topic, Danny said calmly. Jon, you've lost your destiny. If you don't agree with the Queen's plan, it'll be difficult for you to sing the Song of Ice with your own ability without the support of the world's will. If you agree with the Queen's plan, you're destined to have no fate with the Song of Ice. It will definitely belong to the Queen. Of course, your efforts won't go to waste. Firstly, with the frost seed provided by the Queen, you can at least become a demigod. Secondly, there is a chorus besides the main song. Even if you hand over the Song of Ice, your comprehension of the laws of ice will not disappear. Comprehending the chorus of the Song of Ice will be as easy as flipping your hand. After careful consideration, Bran wasn't sure which choice was the most beneficial to Jon. Therefore, he tried his best to explain the pros and cons in a fair manner and let Jon choose for himself. This was the path he had chosen. Even if he found that the ground was full of holes, he could only slap himself a few times and grit his teeth to persevere to the end. Jon said hesitantly, demigod at the very least and true god at the very least. With such a beautiful future, is there still a need to consider other options? The chorus is relatively weak. It's restrained by the main song, and its potential is limited, Danny said. But even if I don't agree, there's no hope for me to comprehend the main song of the Song of Ice. Jon smiled bitterly. Furthermore, how can I compete with the Queen for what she wants? He sighed in his heart. Even if he didn't know much about the competition of laws, he knew the simple principle of Tao disappears if the body dies. You won't regret it? Danny asked in the end. There's nothing to regret. Even if it's just to kill Frost God, I'm willing to pay any price. Besides, there are other benefits. Jon's expression was firm. Also, you're my aunt. I'm happy to be able to help you. Finally, the meat is in the pot. Yes, as long as it didn't conflict with Stark's interests, his three values were still relatively correct. If that's the case, let's begin. Now. Jon looked around the leaky wooden warehouse. Here. It's very simple. You just need to relax your mind. Later, a consciousness will enter your sea of consciousness. The process was indeed very simple. First, Danny's 9-colored vortex entered Blackie's sea of consciousness and overclocked with his 9-colored vortex. This was equivalent to her giving Blackie complete control of the Song of Fire. This process couldn't last long. If it took too long, Danny's main soul of the Song of Fire would completely die. Then, during the period when the Song of Fire was lost, Danny's second soul ring split into a brand new subsoul. The subsoul recorded all of her understanding of the Song of Ice. It was the so-called seed of the Song of Ice. If the seed was allowed to grow, in a few days or a few months, Danny would be able to express her feelings and naturally sing her own Song of Ice. Yes, it was just the beginning. But she didn't even have a day. Her main soul was still overclocking with Blackie. Thus, this seed turned into a consciousness and merged with Jon's sea of consciousness. Jon shuddered and felt that there was something extra in his body. Open your mind. Touch it, embrace it, and merge with it. The Dragon Queen's voice was like the evening drum and morning bell, suddenly ringing in Jon's sea of consciousness. Jon had two transcendent professions, Shadowbinder with the power of shadows and Transfiguration with the power of souls. Thus, his sea of consciousness was a black dome with countless green stars representing the green spring. His soul core was a ball of distorted smoke representing the Shadowbinder. Dark red sparks flickered in the fog representing the blood witchcraft and fire witchcraft. Whoosh! An ice blue sun appeared under the dark green star's dome. Its aura was exactly the same as the green stars in the sky. Its essence was the green spring that the old god had bestowed upon Transfiguration. But it wasn't just the green spring. Looking at the ice blue sun, Jon felt the warmth of a mother's embrace, but also a bone-chilling coldness. But his desire for coldness exceeded the concern of a mother. Any believer of the old God would feel a sense of peace when they saw the green spring. John was no exception. And his own destiny of ice and death was extremely eager for the seed of the Song of Ice. John didn't hesitate anymore. His soul core split out a tentacle made of black smoke. It slowly moved upward and touched the ice-blue sun. Buzz! It was as if fate had met. In an instant, Danny and John's souls shook violently. A picture scroll slowly unfolded in front of John. The picture recorded coldness, emptiness, silence, darkness, despair. His soul suddenly rose into the sky, into the star realm beyond the heavens, and then continued to rise into the empty universe. He raised his head and saw an illusory platform. He lowered his head and saw another illusory platform. Between the two platforms, a translucent bubble slowly fell. On the surface of the bubble, there were many stars. Most of the stars were completely dim. The brightest star made people feel fear and hatred just by looking at it. This is our world. The stars are the true gods. The brightest star represents the frost god. John had an epiphany. Everything he saw unfolded in front of Danny's eyes. She saw even more. Outside of the ice, she saw fire. The world was silent in the ice, and the world was born in the fire. It was very strange. When she saw fire, she felt close to it. When she saw ice, she felt the same. At this moment, her Song of Fire's progress did not increase, but the first flame characteristic in her Song of Fire started to increase rapidly. This surprised her. What made her even more surprised was that she had comprehended the Song of Ice, and even the highest mastery of the Song of Ice, death. The Song of Fire had mastery, and the highest mastery was creation. The Song of Ice also had mastery, and the highest mastery was death. The death here was different from the death god's law of death in the world. The death god controlled the final fate of all living things. The Song of Ice's death represented the end of all things. It could be said that the death god's death was the chorus of the world's end. Now, Danny was comprehending the mastery of death. What did this mean? It meant that if she could comprehend the Song of Ice, it would definitely be the highest level of the Song of Ice. Why is this happening? She was puzzled. Suddenly, her sea of law shook. Bran was overjoyed. John reached the heavens in a single step, instantly crossing the threshold of demigod, and singing the Song of Ice. Then, he was bewildered. This is too fast. Could it be? He looked at the Dragon Queen, and then at John. Their wills were like a star and a planet. The Dragon Queen was a star, and John was a planet. The two stars were connected by spiritual power, and were moving in an uncoordinated manner. The planet was originally hovering on the edge of demigod, and could not break through for a long time. The star's huge gravitational force instantly brought the planet out of the bottleneck. After reaching the next level, the planet headed toward the ice domain, pointing out the direction for the star. The star's gravitational force was the driving force for the planet to move forward. I see. This is the Song of Ice and Fire plan that Lalo had been planning for 10,000 years. John and the Dragon Queen accidentally reached the realm that Lalo dreamed of. Bran was enlightened. Then, he felt a little regretful. In Lalo's original plan, John should be the leader, and the Dragon Queen should sacrifice herself to help John. Now, it was the opposite. Of course, without the Oriole Lalo, John would not be at a disadvantage. From a lose-lose situation before changing fate, it became a win-win situation after the Dragon Queen changed fate. However, it was a win-win situation for Danny and John, but a huge loss for Lalo. In the Smoke Sea, at the mouth of the Trench volcano where the sheep egg was sealed, the Light King Lalo hugged his head and howled. Why is it like this? Why? Why is the heavens so unfair to me? This is my result. I spent 10,000 years and countless effort. Why should my efforts benefit those two ants? This isn't fair. I also want to know, why do you think that the result of my thousands of years of hard work belongs to you? In the ancient temple beside him, the sheep egg said resentfully. The lava giant suddenly turned his head and stared at the door of the temple fiercely. He roared, I am the one who made you, your everything belongs to me, and the same goes for Danny, Rise, and John. After being agitated, he quickly calmed down and said faintly, I used hundreds of millions of years to study the laws and the world. My hard work and sweat did not go to waste. I created a witchcraft to communicate with the world's will impossible. The world's will cannot be communicated, it cannot be communicated. The sheep-egg shook his head repeatedly. Lalo sighed and said, if you know all of a person's habits and all of his actions, in your eyes, it is just a function problem that contains countless variables. Without meeting or speaking, knowing the variables and solving the function was receiving information from him. Changing the variables and creating the solution to the function you wanted was equivalent to sending him information, and then he would listen to you and do as you said. My communication with the world's will is based on the communicator's comprehensive knowledge of the world. It is not as direct as a normal person's communication. What are functions and variables? The sheep-egg was confused. Also, how can you understand the world in all aspects? That is a huge amount of work. No one can do it. You think I have been in a daze in the Earth's core for hundreds of millions of years. As long as you are willing to work hard and persevere, there is nothing you can't do. Lalo said proudly. The sheep-egg was silent. After a long silence, Lalo said again, variables and functions are learned from Danny Rye's mathematics book. She specially wrote a bachelor's textbook, and the book Advanced Mathematics is especially interesting. Why do you read a mortal's book? The sheep-egg was confused. Danny Rye's is immortal. Have you been a god for so long that you have forgotten your identity? Lalo sneered. Also, if you don't even understand the enemy, how can you win? What did you learn from her book Advanced Mathematics? The power of the first flame? Did you learn something about the Song of Fire? Actually, you can consider giving up on the Song of Fire. It is too difficult for you. Why don't you sing the chorus? It should be easy. Well, it might not be easy for you. But you have perseverance, you are willing to work hard, and you have no competition, you can slowly grind it down. Lalo ignored the sheep-egg's sarcasm and said calmly, although advanced mathematics has nothing to do with supernatural power, it contains a lot of powerful knowledge to measure the world. You don't understand, I don't blame you. After all, I am your teacher, and I only cared about teaching you magic. It is all my fault that you look like a vulgar illiterate now. According to what you said, all the kings of the world should be ashamed. They are the vulgar illiterates you speak of. The sheep-egg sneered. Are they not? Lalo asked. Chapter 1031. What's the point of understanding Danny Reese's knowledge? Sheep-egg could not understand. Lalo glanced at the temple in disdain. She has knowledge, so I will learn from her and use her knowledge to defeat her. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you deal with them freely. For example, if I know that you are stupid, I will not talk about the priceless principles of knowledge. Are you saying that I am stupid? Sheep-egg shouted. You stupid donkey, after billions of years, the Song of Fire is still so low level. In just a few hundred years, I have surpassed you, and now you still have the face to show off in front of me. These words deeply hurt Lalo, and the flames on his body that had calmed down began to boil again. Ungrateful dog, without me, you would only be a lowly shepherd for the rest of your life. I am the one who created you. The birth of Danny Reese and John was not an accident, it was me. Lalo was extremely excited. He stood up and faced the door of the temple, pointed at his nose, and announced proudly and bitterly, "You are all my result." The two had argued countless times about the topic of being ungrateful. Sheep-egg was impatient to repeat the useless work, so he remained silent. Seeing that he was silent, Lalo gradually calmed down. However, he seemed to be in a panic and could not help but confide to his former disciple. In the last era, I saved the world and received the gift of the will of the world. I communicated with it and persuaded it to invest all its remaining strength to nurture the seed of the Song of Ice and Fire. The seed was divided into two, ice and fire. The destiny of Yasuo and Ahai has always been in my hands. Without me, ice and fire will never meet. In theory, my plan is perfect. The rudder of fate is in my hands, and the secret key of the treasure chest is also in my hands. He reached out and clenched his hand tightly. But I paid so much and planned for thousands of years. Why did it benefit those two bastards in the end? As Lalo spoke, he became agitated again. He pointed at the door of the temple and cursed, "You are the instigator. If you had not taken away my song of fire, even if Danny Reese had some small problems, I would have had the power to stabilize the situation. You ingrate. You don't know what's good for you. You've harmed me and yourself. As long as you remember my kindness, you should sacrifice yourself and help me upgrade Song of Fire to the highest level. When Danny Rise is born, I'll be able to easily fuse with her first flame and create the unparalleled Song of Ice and Fire." Such a perfect plan, but you ruined it. Fuck you. Being constantly insulted, Sheepegg was also angered. Your Song of Fire's level is too low, and you don't have the qualifications to fuse with the first flame's characteristics. You want me to sacrifice myself to help you, but why? Even if I herded sheep in the valleys of Valeglia for the rest of my life, with the shallow blood witchcraft passed down from my ancestors, with my own wisdom and talents, I would at least have a future as a local ancestor god. It would be better than offering my bloodline and soul to you, wouldn't it? You are my believer, my god. You are still my disciple. I raised you and taught you. I am like a father. Lalo shouted righteously, "Isn't it natural to sacrifice everything for one's faith, for one's god, and for one's father? I also hope that this is natural. I am Danny Rise's ancestor, the god that her ancestors believed in, the king of her grandfather's generation. Why wouldn't she sacrifice everything to her faith, to her lord, and to her ancestors?" Sheepegg's voice was louder than Lalo's. "She doesn't even know you, and she doesn't believe in you, but you call me father. You heartless bastard." Lalo spat. "Yes, I did call you father back then, but that was because my own father told me that a skinny middle-aged man like you could come to our tribe alone. You were dressed neatly, with rosy cheeks and a noble temperament. You must be extraordinary. My father told me to curry favor with you, so I called you father. Later, I realized that as long as I called you father, you would give me candy, treat me more gently, and teach me more attentively. Why didn't you call me father? If you want to hear it, I can call you father again, father. But that's all fake, fake." Lalo's body trembled, and he was in a daze. It was as if he had returned to the hillside where the grass was fragrant and the afternoon sun was slanting. A 3-year-old boy with a strong head called him father. Back then, it was definitely not fake. "You bastard." He cursed dejectedly, and lamented, "Look at the two of us, how are we living? If we could work together, the entire world would be under our feet now." "Come on," Sheepegg said unhappily, "if I didn't resist, maybe the two of us could really trample the world under our feet. However, I'm your stepping stone, placed on the world, but under your stinky feet. Moreover, isn't it all thanks to you that I'm living like this today? If you were willing to sacrifice yourself and let me comprehend the characteristics of the ember of the first flame from your body, then when Danny Rise was born, I could take away her bloodline, and the person singing the song of the first flame right now would be me. Why didn't you help me? Why did you plot against me?" Sheepegg was full of resentment, and shouted himself hoarse. "You heartless thing, how can you say such things?" Lalo cursed. "Why can't I say it? Isn't that your logic?" Deep in the smoke sea, Lalo and Sheepegg were having a lively conversation. Far away in the astral world, half of Hanshen's body had entered the material world, and he was both shocked and angry. "My Song of Ice, lost 1%, who stole my Song of Ice? Could it be Danny Rise? No, it's not her aura, it's someone else, someone related to her fate. He is the original savior of fate, Jon Snow." Hans Hen gritted his teeth. "My attention has always been on Danny Rise, and I neglected him. Now that Danny Rise is restrained by the Righteous Alliance, and the situation in Ursos is stabilizing, maybe we should postpone the attack on Slavers Bay, and make him the main target." "Nos," he called out to his little brother. On Nos Island, the butterfly fairy opened her eyes. "My lord, there is no one alive on Nos Island. Do you have any other orders?" "Very good." Sensing the thousands of growing little ghosts on Nos Island, Hans Hen praised with satisfaction, and then said seriously, "Go to the smoke sea again, find Lalo, and tell him that I am willing to help him take back what belongs to him." After listening to the boss plan, the butterfly fairy hesitated and said, "Lalo is not stupid, he knows that you are plotting against Jon for the Song of Ice. But if he devours Jon's soul, he will also get his Song of Ice. In other words, we have a fundamental conflict with Lalo. How can we convince him of our sincerity? Hans Hen sneered. Jon Snow is very talented, and with the help of Dany Rise, he can take the Song of Ice from me. Lalo is the opposite. He can't even keep his Song of Fire and Song of Light, so what if he gets Jon's Song of Ice? Since I can complete my Song of Ice with my own ability, why should I fight with him for Jon's Song of Ice? That's true. The butterfly fairy suddenly realized. Even if Lalo gets Jon's Song of Ice, Hans Hen will be able to take it back by fair means soon, so Hanshen's willingness to cooperate was very sincere. Explain to Lalo like this. Will he be angry and refuse to cooperate with us? The butterfly fairy asked hesitantly. The truth is very hurtful, but the truth can also make him feel at ease. Lalo may fly into a rage, but he will not refuse, Hans Hen said. The butterfly fairy took the order and left. Hans Hen pondered for a long time and said lightly, "Do you regret it?" "Am I not you?" he said. The same voice, the same soul fluctuation. He said, "Yes, you are me, and I am you. Whether it is Dany Rise or Jon Snow, they are only temporary difficulties. They can't even pass the test of the gods. The world will eventually return to coldness and darkness, and eternal peace and tranquility will follow," he said. He said, "A peaceful world, harmonious people." After that, both of them fell into silence. Dany was the first to wake up, surprised and happy. This time, we really took advantage of Lalo. What happened? Bran asked curiously. Why did Jon sing the Song of Ice so quickly? I thought it would take years. Dany smiled and said, I don't know what Lalo did, but after Jon's Ice and Death destiny met with my first Fire destiny, the two sides immediately resonated. It's like they should have been harmonious and complemented each other, but they were divided into two at the beginning of their birth. What kind of resonance? Bran asked curiously. Dany thought for a moment and said, You can think of the Song of Ice and Fire as a house. The house is made of stone walls and wooden beams. If the stone walls are the Song of Fire, and the beams are the Song of Ice. My Song of Fire is of a high level, the stone walls are tall, and the beams are a size smaller. They don't match. But with reference to the small beams and the existing stone wall structure, you can roughly deduce the blueprints of the building, right? With the blueprints, you still don't know what kind of beams to choose. The architectural blueprints of the combination of the beams and stone walls are the resonance of the destinies of Jon and me. Even if his Song of Ice is of a low level, because of the resonance of Ice and Fire destiny, it pointed me in the direction of researching the highest level Song of Ice. When Jon sings the complete Song of Ice, I will start my own highest level Song of Ice. So that's how it is. Bran understood. She and Jon were mutually fulfilling. She could fulfill him, and he could fulfill her. In the fate that Lalo had arranged, she would fulfill him, and he would fulfill her. Now, most of the benefits that were destined to belong to Lalo belonged to her, and Jon could also benefit from it. Not long after, Jon woke up from his enlightenment. Bran warned, Lalo and the Frost God will definitely be angry. The Dragon Queen is not afraid of revenge, but Jon, you have to be careful of the Red God Priest like you are of deviant ghosts. At this time, half of Jon's talent and destiny was his own, and the other half came from Lalo. In Lalo's original plan, Ice and Fire would be divided. Dany would take the fire, and Jon would take the ice. In the end, Dany sacrificed herself, and Ice and Fire merged in Jon's body. Therefore, in the original plan, his target was not Dany, but Jon. When Jon was resurrected, Lalo gave him Yasuo Yahai's destiny, just for the sake of a rich reward in the future. Just like how he invested in Yasuo Yahai, after Yasuo Yahai succeeded in saving the world, he had to give his soul, bloodline, and destiny to him. Therefore, Lalo could perfectly devour Jon. Now that he realized that he had opened the Song of Ice, he might be tempted. I don't need you to remind me. I'm already hiding in Twilight Valley. Hearing Bran's warning, Jon only smiled bitterly. The way Stannis looks at me now is often filled with uncontrollable desire, which makes my back feel cold. It was clear that Ahlor had encouraged him to attack me a long time ago, but he still retained some of his humanity and rationality. I don't dare to keep testing his bottom line, so I left King's Landing directly. Out of sight, Out of mind. In the Westeros, Lalo will never hurt you, Dany's aunt comforted. Her nephew had already died at the hands of Erlu, and she definitely would not allow the same thing to happen again. Chapter 1032. Regardless of whether it was based on science or magic, the development of civilization generally had a continuity. Valeglia's steel and Valeglia's immortal stone were also miracles in modern scientific society, but they did not suddenly appear in the world. Before steel, there was a magical metal called dragon steel. Before immortal stone, there was a magical stone called black stone. Like immortal stone, black stone was abnormally sturdy and immortal. In the last era, the center of civilization was the barren land in the east. The kingdom of Dawn built by the emperor was so powerful that it could suppress the gods. In that kingdom, black stone was used in large quantities. In order to defend against the evil demons in the eastern dark world, the emperor built 5 giant fortresses in the eastern border, which were now called 5 bases. 5 bases was a miracle of the world, as famous as the Great Wall. It was made of black stone and could accommodate a large army of more than 10,000 people for a long time. It was more than 1,000 meters tall. That's right, not 100 meters, but more than 1,000 meters, like a mountain. Perhaps, it was a building specially designed to resist the gods' forbidden spells? In the Westeros, there were also black stone buildings. For example, the sea stone seat that the Dragon Queen was sitting on now. Compared to the miracles of 5 bases, the sea stone seat was as small as a speck of dust. However, this stone chair that looked like a squid on a plate represented the supreme power of the Iron Islands. It's been almost 2 months, and you have made no progress at all? Asha looked up and glanced at the queen who was swaying her legs with her legs crossed. She was a little scared. The queen was wearing armor and had a great sword by her feet. Was she going to go crazy with this fully armed appearance? She did not know if Inami could withstand the queen's sword. If she could not, how could she appease Chemin who had lost his faith? The Duchess of the Iron Islands squeezed out a flattering smile and said, "Your Majesty, I've really tried my best, but I'm not an Inami priest." Even after praying for more than a week, Her Majesty Inami still ignored me. Inami isn't a saint. Rather than praying, I'd rather kill a few people. Dany's mouth twitched. The 3rd drowned man Thale replied, 7 drowned men have already committed suicide by jumping into the sea. Their souls have already entered the flowing water palace to personally state your alliance to Her Majesty the Inami. Dany raised her eyebrows and said strangely, "This is a good idea." Her complexion improved a little. 7 people were drowned, which meant that Ironseed didn't slack off. Your Majesty, you have to be prepared. I'm guessing that Her Majesty Inami has declined your request, Thale said cautiously. Dany gently patted the armrest with her right hand. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What do you think about this matter?" "What idea?" Asha and Priest Toleb were confused. "The Inami refused to save the world and ignored you. Do you still believe in her? Or, do you have any complaints in your heart?" Dany asked. Asha's complexion changed a few times. She hesitated. Of course, she was dissatisfied, but she wasn't stupid. How could she say it out loud? Thale shook his head as if he had been electrocuted. "We Ironseed were created by the Inami. How could we complain about our own god?" "You don't dare, but what about me?" Dany smiled faintly. "Do you think that after being ignored for 2 months, I won't resent her?" Plop. The two paled and knelt on the ground together. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I think we should give Her Majesty the Inami a chance to turn over a new leaf." Asha's mouth was loose, and she said what was on her mind. The 3rd drowned man's face twisted. "Duke, you should respect Her Majesty the Inami." "Of course I respect Her Majesty the Inami, but she's in danger now. I'm worried," Asha said anxiously. The 3rd drowned man's voice faltered, and he mumbled, Why, calm down." Dany waved her hand. "I'm not an evil person. Even if Inami refuses, I will only persuade her. Fighting and killing is not in line with the Holy Mother's teachings of mercy." The 3rd drowned man breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly had an idea. "Your Majesty, why don't you talk to Her Majesty the Inami personally?" Dany frowned. "I've tried, but she didn't respond. If it doesn't work, I can only force my way into the flowing water palace. Are you interested in taking a look? Ah, I'm a living person. Can I go to the flowing water palace? Asher said blankly. Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? The old shaman slammed his hands on the ground in agitation and cried out, Your Majesty, please don't force your way into the flowing water palace. If there's a conflict, then. If Her Majesty the Inami gets hurt, that's not good. The old shaman mumbled. Even he subconsciously believed that Inami couldn't withstand a few blows from the Dragon Queen. Don't worry, I'll be merciful. I promise I won't kill your god. Kill? The old shaman shuddered and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I have a way for you to contact my master. What way? Danny asked curiously. Do you know Noga Hill? That's the temple of Her Majesty the Inami, Shaman Tale said. Danny nodded thoughtfully. I can go there and take a look. Then she got up from the chair, picked up her sword, and hung the sword belt on her left waist. She held the weirwood cane in her right hand and pointed it in front of her. Hum. A thin green line appeared in the air in front of the throne. The line pulled to the left and right, and a round door with a light green membrane appeared. Huff. Huff. Boom. The north wind howled, and the turbid waves shattered on the rocks. The dark seawater and grey foam even passed through the green membrane and fell on the face of the Duke of the Iron Islands, who was stunned. What is this? She asked dryly. Are you going? Danny asked. To where? Asher asked blankly. Ah, it's Old Wake Island. Is this the legendary dimensional door? Shaman Tale suddenly realized and exclaimed. I'll go. Asher also came back to her senses and looked at the Dragon Queen in awe. She swallowed and said, This dimensional door is a little high. I need to find a chair to cushion it. Danny smiled faintly. With a gentle push of her palm, the planar membrane hanging in front of the throne sped forward horizontally. It left the range of the royal stairs and descended vertically. Then, it stuck close to the marble floor and crashed into Asher like lightning. Whoosh! The dimensional door flew past, and Asher disappeared. The dimensional door turned and flew, and with another whoosh, the dumbfounded Shaman Tale disappeared. Ah! The maids and guards in the throne room finally reacted and couldn't help but exclaim. Danny shrugged and didn't explain. She jumped lightly and landed in the dimensional door that was flying towards her. Without a sound, the Dragon Queen disappeared along with the light green spatial gate, leaving the attendants looking at each other in dismay. By the name of Inami, have we really arrived at Old Wake Island? Asher covered her mouth and exclaimed as she stood in the bone-chilling Grey Sea King's Hall. The Inami's temple wasn't in Greyjaw's Pike City. Just like the Tully and Tyrell families, the Greyjoy family was able to become the most powerful family in the Iron Islands because Targaryen helped them get rid of their respective kings. Before the War of Conquest, the Hall family had ruled the Iron Islands for nearly 6,000 years. The Hall family's achievements were much more impressive than the Greyjoy family's. At that time, not only was the river Gap Tyrmine's territory, but the western region, the River Bend, the Stormlands, and the valleys were all areas where the Ironseed family expanded. The largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms wasn't Casterly Rock City or Storm's End Castle, but Helen Castle by the Divine Eye Lake. It was the palace of the Hall family. This was also why the Greyjoy family's fief was neither the largest nor the richest. The largest island in the Iron Islands was Great Wake Island, the most fertile island was Harlow Island, and the most sacred island was Old Wake Island. The Greyjoy family's Pike City was small and barren. It also lacked a good harbor. Due to the weathering of the promontory, there were many rocks in the nearby sea. Woo-woo! The moment Danny's feet touched the ground, a hurried horn sounded from the side. It was their arrival that triggered the sentry's alarm. Not far from the Grey Sea King's Hall, there were several sentry towers erected. The sky was dark and turbid waves surged. The bottom of the towers was covered in a layer of eye-catching white alkali. The flames in the towers flickered and the sentry with a torch was running towards them. Don't worry, it's me, Asher shouted at the soldiers who had drawn their swords and crossbows. The sky was dark and Asher didn't light a torch. The guards could only vaguely see a few figures. The howling cold wind distorted the Duchess' voice. Danny opened her right hand. Black foam appeared in the palm of her silver iron glove. Caw. The foam condensed into a black crow. The black crow leaped into the air and exploded into a fireball in the sky. The scorching fireball flickered a few times. The flames were restrained and the temperature was lowered. However, it suddenly shone brightly. The Grey Sea King's hall was as bright as day. Ah, this is. The soldiers who were running towards them stopped and covered their eyes in shock. It's me. Asha took a few steps forward and recognized the leader. She pointed at Danny and said, "Tana, this is the Dragon Queen." Then, she introduced him to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, this is Tana Zhuojiyu, the second son of Bonehand Dunstan." Zhuojiyu was the lord of Old Wake Island. His clan emblem was a skeletal palm. After the greetings, Tana left the other guards outside and followed Danny and the others into the Grey Sea King's hall. The so-called Grey Sea King's hall was actually the stomach of the sea dragon Noga. 44 ribs were the beams and pillars. Between the ribs hung a curtain made of silver seaweed. The interior area was more than 1,000 square meters. It was said that Noga was the world's first sea dragon. It was extremely powerful and could overturn rivers and seas. However, it was still no match for the Grey Sea King. When its body was dragged to the hill, the Anami came and turned Noga's bones into fossils. That's how it looks now. The old shaman squatted on the ground and stroked the thick spine of a train. His tone was filled with pride that made Danny disgusted. She looked indifferent. She walked to the end of the hall and passed through the passage made by the sea dragon's throat bones. She came to the head of the megalosaurus. The Grey Sea King used the sea dragon's mouth to create a grey throne. The sea dragon's teeth were like a crown that surrounded the throne. After a moment's hesitation, Danny sat on it. With both hands on the armrest, Danny took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and opened them again. In an instant, the timeline in her eyes flew back. 4 years ago, Wet Magic Iron gathered all the Ironseed captains to hold a king selection meeting. Only captains were eligible to participate in the king selection meeting. Yolan of Scylla and Asher announced their respective elections here. Yolan of Scylla's plundering of the world was better than Asher's taking land for farming. Asher hoped that the North would cede the rock coast in the west to the Iron Islands so that the Ironseed could farm for a living. 6,000 years ago, in the second last king selection meeting before Iron, the Greyen family violated the rules set by the Anami and slaughtered all the candidates. Blood stained the ribs of the Noga. After that, the king selection meeting became a decoration. The Greyen family became the hereditary king of the Iron Islands. Until 1,000 years later, the Hall family joined forces with Greyjoy and slaughtered the Greyen family. After that, Danny witnessed 111 king selection meetings one after another. Basically, she became more and more moral. Looking at the river of time, she became more and more shameless. For example, when the Iron King was old and weak, he arranged for his son to ascend the throne. When the new Iron King ascended the throne, he immediately massacred the people of the previous generation of the Iron Throne. Chapter 1033. In the era of the King Selection Assembly, the Iron Seed entered a golden age of rapid development. Almost every Iron King was the most devout Iron Seed, the strongest warrior, and the wisest and most decisive pirate king. From the Mormon family's Bear Island in the north to the Redwind family's Green Pavilion Island in the south, they were all Iron Seed's territories. As long as there was a sea city, there were traces of Iron Seed pirate ships. The King Selection Assembly not only unified the Iron Seed's power, but also eliminated the losses caused by infighting. Before the King Selection Assembly, every island was a kingdom, and there were usually 2 kings in a kingdom. The Rock King, who ruled the island, maintained justice, made laws, and settled disputes. The Sea Salt King, who ruled the sea, commanded the ships no matter when they went out to sea. Generally speaking, the Rock King and the Sea Salt King would come from the same family. The father would be the Rock King, who was experienced and oversaw the island. The son would be the Sea Salt King, who was young and energetic and went out to plunder. It was the same principle as the Celestial Empire's king patrolling, Crown Prince Regent. However, the Iron Seed had to go out to kill or be killed, which was a high-risk and physically demanding job, so the son would go out and the father would stay at home. Because they belonged to different kingdoms, even though they were both Iron Seed, Tiamin often fought with each other. Until the Heroes era, a great priest called White Staff Garin appeared among the Inanese. Well, the old priest liked to beat people with a weirwood cane, so everyone called him White Staff. White Staff created the King Selection Assembly system, and set a series of laws for the Iron Seed that forbade them from robbing each other's women or plundering each other's shores. Thus, the Iron Islands became the first unified kingdom of the Seven Kingdoms. Well, in the Heroes era, the Seven Kingdoms had not yet been formed, and there were many kingdoms on the continent. A Castellan dared to call himself a king. Dany went upstream on the River of Time. Although she did not see the King Selection Assembly, generations of Inanese held ceremonies in the Grey Sea King's Hall, and generations of Sea Salt King and Rock King wore crowns on their thrones, until, about 14,000 years ago, in the Dawn era, during the Grey Sea King's era, she saw an army. "It's really not easy to meet you." Dany sighed. The sudden sound startled the mermaid who was extracting the divinity of the Nogga siren. Who? According to legend, after the Grey Sea King killed the Nogga, the Anami turned the Nogga's bones into fossils and turned them into the pillars and beams of the Grey Sea King's Hall. The warriors under the command of the Grey Sea King gathered around a huge starfish-shaped table and enjoyed the food presented by the sea. Their seats were all made of mother of pearl. Grey Sea King sat on a throne made of Nogga's mouth, and a lamp made of Nogga's fire seed hung above his head. The fire seed ensured that the Grey Sea King's hall would always be warm. Later, the Grey Sea King entered the flowing water palace, and the storm god extinguished the Nogga's flame seed. The brocade and the throne were stolen, and the Grey Sea King's hall gradually declined. There were 2 points in this legend that were easily overlooked by mortals, but they were related to the secrets of the Anami. First, the Anami turned the Nogga's bones into stone. Second, the Grey Sea King collected the Nogga's flame seed, but it was extinguished by the storm god. What is Nogga's fire seed? To understand this question, one must first understand who the Nogga were. A long time ago, when Dany had just crossed over, she had read the tales of the Westeros that Big Bear gave to the original owner, Dany Rise. Well, Big Bear was poor, so he could only give the storybook to Dany Rise as a wedding gift. In the tales, there was the story of the Grey Sea King killing the Nogga. At that time, she took it for granted that Nogga was the name of a race, and Sea Dragon represented a branch of the Megalosaurus. Later, as her understanding of the world deepened, the things that she took for granted began to become uncertain. Except for the Sea Dragon of the Iron Islands, there were no other legends of the Sea Dragon in the world. This was not normal. For example, the Megalosaurus had been wiped out before the last long night. It was not until 6,000 years ago that Valeglia used blood witchcraft to resurrect a new Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus was also very rare, but all over the world, including inside and outside the Great Wall of the Westeros, Megalosaurus skeletons had been found. In some areas, fossilized dragon eggs could still be excavated. Megalosaurus's spirit fused with the fire magic power in its body could be called a fire seed. If the Nogga were a pure water-type creature, they should not have a fire seed. More than 14,000 years ago, on Old Wake Island, a dragon corpse that was more than 100 meters long lay on the Howling Hills. The sun was shining brightly, and the wind was gentle. The dark blue dragon scales reflected the bright light. Iron Seed held bronze and obsidian weapons, dancing the sacrificial dance around the dragon corpse. From time to time, he would squat down and scoop a ladle of hot and clear dragon blood from the gully and pour it on his head. Iron Seed's king was a strong middle-aged man with a driftwood crown on his head. His beard, hair, and eyes were all grey, like the sea in winter. Long live the Grey Sea King, long live the Grey Sea King. Iron Seed's eyes were fanatical, as if he was his god. Grey Sea King stood on the sea dragon's nose, looking down at the heroes and looking around. Then, he held the hilt of the iron sword that was inserted between the sea dragon's eyebrows. It was a strange-looking great sword. Including the hilt, it was more than 3 meters long. When it was placed in front of him, it could cover his face. The spine of the sword was almost as thick as the soles of his feet. The blade was black and filled with jagged gaps. Pest! The blade was pulled out. Hot blood mixed with white juice sprayed all over Grey Sea King. Supreme God, this is your sacrifice. Grey Sea King, who was almost 2.5 meters tall, raised the 3-meter-long greatsword. It did not look out of place at all. Boom! Not far away, the seawater exploded into 10-meter-tall waves. All the Iron Seed stopped singing and looked over in awe. The seawater by the beach had a life of its own. It flowed ashore like a red carpet, spreading all the way up to the top of the hill. A majestic and tall god floated up from the water. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and handsome facial features. Without moving his feet, his body flowed along the flowing carpet to the top of the hill. Supreme God, Supreme God! Iron Seed knelt on one knee, waving his weapon and shouting fanatically. The handsome man responded with a smile of approval. My lord, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Grey Sea King knelt on the ground, holding the iron sword above his head with both hands. Very good. Inami laughed heartily. She took the iron sword and looked at it carefully. Roar! A ferocious roaring blue dragon suddenly appeared on the blade. Goldfish, the master god will not let you go. Ha ha ha, for a foreign dragon god like you, Oldwood will at most be angry for a few thousand years. He won't kill me. I've been angry with him for a long time, so I'll let him be angry. The angrier he is, the happier I am. As for you, you're not as strong as him, so just accept your fate. Let me devour and complete my song of water and fire. It's fate. Inami laughed proudly. Buzz buzz, a blood-red rune network appeared on the surface of the black sword. The blue dragon howled and disappeared. Hanging the sword on her waist, Inami could not hide the greed and anticipation in her eyes. She reached out and pressed it between the sea dragon's eyebrows. Goo goo goo. The sound of rushing water came from the sea dragon's body. The scales gradually dimmed, and the dragon's skin and flesh turned grey. Finally, it turned into grey dust and was blown away by the wind. Only the golden skeleton of the Megalosaurus was left. The Iron Seed retreated in shock. Golden runes flowed on the skeleton. It was like a stone painted with golden paint. In the rain, the paint fell off, revealing the pale white fossil bones. Compared to the sea dragon's miserable state, Inami's cheeks were flushed red. It's not easy to see you. Suddenly, a sweet female voice appeared in Inami's ears without any warning. Ding dong. The female voice was like a stone falling into a water mirror, causing ripples. The scenery in the mirror became blurred and wrinkled in the ripples. The enchantment in the eyes of the drowning god disappeared, and they became fierce and cold. Turning around, he saw the Dragon Queen, who was one wall away. The scene changed, and the image was split into two. On the left, the sun was shining brightly. A handsome and dignified man pressed a hand between the sea dragon's eyebrows and turned to look to the right. On the right, under the dark sky, the Dragon Queen sat on the dragon bone throne and looked forward. One side was bright and the other was dark and gloomy. Separated by the rippling river of time, Inami and Danny looked at each other. Your sibling alliance is an insult to me. I refuse. Don't bother me again, Inami said coldly. Danny stood up and took a step forward. She crossed the rippling dividing line and came to the sunny beach on the other side. The blue sky was blue, the water was white, and the sea was beautiful. Dragon Queen walked around the sea dragon's body. Finally, she looked at the Grey Sea King who was following her. Not bad. You can still sense me. She smiled. At this time, Old Wake Island on the summer beach seemed to have paused time. The wind stopped, the waves stopped, and the white seagulls seemed to have been painted on the blue sky. Iron Seed's expression was unchanged, and he stopped moving. Only the Grey Sea King, although he couldn't move, his eyes were moving. The muscles on his face twitched slightly due to the force he exerted. Sweat even appeared from his pores, but it stopped on his forehead and didn't slide down his cheeks. Inami didn't say a word. She just looked at her coldly. Neither of them traveled through time. The Noga Hill 14,000 years ago was like a server. Danny logged in first, and Inami was triggered and logged in as well. Therefore, the two of them had a face-to-face online conversation with the sea dragon sacrifice 14,000 years ago as the background. So, Noga is the name of the Megalosaurus, just like Blackie. The so-called first sea dragon in the world is actually a demigod Megalosaurus who understood the water rule. Sigh, It wasn't easy for the stupid Megalosaurus to have a genius who understood the rule, but it was destroyed by you. Danny sighed. You feel sorry for this evil creature? Inami sneered. Do you know why the Megalosaurus became extinct at the end of the last era? She kicked the sea dragon's forehead a few times and said sarcastically, Noga hid in the West Eros because she ate all the Megalosaurus in the continent of Ursos. Danny frowned. So, the Megalosaurus became extinct because of you? You killed the last Megalosaurus. Ah. Inami choked and said angrily, I don't want to argue with you. Leave. We can't work together. I'm stronger than you, and my future is brighter than yours. You'll have a better future if you follow me. Why won't you submit? Danny asked curiously. If a mortal said the same thing to you 10,000 years later, what would you do? Inami asked. Danny thought for a while and said, I'd slap that ungrateful dog to death. Inami's mouth twitched a few times and said in a muffled voice, If that's the case, why do you have to force me? Danny said confidently, We're different. Everyone has different circumstances. You have to be honest and accept reality. The reality is that I can slap you to death, but you can't hurt me at all. You can try. Chapter 1034. Your Majesty, shall we begin? Asher asked. Just now, the Dragon Queen had walked straight through the hall and corridors to the throne at the end of the Grey Sea King's hall. Then, she closed her eyes and meditated. After a few minutes, they could not wait any longer. Danny opened her eyes and asked, Begin what? Ah. Asher was stunned for a moment. Then, she turned to look at Priest Thale beside her. What should we do to communicate with Her Majesty Inami? Hold a sacrificial ceremony in the center of the hall. There is a chance that we can contact the Flowing Water Palace, the old priest said. Danny smiled and shook her head. No need. I have already met with Inami. She stopped smiling and stood up from the stone throne. Then, she sighed. I did not want to make a big fuss, but she is stubborn. There is nothing I can do. Inami has appeared before? Where? Tana Cho-Ji-Yu looked around with a suspicious expression. Right here, but it was in the Dawn era. 10,000 years ago? Everyone's expression was strange. All right, I have now confirmed Inami's attitude. Your mission is almost complete. Danny waved her hand and changed the topic. Then, she glanced at Asher and Thale. But everything has a beginning and an end. There should be a conclusion between me and Inami. You must prepare yourselves. Ah, Your Majesty, you are going to attack Her Majesty Inami? Thale was terrified. Asher was also shocked. Didn't you say that it was okay if Inami did not agree? You also said that you, who follow the path of the Holy Mother of Mercy, are not an evil person. You will never attack Inami. Tana Cho-Ji-Yu was a little confused. What preparation? Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal, just like, Danny glanced at Asher. Just like King Balon and Robert. Back then, King Balon declared himself king and rebelled against the Iron Throne. In the end, Robert led his men to break down the city walls of Pike City and rushed into the castle. He taught Balon what it means to respect the strong. Asher's face changed several times. One moment it was red, the next moment it was green, and the next moment it was white. I don't think so. She mumbled. Your Majesty, is there a misunderstanding? Priest Tower was sweating in the cold winter. There is no misunderstanding. I advised your Master God to be a good person, but he humiliated me, Danny said. Tana felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. Because the story was so fantastical, the surprise in his heart gradually surpassed the fear. He could not help but ask, how did the Inami humiliate you? I said he can't beat me. The weak obey the strong. It's only right. Then, that bastard said, come at me if you dare. Dragon Queen told him the truth. Her expression was angry, as if she had been greatly insulted. Tana's face twisted. That sounds like... I thought the gods were more dignified and holy. Why does it sound like two street gangsters fighting? Asher's face twisted as well. Tower was stunned for a moment. He mumbled, if the first time doesn't work, there's always a second time. A street gangster's negotiation was not something that could be done in one go. Danny shook her head and sighed. There's no way. Those ancient gods look down on humans from the bottom of their hearts. Back then, Wade Fry was the richest family in Hadjen. His power in Hadjen was second only to Tully. But the old nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, including those who were so poor that they could barely afford a set of armor, all looked down on Fry. Bolton was the second in the north. Hyder was the second in River Bend. Starfall was the second in Dawn. Roos was the second in the valley. Look at how they were treated among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Look at Fry, the second in Hadjen. Fry was still a human, and he was still on the same level as the old nobles. But the gods were not humans at all. They were born above humans. Humans were born weak, but the gods were born strong, noble, and even unique. In the long and ancient times, humans were sacrifices to the gods. Asher frowned. You're not weaker than the gods now. You even killed the storm god. Did Her Majesty Inami not consider this? She's stronger than the storm god. She's very confident, Danny said. Your Majesty, perhaps you can lower your demands. For example, there's no need for a brother-sister alliance. The relationship between the two sides is more equal. Her Majesty Inami will be more balanced, Tower said carefully. Danny didn't say a word. She just stared at the old man. The old shaman shrunk his neck and lowered his head. You said that the greatest enemy of humans is the long night. It's the frost god. Why don't you talk to her? Dragon Queen said lightly. Her Majesty Inami hasn't responded to me. The old man said awkwardly. If she doesn't come to you, you can go to her. I think the method you used to send the Inami to the Flowing Water Palace was pretty good. You can try it again. This. The old shaman's eyes widened in horror. Asher saw the old man's embarrassment and felt pity for him. She said, Your Majesty, you said before that living people can enter the Flowing Water Palace. Is that right? Bringing living people to the Flowing Water Palace uses up too much divine power. It's pointless, Danny said. Asher said, if you bring us to the Flowing Water Palace, Inami will know that you don't mean any harm. On the other hand, if you force your way in alone, Inami might get agitated and react violently. That makes sense. Danny was a little convinced. But when she saw the sad look on Tail's face, she frowned and said doubtfully, Inami doesn't even want to talk to you. Even if she brings you to the Flowing Water Palace. How can a commoner convince the king on the Iron Throne to go to the Red Keep? Commoner. Asher's mouth twitched. She forced a smile and said, We are all Inami's children. Greyjoy has Inami's blood running in his veins. He can't be an insignificant commoner, right? Ha ha. Danny smiled contemptuously. It's true. Asher said excitedly. The Grey Sea King married Inami's daughter, a mermaid. They had 100 sons, and one of them was Greyjoy's ancestor. Our Drum family is also a descendant of the Grey Sea King. We are Inami's blood. The man in leather armor shouted. Tail also said, Before I took the oath, I also had a family that inherited the ancient blood of the Grey Sea King. Danny said with a straight face, All Ironseed nobles claim to be the descendants of the Grey Sea King. Since everyone has the blood of the Grey Sea King, then the blood of the Grey Sea King is worthless. At least I'm a knight. I'm better than a commoner. Asher said stubbornly. Danny frowned and thought. First of all, she was sure that Asher and the others were worse than commoners in front of Inami, let alone a knight. Their persuasion would be useless. Secondly, even if they brought Inami believers, the Inami would not overreact. But in front of the believers, the Inami would be embarrassed to compromise. They might even fight fiercely. So, there was only one benefit to bringing Asher to the Flowing Water Palace: show off in front of the people and show off. To be honest, Danny was dissatisfied with the lackluster response to the Cloud Hall incident in the Seven Nations. In her opinion, it was the greatest achievement since the creation of the world that she had broken into the god's kingdom as a mortal and killed the true god. The gods should be shocked, and so should the people. They should be so shocked that they would not be able to eat in peace for decades. Well, every time she ate, she could hear people talking about her feat with shocked expressions. But the truth was that she had already spread the news through the magic net. The people of the world were indifferent and did not believe it. Not only were the people in the streets shocked, the singers, poets, and playwrights would rather go outside the city to peel the bark off trees than to put in the effort to compile Dragon Queen slaying the storm god into wonderful poems, stories, and stage plays to exchange for a few meat pies. They definitely could not exchange for meat pies. Otherwise, why would those hungry bards gnaw on tree bark? All three of you are going? Dany felt that she needed a third party to publicize the battle process and results. I can go to the Flowing Water Palace too? Tanner Cho pointed at his own nose, looking absent-minded. Divine power is mainly used to open the space door. There's no difference between bringing one living person and bringing 10 living people. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I have no problem with it, Dany said. Tanner was surprised and happy. Suddenly, he had an idea. He hurriedly said, if that's the case, can you call my father too? Do you have a scholar in your family? Dany asked. In the Westeros, as long as the nobles had the ability, they would build a crow's nest, raise a scholar, build a divine forest, build a small sanctuary, and invite a cultivator. The customs of the Iron Islands were different. For thousands of years before Aegon unified the 7 nations, they had always rejected the 7 gods' church and did not trust the scholars. Even after the War of Conquest, the sanctuary was built and destroyed. Cultivators who came were chased away. Many nobles refused to accept the scholars. Yes, Scholar Bruno has served our family for 20 years, Tanner said. Does he know how to make up stories? I'm not sure. But Scholar Bruno is very good at telling stories. Dany nodded in satisfaction. Go call him. Old Wake Island was not big. The Cho-Ji-Yu family was only 2 kilometers away from Nogga Hill. In less than an hour, 7 or 8 assault boats gathered on the beach at the foot of the hill. Several families on the island had heard the news and came. Bonehand Dunstan looked at the Dragon Queen suspiciously and asked, My eldest son died in the river with Yulun. Can I see him in the Flowing Water Palace? Was he brave? Dany asked. Brave and good at fighting, the old man said proudly. Inami only needs strong and brave rowers. If your son meets the requirements, he'll probably be in the Flowing Water Palace. Dany answered casually and signaled Thale to start the Inami sacrifice. Tyamin had done similar activities countless times. He was already familiar with it. Soon, a pile of firewood rose in the center of the Grey Sea King's Hall. The drowned people stood on the side and sang the Inami song loudly. Ironseed sat around the fire, eating meat and drinking wine. When everyone was drunk, they stood in 2 rows on both sides of the fire, laughing and playing the finger dance. The so-called finger dance was when 2 people stood face to face with their legs still. One person threw an axe at the other, and the other dodged or caught it with their hands. Then, they threw the short axe back. They went back and forth until one side saw blood or couldn't take the pressure and admitted defeat. There were at least 2 players in this game, but there was no limit. Just like now, 14 Tyamin stood in 2 rows about 5 meters apart from the fire, forming 7 pairs. To put it bluntly, it was an advanced version of a face-slapping competition. The valiant fighting tribe only dared to slap, but Ironseed directly threw his axe at them. Only the bravest and most devout Ironseed is qualified to enter the Flowing Water Palace. Now, please prove your courage and loyalty, Thale said solemnly.